politics and all that.
America say you're nothing.
All right.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún léje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹrùkù. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pa Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pa Jíṣà Tàdádẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Subramia, baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wana mejemo, Anamu, Karatuba dodiri chukuma tukutuba dodiri ndimo, Eguma. Para tuba dodiri tukuma duku tuba dodiri ndemo. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Obodo say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. ntụgo ihe dị egwu ga-eme ọkwitara kara m ịṅụrụ mmanya ma ị ga-akwụrụ m ụgwọ ya bebi mo Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wandaba, ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya bani si akuna nyego bamukambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna koga book.
Reports that say that something hasn't happened are always interesting to me because, as we know, there are.
And there it is right there. That was a blast from the past, wasn't it? Ipade Dojobo. I bet you thought you saw the last of that. I bet you thought you saw the back of that little clip. So there it is. Ipade de Ojo Igbo. So there it is. The Ipade. What that means essentially is a throwback, of course. It's not relevant. It's a bit passé now. It's just I like the rhythm of the beat. That's why I really play it, really. But what that was saying was that we will meet at the ballot box. So that was the precursor to the elections that happened in February 2027. Of course, we have now seen the succeeding events and we've seen how that played out. So Ipadede Ojobo. So good day to you. Good to have you here. And good to be in your company. So there it is. Good to be in your company. And and that's not even inane platitude, you know. That's not platitude. That's actually heartfelt. When I say good to be in your company, I of course delight in you being here. Imagine if you were not here. I will still do it anyway because I enjoy doing it. I will still stream, but I would rather stream with you being there than you not being there. But the primary thing, you may wonder why, what is this guy, is he insane? I enjoy it. That's just the thing. So I enjoy it. But I enjoy it even more when it's happening in your company. So good to see you. Good to have you here. And hope you've had a wonderful day. So hope you have had a wonderful day. So hope you've had a wonderful day. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. I know some of you do that routinely. I know some of you have the intentions to do it, but never get around to do it. And I know that there's some bad belay elements that are watching the stream in spite, out of spite. So whatever category you fall under, when I invite you to click on the like button, that's a call to action. That's an invitation to carry out an action. And that action that I'm inviting you to carry out is to click on that like button. So do that right now. If you are inclined to do it, then do it. And even if you're not inclined to do it, still grudgingly do it anyway. So click on like and then subscribe, of course. That's the meat and drink of the space, of course. You don't need me. You don't need me to explain. Everybody knows why all of the people on our social, you all know what the likes mean. So I don't have to quote it up in any flowery whatever it is. You know what I'm asking for, and you know why I'm asking for it. So click on like and click on subscribe. And then, of course, if you want to be even more involved, this hyperlink that says StreamYard right here, that's your ticket to ride. You know those juggernaut trains that you see in India, when the rooftop is even more packed than the actual carriage itself? That's a juggernaut train. So imagine for a moment that is the one man went to more platform. As it propels forward, where do you want to be sat? On the roof of the train, or with the ticket to ride that invites you into the studio? So do as pleases you, but come in if you feel inclined. I don't even know what I just said. It might well come across as word salad. So a bit more word salad. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and let's get straight into it. So it's going to be a mellow sort of a session. It's a speak easy, come as you like sort of a session. So it's not going to be hard hitting, because there are some hard hitting news, but I have the sense that it's going to be a relaxed and an enjoyable session. So enough of my rambling on. Let me hit you with it. So let me hit you with it. So hitting you with it, fierce as DSS arrest Mieti Allah's president, reasons, details emerge. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. The DSS has arrested the lead person of Mieti Allah. So that is quite a power. And by the way, the head of the DSS, Yusuf Bichi, of course, is one of their talk as well. So there is something playing out in the ethers, and there's already power moves against the Tinubu administration. I have an inkling as to why he was arrested, and I have a video clip that comes after this, but let me just bring you into the picture, and then we take it from there. Affairs as DSS arrest Mieti Allah's president, reasons, details emerge. Operatives of the Department of State Services, DSS, have reportedly arrested the president of Mieti Allah, Alhaji Abdullahi Bello Badejo. Badejo was arrested over the establishment of a vigilante group in Nasarawa State, north central Nigeria. As reported by correspondents, Badejo was arrested on Tuesday afternoon, January the 23rd, at the Mieti Allah's head office, Tudun Malia Cattle Market, XYZ, wherever it is in Nasarawa State. The DSS operatives, alongside officers of the Nigerian Army, were said to have stormed the Mieti Allah's office at about 3:40 p.m. and effected the arrest. Correspondents said a DSS source who confirmed the arrest disclosed that Badejo was arrested over fears that the creation of the nomad vigilante group could cause violence across the country. He added that the group was not registered with the DSS, the police, or any other security agency. Hence, it was not recognized by the federal government. So there is we already know that Nigeria is a lawless state. Let me actually, so we've read it up to this point. So let me just highlight this. I can't wait to show you this. So let me show you this now. This is where all of this is coming from, of course. Let me show you this now. Let me just pause that. Hold on. Let me just show you this. So this is where all of this is coming from. So as you can see on your screen, this is the Mieti Allah group forming what they purport to be a vigilante group, but this looks like an army to me. Watch this. So that's what's going on there. Let me continue with the reading as that plays in the background. So let me continue with the reading as that plays in the background. Let me take it from the top again. Right. Operatives of the Department of State Services, DSS, have reportedly arrested the president of Mieti Allah, Alhaji Abdullahi Bello Badejo. Badejo was arrested over the establishment of a vigilante group in Nasarawa State, north-central Nigeria. As reported by correspondents, Badejo was arrested on Tuesday afternoon, January the 23rd, at the Mieti Allah headquarters, wherever it is in Nasarawa State. The DSS operatives, alongside officers of the Nigerian Army, were said to have stormed the Mieti Allah's office at about 10:40 p.m. and effected the arrest. Correspondents said a DSS source who confirmed the arrest disclosed that Badejo was arrested over fears that the creation of the nomad vigilante group could cause violence across the country. So that's what you're looking at is the group that this guy is forming. They look like one of those Shiite sort of thing that we saw in Kaduna a few years ago. He added that the group was not registered with the DSS, the police, or any other security agency. Hence, it is not recognized by the federal government, the source said. Our DSS operatives and soldiers of the Nigerian Army stormed the Mieti Allah's head office in Nasarawa this afternoon, and we arrested their national president, Bello Badejo, for creating a vigilante group that is not recognized by the government. The creation of the nomad vigilante group could cause violence in the country. The group was not registered with the DSS, the police, or any other security agency, and the group is not recognized by the federal government. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. It says on Wednesday, January the 17th, Mieti Allah inaugurated a 1,144 nomad vigilante security outfit. It said it is part of its efforts to tackle the incessant rate of kidnapping and other criminal acts in Nasarawa State. So in what capacity is it making that 1,144? That's an army right there. And of course, they are all equipped with AK-47. So anyway, Nigeria is in for some very, very dark period, I suspect, over the course of this year. On Wednesday, January the 17th, Mieti Allah inaugurated a 1,144 nomad vigilante security outfit. It said it is part of its effort to tackle the incessant rate of kidnapping and other criminal acts in Nasarawa State. So how are they seeking to tackle that? On what authority are they seeking to tackle that? And how are they going to tackle that? So are they weaponized to tackle that? And if they are weaponized, who weaponized them? And if they effect an arrest, what then happens to that whoever it is that they've? So it's just a nonsense. This is essentially an assault group. It said it is part of its efforts to tackle the incessant rate of kidnapping and other criminal acts in Nasarawa State. Speaking during the inauguration, Badejo said that the reason for setting up the vigilante group was to complement the federal government's efforts towards tackling insecurity in the country. So there it is right there. I suppose if Nnamdi Kanu can unilaterally set up his own whatever it is, then you see this is an offshoot of IPOB, by the way, because of course, if they can set up what's the military wing of IPOB, if they can set that up outside of the constitution, then what argument then prevents their bookies from doing similarly? So their bookies do similarly and still stay with their bookies. Kano, Kwakwanso Ganduje reconciliation is game over for PDP. This is Bashir Ahmed. So Bashir Ahmed, let me take it from here. Let's see. I'm in the course of trying to see if I can get this guy to come on the platform. That's what I was that's why I paused. But we'll see how that goes. This Bashir Ahmed. Kano, Kwakwanso Ganduje reconciliation is game over for PDP, says Bashir Ahmed. The political dilemma and permutation in Kano State has continued to gain national interest since the Supreme Court verdict of the gubernatorial election dispute. Bashir Ahmed, former media aide to ex-President Muhammadu Buhari, has also jumped into the conversation on Kano politics. Ahmed reflected on the feud between Senator Rabiu Kwakwanso and Dr. Abdullahi Ganduje, both ex-Kano governors seeking to annex the political structure of Kano. Recall that there is ongoing speculation over a series of meetings staged to help resolve the long-standing feud between both Kano political stalwarts. Another report confirms that President Tinubu had instructed Ganduje to let down his guard and help and end his feud with Kwakwanso. It was gathered that this appeal was made during a gathering with the Kano APC stakeholders following the Supreme Court's confirmation of Abba Yusuf as the governor of Kano State. It was reported that the president urged party members in the region to participate in positive discussions with individuals, groups, and political entities interested in joining the party. He underscored the significance of promoting unity, progress, and development within the state. So, reacting to this development, Ahmed, in a social media post on X, said the likely reconciliation between Rabiu Kwakwanso and Dr. Abdullahi Ganduje will be a significant setback for the major opposition party, PDP. So in just this one sentence right there, this is a loaded sentence, is loaded on so many stratas. But let's read the rest of it and then we'll unpack it. When our party, the APC, regains its base in Kano, we will declare tomorrow's game over already. So there's a lot packed in there. So let's start unpacking. So now the likely, and by the way, the move is now at pace. The reconciliation, this is something that Tinubu is pushing quite aggressively. So for Rabiu Kwakwanso and Abdullahi Ganduje to sheathe their sword. And you have to understand also that by both their admissions, Tinubu and Rabiu Kwakwanso are long-standing friends. So they are not just acquaintances within this political cycle. Their friendship and partnership dates back decades. So Rabiu Kwakwanso politically aligns and leans more towards Tinubu than anybody else. Certainly not Peter Obi, but even more so not what's it called? The pot belly from Adamawa State. What's his name? We've forgotten him already. I have forgotten him. Yeah, pot belly from Adamawa State. So Kwakwanso's politics aligns more towards Tinubu, and his familiar, that is in terms of his relationship, he relates and aligns and is more friendly towards Tinubu than Atiku or Peter Obi. So that's one. So now, and by the way, Ganduje was Kwakwanso's deputy when Kwakwanso was governor. So there's an established relationship also there. It's his only really political ambitions that caused that chasm between them. But there's a political expediency now that is larger than that chasm between them. So Ganduje has pinnacled politically. He now being the chairman of the ruling party, and with that responsibility, he has to ensure the well-being continuously of that party. Kwakwanso also, he has now been boiled down to his political essence because, of course, a lot of people felt that Kwakwanso will be the, not a lot of people, but some people that did not have the far reach of political understanding. People that did not have the far reach of political understanding, they thought that Kwakwanso will be the natural successor of Malam Buhari. So they thought that Kwakwanso would be the natural successor of Malam Buhari. And that wild thinking, that psychedelic thought pattern seemed to have infiltrated somewhat Kwakwanso's thinking during the course of that electoral cycle as well, and has led him to believe that he's more than he actually is. But this political cycle now has condemned him, not condemned him, but condensed him to his core essence. And the core essence of Kwakwanso is essentially a single state political powerhouse. But then what a state, though? We're talking about Kano State, which is the second largest voting bloc within the country. So Kwakwaso bursts to its essence. Ganduje gets the chairmanship of the APC. There's an established familiar, as I said, between Kwakwaso and Tinubu. And for future politics now, the coming together of all of that is what they're starting to work on now. So if this comes, if this succeeds, then what this Bashir Ahmed, what he is saying, if this succeeds, then that is 2027 all wrapped up in a pretty package and a bow. So that is 2027 then all wrapped up in a pretty package and a bow. The likely reconciliation between Senator Rabiu Kwakwanso and Dr. Abdullahi Ganduje will be a significant setback for the major opposition party. So now that's the second half of what he said. So that is quite a point. That is an acerbic aside and a double entendre. So I'm not using big grammar to sound clever, but that is what to describe it. That is an acerbic aside and a double entendre. So the acerbic aside is the acknowledgement that so that will be a setback for the major opposition party, and he ended it with the PDP. So the acerbic aside is to cast the obedient space into the brackets that they fall within, which is a satellite thought space that is not a real trouble to mainstream politics. So that is what he's saying. But then also embedded in that is a signaling to the PDP space that once we get this guy, you are done. You are cooked. So that is what he's saying. The likely reconciliation between Senator Rabiu Kwakwanso and Dr. Abdullahi Ganduje will be a significant setback for the major opposition party, PDP. When our party, the APC, regains its base in Kano, we will declare tomorrow's game over. So essentially, once this relationship has been mended and patched up, and by the way, once they patch up this relationship, that doesn't then mean that Ganduje will raise Kwakwanso's hand and say, oh, this guy now has crossed over to the APC. No, it will be sort of working understanding that they have with Yemsen Wike. That will be the sort of loose, because we're seeing some loose alignment politically now, Wike being a good example. So it will be that working understanding that they sort of have with Wike that they will have with Rabiu Kwakwanso as well. So he then promises them Kano, and there's nobody doing anything funky in Lagos in 2027. And with Kano in the bag and Lagos already in situation, 2027 game over. So that is what the Mala was trying to explain. So that is what the Mala was trying to explain. Let me take you from there. Let me take you from there 2 days. Let me take you from there 2 days. Let me take you from there 2 days. Femi Adesina, why Buhari's cousin, Abba Kyari, fought me till death. This guy is going to force me to buy his almost certainly badly written book eventually. Femi Adesina, the former spokesperson of the immediate past president Muhammadu Buhari, has disclosed the intrigues that happened between him and Abba Kyari, the late cousin and chief of staff of his employer. Adesina's revelation indicated that he had a strained relationship with the former chief of staff to ex-president Buhari from the day the latter was appointed. According to correspondents, the former presidential spokesperson made this disclosure in his book titled Working with Buhari, Reflections of a Special blah, 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 stating that Kyari was not satisfied with his direct relationship with Buhari. The veteran journalist said he was only following Buhari's advice when he became the spokesperson. The veteran journalist said for the 5 years Kyari worked as chief of staff to Buhari, he did not allow the office of the media to have access to the operational funds which had been in existence under me. So he wasn't giving him dollars. I think that is like, is this what it boils down to? He's not wasn't giving me dollars. He also made it known that Kyari denied him the opportunity to employ personnel in the media unit despite President Buhari's approval. Adesina noted that he and Kyari did not settle their score till the latter died. He added that he tried to give him the desired respect and work out an amicable working relationship with him. His statement reads in part, "One thing you cannot deny Malam Abba, as is usually called, was he was fiercely loyal to the president. He wasn't essentially loyal to the president, he was loyal to the dollars. These were the people that captured Buhari, of course, when he was comatose. The former President Buhari spokesperson, Adesina, has said he inherited collateral damage. Oh, okay, this is a follow-on into another. So that's that. So that Femi Adesina then. So let me bring you this. Let me bring you a couple more. I'm not quite sure how. There's room in the room. There's space in the. There's room in the room. Imagine that. I should be short, shouldn't I? I mock people for making those sort of grammatical errors. There's space in the room if you want to hop on. Hop on. Right. Let me give you just a couple more headlines. I was threatened for linking powerful Nigerians to illegal mining. So this is Dele Alake now. There's a clip that somebody sent in. It's quite lengthy, so maybe in the course of the session, I may play it to you. That speaks to what is going on in Jos and Plateau State. Nothing to do with ethnicity, nothing to do with farmer-herder clashes. That region is richer than the South in terms of mineral resources, essentially is what we're finding out. And then let me bring you this as a headline as well. Stronger Naira expected as EFCC agrees with BDC to spoil black market rate. So they're looking to digitalize the Bureau de Change system so that then there's some sort of legality to it. All right. Let me send in the let me send in the link to the studio again. The session will go as it goes, you know, as you always do. I just make the presentation and then I look to you guys to make it whatever it will be. So that's the link. Anybody else will hop on. Play the K guides. Presents the people that are assembled, and then we'll see how it goes. But first, of course, I know you only come here for one thing, to all you alcoholic bunch, and here it is, your favorite and mine. Where are they? Oh, somebody has been moving my stuff around. I'm going to blame Thomas. It's always Thomas. So here they are, your favorite and mine, the K guides.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ mẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that, of course, on behalf of myself and you, my friends. And there might well be quite a few. Anyway, we'll discuss that maybe in the course of the week. There's going to be some changes to the platform going forward. But before those changes take effect, Father of the Bride, Ajan Lekoko, guarantees then there'll be a breeding session. It's 50-50 though. Whenever Pansat is around, we see which Pansat we're having today. Thomas joins us, and Ekene back in Alaba, he's with us as well. So that's the panel for the moment. So if you want to hop on like a bunny rabbit, hop. So like a bunny rabbit hop, let's kick it off with Pansat. Good to see you, my man. Pansat.
Hello, one man. How are you?
I'm good.
And the rest of the panelists. Could you hear me very well? Could you hear me?
Yes. It's yeah. Carry on. Yeah. That's much better. Carry on.
All right. Thank you very much. Before I go on to the topic, actually, I want you to spoon feed me the topics as you normally do. But I wanted to say that in order for you and I to be friends, I want you to edit your Instagram and try to remove a lot of stuff you have there that's irritating me. That's why I've been hostile to you in the last 48 hours.
And it's my biggest ambition. It's my biggest ambition in life, of course, to be your friend. So, all right. Which one of them offends you? How does it offend you? Is it pictures of my kids? They offend you? Is it my daughter?
No. Now that's actually, those are the good ones, and you should keep those. But the Igbo hitting hard. Africans were not blessed with American or Western ways. There were a lot of things that our people did in the past that is not in vogue. I think if you took pictures of Europeans around the same time period, those pictures were taken when they're not posing, saying cheese. They were also doing some things they won't be happy about. So they came into our continent, into our country, and started taking pictures of people and documenting things that they consider to be barbaric in the entire continent, all the way to the Americas and everywhere. So we shouldn't help them by promulgating those, perpetuating those kind of stigma. So as people who come and we associate with you here, and you associate with us in other platforms, you should at least know that we're Africans first. And if anybody comes from outside to fight us, then we'll fight them together as Africans. Then as Nigerians, and then, of course, the clannish stuff. We can always have that clannish stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. But we should talk about that privately. I just want to alert you that the hostility you're going to be seeing from me until you try to rise up to your responsibility as a host, somebody with friends that span from Igbo to Hausa to Yoruba to Europeans, that you should not just be picking on the Igbos. And I believe you did that a long time ago. You just haven't had time to.
I have never picked on the Igbos. That I have no better friends. Nothing jars me. Very few things jar me. But this appellation that you guys are trying to put on me as an Igbo, it really jars me, because I admire the Igbo culture even probably more than which music do I play all the time?
That's
who
right.
are my best people on this platform? So don't.
No, but it's true.
Yeah.
Let me first say that I agree with that. But it takes somebody as smart as me to look deep down and know that what you're doing is a shtick. It's sometimes double entendre. Some Yorubas will understand.
You understand grammar to that level, or you heard me say it. Look at this guy.
Some Yorubas will take it this way, and then Igbos will take it the other way. Double entendre is not a big grammar; it just means a phrase that means two different things. So I would say, right? But at some point, you have to agree with me. If so many people, you saw the reception you got today, right? Now,
where did that? What reception?
you came into a Niger Watch, and
Yes.
you actually made a statement that was quite good about Tinubu and his
I did not
government.
say anything that I've not said previously.
Right.
I just like to go there once in a while just to troll them and set them up. But they didn't quite. I was expecting their usual wild something, but they didn't quite wild it up the way I was.
No,
I
no,
was even,
people
I thought
would.
they'd be flapping and screaming. Like, what did this
They
one
did,
man?
they did. You left. They
But I
did.
left. I just
Yeah.
went in. I had a moment with them.
You
I
had
didn't
a
really.
moment,
I
and you
didn't care
started off
really.
very well, and you really disappointed Elvis, Mr. Elvis, when you just went the other way, right? Because you started off very well, like you did with what's his name?
We've documented that Bajamia Miller is a crook on this platform countlessly. So
Right,
I'm not
but
sure
you
that I
put
said
it. I
anything.
mean, you put it succinctly. I mean, you put it like a sound bite, just like Rudolph Carvey on a sound bite, putting Tinubu in the right space.
Yeah, you
A
mean
lot of
you mean Rudolph clipping me out of context?
no,
There you are.
it was a
He's
contest.
a Southeastern thing,
I,
isn't he? He's a
I,
journalist, isn't he? He's not
I
even a
was
South.
I
He's a
was
journalist,
there.
isn't
I was there. You
he?
you put it, better than anybody else could. And then coming from you, it has more credibility because you are a Yoruba guy and you're a Tinubu supporter, but you made that statement. It was stunning, right? So he saved it, just like you did with
If there's
by
any other
doing.
thing that jars me is being called a Tinubu. I don't support Tinubu. I try to explain that I actually support Nigeria, but maybe it's too high for the thing maybe it's too complex a concept.
No, but it's not at all. I mean, it's not at all. You like I said, you do your stick sometimes, and that's okay. But when you're serious, I know your persona from the other regular stuff you do, right? But what I'm saying is that if you, I want to talk about these topics, by the way. But I'm saying to you,
Yeah.
if we are getting to know one another better, like your panelists, some of them are Igbo, some are Hausa, some are Yoruba. And you've made friends with Ekene. There's the other guy, I forgot his name, that I used to be on your platform a lot. Joel of Nazareth, even going to South. So at some point, you're gonna be able to go back to some of those things you did, like that Instagram, and just remove all that stuff. It's not important. It's not necessary. We have a problem in the country. We have to unify, right? So we've been fighting, but maybe like today, I could have actually doubled down on you and then actually had you disgraced over there. But I kind of held my.
What do you mean me disgraced? I went to, I was probably the highlight of their year. Every time I turn there, it's like Michael Jackson turned up.
That's right. Yeah. So it happens to me too. Sometime I fight over there and I'm gone. It's like here, right now, I'm the star here, right? So it's okay. But at some point, you're going to have to do what I'm doing now, which is to come in seriously and shed some of those, old skin and start afresh. I'm urging you to go to that Instagram and remove those things. If you don't, I'm going to be on your case. When you leave this place, you come out into the
so what would be if you were on my case, what would be a deviation from the norm? How does that deviate from the norm?
No, because I haven't been in your case lately. I've been coming here. I've been coming to your show. I get on the comment section and I participate, right? I pick on Baba, maybe the only one I pick on, right? Because he's a severe case, right? But no, but on a serious note, I don't think you've been on your Instagram lately. So because some of your friends, they go there, they'll be embarrassed. People like Kene, if he goes and see what you're putting on
Ekene doesn't even know what Instagram is. If can you sell it in the market and does it make money?
So anyway, go ahead and feed me a couple of these things. Let me give you my opinion on those.
All right. I'd like us to get the nuanced Pansat if we could. So don't just go to the usual, let's have a conversational sort of a Pansat. And let's kick it off. Let's kick it off. Did you see that clip that I played of this DSS, fierce as DSS arrest Mieti Allah's president, reasons, details emerge. So this guy now has assembled what essentially a 1,144 strong militia group, which he says he's using to combat kidnapping and criminality in Nasarawa State. So there's the sense that the Northerners are starting to circle wagon around the Tinubu administration somewhat, and we have seen a spike, an upsurge in incidents of banditry, kidnapping. We've always had it anyway, but there seems to be a coordination somewhat in activities in a spike up. And now we're seeing this guy forming essentially a militia army. So what's your reading then? They've arrested Metia Allah. What sort of response are you expecting from the space?
Yeah, well, the gentleman's name apparently, according to Punch, is Bello Bodejo, as the leader of this Meati, the president of Meati Allah, right? And Nasarawa State. And DSS, they normally act like thugs for a presidency, just like in the case of Buhari. So now, if this is not a plotted thing, if it's real for real, well, that's the kind of thing they should have been doing a long time ago. This guy, they arrested him for forming a militia group. Instead of arresting him as a terrorist, there's been a call for a long time now for him to be arrested by prominent Nigerians. So, but I'm afraid that it's like a planned thing. I still won't give it any credibility yet, obviously, because Mayati Allah, they're very powerful. Northern has been complaining. You could see the same thing that we saw under Jonathan is coming into fruition, and that's surprising, right? Surprising. Tinubu is supposed to be their man. So they'll be making a very big mistake if they keep going on the trajectory that I see them going, which is to finally piss off the Yorubas and the Igbos at the same time. For example, if they get it wrong, do what they did to, for example, MKO Abiola, right? So it looks like the hardcore elements are beginning to separate from the, if you believe it or not, what do you call people who are in the middle? If those hardcore elements are beginning to separate and they start thinking about bringing down this government because of the wrong reasons, there are reasons for this government not to be in office, one of them being they're illegitimate. But one of the reasons that they should not be in office is that they're Southerners, a Southern president or somebody from the Yoruba stock, right? Or somebody who's not letting them do carte blanche what Buhari let them do, right? So I know there's a topic that's probably, I don't know if you mentioned it, but I want to put together here, there was a gentleman today that was on one of Nigeria's stations saying that moving the FAAN to Lagos is not a good idea, because if you're doing it because you have a lot of traffic in Lagos, then you should move the commerce industries departments to Onitsha or Kano or something like that. And that's a legitimate point to be made. So I'm going to sum it up by saying that I agree with the arrest.
Yes, I was watching that just before the session.
Okay, yeah, this one. Were you gonna play? You could play him there.
Hold on. Before you go back to it's a 30-minute video, so I'll just leave him unmuted in the background. But what he was saying essentially was that he said a lot of things. This guy here, and it still goes back to that narrative of the North. Somewhat are starting to move against the Tinubu space. It's saying government assets are Northerners, so I'm not aware of any government assets being sold. But his real push was that all these parastatals now being moved to Lagos. And the argument then that in terms of aviation, the most activity is in Lagos, so why shouldn't you cite it there? And his counter argument was that if that is the logic, then you could equally argue that the Ministry of Commerce should go to Onitsha or Kano, which is the hub of commercial activities, and Military of Agriculture to the Middle Belt, which is the food basket, etc., etc. And there's somewhat of a coherence in what he had to say. You there?
Exactly, I'm here. So, like I said, that's the kind of law they could be political and make those kind of statements, right? The guy's a smart, one of these irredenties, but smart northerners. But he's hypocritical. If you ask him where's North right now, right? He's gonna look at it geographically, like Abuja and all that stuff. It's not the North, and he knows that. Culturally, no, geographically. So if they are trying to make Tinubu like a Jonathan, they risk finally actually unifying the country to finally do what we're supposed to do in the first place. But I agree with the idea of not letting Tinubu corner everything to the southwest.
Do you agree or disagree that our key departments within the CBN should be relocated back to Lagos, which is the hub of commercial activities, especially financial activities in Nigeria?
I agree if it's a policy based on the right reasons, efficiency, blah blah blah. Then you then have to co-join it with what he's saying. This Bashar Dalhatu is saying, right? It should be then done ministry-wide. It has to be done in a way that when an Igbo president comes in, he doesn't then do something to retaliate for that. Or if a northern president comes in, then he moves it all the way back to Abuja or Kano. Do you understand? It cannot be done with myopia, right? The aperture has to be open very wide to know, okay, this is the policy. They go through legislature and do everything. If we're doing things for efficiency, that oil, that Dangote oil should not be located where it is. It should be closer to where the oil refinery should be, right? Things like that. We should be doing things like that. There should be ministries in the southeast with commerce. So if it's done with a policy outlook to unify the country and be more efficient, nobody's going to argue with that. That makes a lot of sense. But you cannot come in and leave things that would do much better in the southeast, you leave them in the southwest, or things that would do much better in the north, you leave them in the southeast. Well, we know that's not the case, but you know what I mean. So if he's doing it where it really makes no sense, there's no logic to it, but just your basic banal tribalism. That's the critics can make a case like that against him. He already has that aura around him. Do you understand? One man.
Carry on.
So to conclude with that DSS arrest over there.
Answer, before you go conclude.
Yeah.
You also see, good evening. You also see Senator Alindume when he was bashing President Tinubu on this policy on channels which ain't working by then. I don't know why the Northerners are serious about this issue. Because even Senator Alindume was against Tinubu today, saying that this issue has already affected his political career in the North. That was a statement made by Senator Alindume. So I don't know their reasons. I still want to understand why are they taking it so serious?
Let me attempt at it. Maybe Pansa can come in. They are worried that the power base of the country is being moved. What's the power base of the country? You're talking about the security infrastructures, and then you're talking about finance, and you're talking about NMPC. So if CBN moves to Lagos, is that much more removed from them? So and that is really their fear. With Lagbaja already the chief of army staff, and if Tinubu does it now, it's the perfect time to do it. So he has then 3.5 years to bed it in as the new status quo. So it's a very clever move if they are doing it, and they can see that it's a clever move. If he moves to Lagos, and Tinubu secures a second term, then that breaks their feeding bottle line right there.
Maybe if that is right, I think I will support Tinubu on that, because the way some Northerners are going against this, I don't understand. Even Senator Alindimo of all people, I don't know their interest, but now I'm beginning to understand that there is something serious going on in that. He still say that they are still forcing the president not to do it, and he believes that the president will not do it. So they're having serious conversation on that issue with the president, according to the exposure he made today. So I don't know.
I don't actually see the logic of moving the FAAN, but I see the logic of moving the CBN. Where else in Nigeria are financial transactions taking place other than in Lagos? I mean, all the banks are in Lagos. They are all headquarters in Lagos. Yeah.
FAA is, if you take a look of
that FAA is a very important position, federal. The way I see it, I see many logic in that.
Yeah.
The aviation sector. Lagos is the nerve center of aviation business in Nigeria. So why should the operational head be in Abuja when even the best airport and the best facility in that operation of in that sector is situated in Lagos? I mean, we have to be doing things right.
Adalekoko, what about the logic of this gentleman here, Bashir Dalhatu? His argument is that if you go by that logic, then you have to situate every ministry where it is most impactful. So the Ministry of Agriculture then has to go to the Middle Belt, and the Ministry of Commerce has to go to somewhere in the Southeast. So do you see?
Making a rubbish argument. The argument is making kind of want to look, logic, but it's very illogical, and why it's argument. You understand what I'm saying? Look.
No, I don't, because you are arguing that Lagos is the nerve center of the aviation industry, and therefore the aviation authority has to be there. And he is arguing that Kano or Onitsha, they are the nerve center of commerce, so the Ministry of Commerce should be there.
What he even make there is even wrong. Kano and Onitsha is not the nerve center of business in Nigeria. It's Lagos. And
okay,
Lagos,
so you want to move everything? Then let's hold on. Let's follow your logic too. No, hold on. You hold on. Angelica, hold on. Hold on, so you can answer it together. Hold on.
Okay.
What you're saying is that Lake Onitsha and Kano are not the nerve center of commerce. Okay, that's not it. That was just an example. Let's say Lagos is also the nerve center for commerce, right? Are you then willing to revert everything back to Lagos from where it came to Abuja, trying to decongest Lagos, right? If Lagos is the best of everything, let's follow it to the logical conclusion. Let's just say Lagos is the best in commerce, physics, whatever, right? So do you want to move everything back to Lagos then? Poke holes in what he's saying. You have to poke holes in his argument. You're trying to fight with statistics. That's not the point. It may not be on it may be another place. But even if we go all the way and look at it in the logic that's best for your argument, let's just say Lagos has the best of everything. Do you then want
sorry, Pansat? Are you faulting the move? Are you faulting? And people are adding in the comment section, by the way, that the FAAN was actually moved by Buhari from Lagos. But are you faulting that key departments within the CBN should move very close to where the financial heartland of the country is.
Is that for me or for Ajale Koko?
No, that's for you, and then Ajale Koko. That's for the conversation, really. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Because, like, to me, I don't follow the move if that is a policy, and that's the reason why you're doing it, which is efficiency, right? And having it to where the country will make and the citizens will benefit from it. I will save money, and things will run very well. Because you have to know, it's only in Nigeria that airports and all that is a big deal. Here in the United States, every city virtually has an airport, right? Even the small counties, small cities, they have airports. So it's not a big deal. So the point we want to, if it's by policy based on what we just talked about, a little bit of what this Malam is talking about, yeah, I'm for that. But if you're just doing it with a narrow-mindedness, no, I'm against that kind of thing, obviously. So let's hear from Ajanloko, but if you address the issue, stop fighting between how big Onitsha market is and then how Lagos market. Just the main thing we're talking about.
Oh, well, let me say this. What I was trying to point out there was that the argument of that man saying that, oh, Onitsha or Kano is the nerve center of commerce, that is totally wrong. That is number one lie. That a lie there. So I'm just pointing that out to let you know that this man doesn't, in his argument, does not mean good. It's all about lies, and it's all about fighting for the interest that does not work good for the country. It is time for the country to start doing things right in an efficient manner that promote productivity.
Sorry, that's
in such a business manner that we promote productivity and attract investors. You understand what I'm saying? To invest in those key sectors. So what Tinubu is doing, Lagos is the economic nerve center of Nigeria. Lagos.
Should the Ministry of Petroleum be moved to the south?
To the south. If it's going to work efficiently for the economy better than in any part of the country, yes, it should be there.
All right. Let me ask you another question. Should the federal ministry, should they be close to the seat of power, or should they be close to where their activity is most present? Ministry of Petroleum being a good example. So should that be close to the seat of power, or should it be close to the oil wells?
Wait, one man. You see, this argument, people are taking it. I mean, this action that Tinubu is trying to carry out, moving some departments to Lagos, some people are taking it out of proportion. It's just some department, operational department, that we work in conjunction with the financial sector of the country, which is, strongly concentrated in Lagos. We have to do away with this sentiment and these people, that is this man particularly, that's talking all this nonsense on the TV, trying to, trying to paint a picture of, the interest of the North is being dashed by Tinubu. This is the way these people carry out propaganda against any southern president that is trying to do the right thing. You understand?
To be fair, the same accusation was leveled against Buhari under that he was governing for his people.
No, not in this manner. We are talking of doing the right. You just said that some people said that Buhari moved FAA to Abuja, when Abuja, does not even generate 10%, in terms of revenue from the aviation sector. Lagos generates.
Yeah, but policy positions are being determined in Abuja, not Lagos.
Yes, but what we are saying,
you're not disagreeing then.
Can you please allow me to interject, please?
No, hold on. Let Ajane Koko land. And then we make you the last interjection, and then Pansa takes the floor back.
Yeah.
One man, I want to interject.
I want to moderate the interjections so that but Ajane Koko land first. Yeah.
So, but what we are trying to say is that people should not take this out of context. People should not be carried away with this kind of people that come on the TV fighting for the interest that is not even there in the first place. It's just for the banking sector to work efficiently and the monetary policy to be, efficiently carried out. That is the reason for this. We should leave this with people that are trying to do things right. FAA, it should be in Lagos. It has been in Lagos. It's been working efficiently, but now you took the headquarters there to Abuja, where it cannot really manage anything there. So we should be doing things right in that country. So this kind of sentiment, tribal push on everything, it doesn't work. It's not good for the country this time. So let me just leave it there. So for others to speak, woman.
All right.
Woman, I want to
come in the star, and then after the star, let's just go back to Pansata. The interjections always takes us into some cold.
I know, but I really need to say something.
Hold on for the star.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Please press like and love button. This is I want to talk on the FA because that is my area of profession. Yeah. I think our people, the people in the government, they are not managing communication effectively, and they are playing into the hands of the Northerners. One, you are saying it was a Buhari that removed, relocated headquarters of aviation to the north. It shouldn't even be put in that way. It was this immediate past aviation minister. That was what he did.
It is Rika.
Yes, that is part of the nonsense he did in the aviation industry. That is why, for the first time, they appointed non-aviator person as a minister of aviation, and there was nobody that protested. Go and check in the past. If they put any non-aviators, you see people flying the unions fighting. But this, it messed up the whole thing. It relocating NCA FA headquarters to Abuja was done not even up to a year. That was the party gift that he did. And what is the function? I am a quality assurance and safety engineer. It is the aviation quality managers that in charge of each airlines, and they are based in the headquarters. The headquarters of the head office of every aviation companies. Where are they? They are all in Lagos. ARIC is in Lagos. ARIC head office is in Lagos. The quality manager that is representing, that is interfacing between airlines and NCA, they are in Lagos. Now, for you now to do anything now in the aviations now, they will write letter. Quality manager in Lagos will write letter to NCA. That letter will be taken to Abuja, maybe by flight or by maybe it gets there in 2 days, 3 days before before director that is going to treat it is in Abuja. Can you see that is there any sense in that for quality manager to leave his place in Lagos to travel to Abuja? Look at so there is no any sense because all the offices of the airlines, they are based in Lagos. So it has never done, but because he did it that time, the Southerners, they kept quiet. They didn't do anything. So just like the first caller has said, the first person that spoke, the way they are doing things, the way they are going about it. When I watch this guy interview Senator Indume, it was like he's issuing a threat to Tinubu that is going to keep that there will be consequence if he should go ahead. We are talking of the president of the country.
All right, I think we get the drift of that. Can I only have a really short window and then bring that space on Pansat?
Yeah, I think this guy said everything. Ndume was issuing a threat to Tinubu. It's a threat. I watched the interview towards the end of it. So that he didn't even know when the time was off. But what I wanted to say is this. I don't know why these Northerners behave like this. Because I don't see the reason of that this man mentioning Ministry of Commerce being moved to Onitsha or Kano. You know, this is the issue. You know, this where this elite play into our mind if we are not careful. These guys know how to play tribal politics very well. For me, he's trying to bring in.
Do you think he said Onitsha so to bring the Southeasterners on board with his?
Yes.
He was trying.
Yes.
This
is emotional.
He got Pansat.
Yeah. He will get some people.
Yeah,
but I don't buy to
cheap.
it. I'm not that kind of person.
That's very cheap to be.
So I don't see the reason for that. What brings Onitsha and they can to this issue now? That's how they do it. And they are the master of tribalism. These guys, you see, they are the ones behind the tribal issue and the religious issue we have in this nation. But we don't seem to understand it. This is what this guy just did here. So nothing concern when we want to talk about commerce, then we'll talk about that issue separately. Not when we're talking about the issue of CBN and the FAN. You now bring in Onitsha and all these things. Then if my brothers are not careful, they begin to buy to it. If Tinubu can do this, then you should also do this to Onitsha on this and on that. It doesn't make any sense to me. What I see there is tribalism. So we should be careful of these guys. And for this, I support that move. If Tinubu should be able to get, because when I watch Senator Alindume today, I can see the furiousness in him, the kind of anger that was in him. So it seems that something serious, and he was even accusing the CBN governor, Cardoso, that even if Tinubu was not the president, can he be the CBN governor? Why should they be acting like that? You just imagine. So let us not play into their tribalism. That's all I want to say. So they can continue to discuss what they want to discuss. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Pansat, bring that space on, and then I'll take you to another space. Pansat.
All right, thank you very much. Let's just say that that it's just FAAN's Federal Airport Authority is just an enterprise that's owned by Nigerian government, and we know who is the Minister of Aviation, right? You know who that is, right? That's Keyamo, and all this fall under him, right? So the game they're playing, this Bajue Amela.
Is that where we are now?
These gangsters, So because there are two discussions we're having here simultaneously. Number one, which Angelica, I'm happy that he's accepted that, right? Which is things should be done in that country in a manner that is more efficient. Woman, do you understand? That should be policy based on fairness, savings, developing the country. So if they do a study and they find out that Abuja itself should be decentralized, then they should do that based on that, and then go serially from commerce to aviation to whatever. Like you said, that was a very good example you cited, which is the oil. That ministry should be located at least close to somewhere in the south. So that's nothing else to discuss about that. You have to know there are many airports. It doesn't have to be Lagos has the biggest airport, but these guys are managing like 20-something, 30-something odd airports, right? Each one of them is very important. Whichever one is not up to par, they should bring it up to par. The only thing we're not here in the United States, or I don't know where you are, maybe you are somewhere in the United Kingdom, you just don't boast about one city's stuff. Say London, Heathrow Airport. That's it. You every time you talk, oh, look at Heathrow Airport, is good. You want to have a lot of good airports. You want to have a lot of development in the country, infrastructure, from sea to the desert. We should make that a beautiful country. People should be coming and visiting and bringing in money, a lot of money, just from people going all over the place. So we could leave that. Maybe we'll come back when it's our John Leko's turn. I don't want him wasting my time on that with my time, right?
Oh, you want to leave this headline?
So
did you say?
let you go to the next. But Aja will come in. Yeah, I want to go through whatever you want to talk about, the headlines.
Yes.
Then when it's our John Leko's turn, then I'll come back for this one, for this aviation.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space then. It looks as though, in some shops, I don't know if you have that culture in America, but when they want to promote something in this country, they say buy one and get one free. So now it looks as though the 2023 election may well be a buy one and get one free election, with Tinubu taking situation now, essentially then getting the 2027 election free. Kano, Kwakwanso Ganduje reconciliation is game over for PDP. This is Bashir Ahmed making this pronouncement. And of course, moves being made now to thaw the tension between Kwakwanso and Ganduje. If Kwakwanso and Ganduje align, then that is Kano State banked for the APC. Kano State banked for the APC, Lagos banked for the APC, 2027 banked for the APC. So this is what Bashir Ahmed is putting forward. I take it you agree.
I do not agree, and these people they don't understand what happened in the last election, right? For example, Lagos was in the bank for Tinubu, but it wasn't, right? Election was rigged, right? That's how Tinubu is right there. But it's not just that election was rigged; it was that Buhari, right, fooled everybody. INEC was believed. People never thought in their wildest imagination that INEC, that's been running an election through a couple of years with the Beavers machine and everything just went hunky-dory. There wasn't even any challenges really to the election. He kept to it. So the Nigerians were naive and they sat there and they rigged that election, right? What APC has to understand, all that strong arm politics is not going to work again if they survive between now till the next election. Nigerians are going to be very vigilant. The only way APC will be comfortable is if inflation is in check and these debts cut down, at least if not paid back, at least stop borrowing. There's check in inflation. There's adequate power supply. If it's not even 100%, there should be movement in that direction. The communication problems resolved there, the gap between the state and the society, corruption in check, or at least movement towards it where it's palpable, right? There are consistent economic policies, or the human capital, the poor human capital over there, there's amelioration. Nigerian markets, crime and terrorism, unemployment, ethnicity and religious differences, poor health system there, something done about it, poor infrastructure, transport, and all that. That's the only way they get to keep this stolen mandate they have now. And they should start doing something that should be movement, because the enemies of Southern Nigerians, the enemies that they call, what the hell they call them again? Infidel. Once you get, there's a threshold he's going to get to, and Tinubu is going to be out of there. These people are not like Democrats in the South. Southeasterners, Southerners, all those people that he stole that election from. We're not, the enemies that are arrayed against him now, he's not going to survive it. So those are the kind of things people like Wike, okay, look at Fubara, just a small boy. He's able to deal with Wike just by himself, a new governor, right? So imagine what will happen. So Tinubu should not lose sight that he didn't even win any state in my calculation. Nobody agrees with me on that, I must admit. But I didn't see him win a single state. So what the Northerners did by taking him in, they know they put him there. That's another danger. They know they put him there. They know he didn't win. And for the life of me, why would somebody like that, I mean, that would tell you that he doesn't have his marbles together. Why would you want to run again? You stole an election, right? You don't know what the hell you're doing. Imagine that somebody is worse than Buhari. It's unbelievable. So instead of him concentrating and saying, I stole this thing, but I'm going to use it and I'm going to get the hell out of here. He actually wants to run an election again. He didn't win this one. So all those things about Kano, it's in the bag, River State, that only happened because of Buhari, and his body language didn't show that he's capable of actually rigging that election for Tinubu, but he did. And Nigerians it's a shock, but they're going through all that series of shock and, the 5 phases of grief. So at some point, by that time, they're going to be very upset. It's not going to be Kwakwanso or this and that. He has to do a better job than what he's doing now and try to keep some kind of respect and legacy. But don't try to run again. He could barely stand up right now. Right?
Can't
all right. Talk. Yeah. So we'll go to the next one, because I'm sure you don't have a pushback on that.
I have a pushback, but I'm keen to move the conversation around to bring in other voices. So I'll take you to one more talking point. Just give a condensed response. I'll take the conversation round and then loop it back to you. I was threatened for linking powerful Nigerians to illegal mining. So this is Dele Alake. The next frontier in terms of the Nigerian battle is going to be this illegal mining. There was also one other clip that somebody sent to me. It tells the story of what is going on in Plateau State, in Benue and all those places. Nothing to do with ethnic clashes or anything at all. There is an abundance of wealth under the ground and on the surface of that space. And as soon as they clear those people out, by the way, they start to mine. So what are you then making then of this now by Dele Alake that the corruption fights back?
Yeah, well, the problem we have right here is the messenger. The message is okay, right? The messenger is more corrupt than the illegal miners, the administration. This has been going on. These people, they are not new. They were in government from 2015. We have fertile soils. We have all kinds of minerals. There's somebody else who said, I forgot, there's an article I read that shows that in Nasarawa and some of the other states, the only place where they have problems are where it's being mined, where there are minerals. That's why you have problems there. The Chinese, they came into that country and they were shipping sand home, right? What Nigeria classified as sand. And they say, I wonder what do they want the sand for? That sand is loaded with gold and all kinds of things. Nigerians don't know. You know that they do know. They know. The chiefs,
They may not know, there's a technology deficiency both in Nigeria. We don't know what we have, and we don't even know how we're being exploited because we don't have the know-how.
No, we Nigerians they're sharp. Nigerians are sharp.
Yeah, no, individually they are sharp, but but as a mass they are not.
No,
when the Chinese are packing away sand, and they're going to sieve it and take so many things out of that sand.
Exactly. It's not just it's the monarchs, those chiefs, the traditional leaders. That's their specialty. These Chinese, all people come in there, pay them off, and they take whatever they want. So they could just get a few bucks. So that, we have a lot of trouble in that country, problems. One man, I'm telling you. All these people, or for example, APC, the test, you don't have to wait till the Lord comes to know that if you're evil or not, right? If you support APC, especially from Buhari's second term, let's say 2019. If you support APC, you're an evil person. You don't need the Lord to tell you that. Because there's absolutely nothing that they have a virtue in. Nothing. You couldn't say, okay, you know what? At least he did this. Now, some people may say, oh, Buhari built some roads. I mean, how ignorant would somebody be to make that kind of mistake? Yeah. Somebody.
Hold on, Basat. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ṣé ẹ lọ bọ grandma kẹ́ tó padà sórí social media, Oga the star. Look at this guy.
Is that Baba? Is that Baba?
That was the star asking his grandmother what she wants to eat for dinner.
Why is this guy obsessed with me? Somebody talking and you are asking, is that Baba? Oh, man.
Anyway, so one man, I've already pronounced APC an evil party, right? But especially those who supported after 2019. Now, 2015, I was against Buhari, right? And a lot of people were against Buhari, especially people from the Southeast who always get it right when it comes to politics. Right? We knew who the guy was and what he did. But when he came back, you could see maybe let's say euphoria. This guy is now older.
By the way, a lot of people saw through Buhari. By the way, I don't quite know how he. Anyway,
it's incredible what the man did in 19, I believe it was between 83 and 85, right? Who would vote for him? But anyway, they dressed him up in tuxedo. He
was a tyrant in those times, and it was even worse now. He's an ethnic jingoist. He's a very tribalized man. He's a binary man. He's a man of our tribe. Just two things and two things only about Buhari: tribe and religion. He has nothing else to. How he got is unbelievable.
I hope Dr. Damages is going to record you talking right now because we could get two of those. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, so one man. The thing is that Buhari, there was not a single virtue. He's the most corrupt individual as of then, right? I believe that Tinubu is more corrupt than he is, but he was no good. So when he rigged that election in 2019, he didn't win that one in 2015, but Nigerians did nothing.
No, he didn't win that one in like you say. I'm loath to agree with anything you have to say, but yes, I agree. He did not win that election in 2019 or 2015 even.
Right.
The first IGP in 2015, I can't quite recall his name. that guy almost singularly gave Buhari. He rigged Kano State to the point that we were seeing 7-year-olds casting their votes. And Goodluck Jonathan saw the report, but he
Exactly.
knew that they were going to wild it up, and he did
Yeah.
not have the stomach for it, and he gave it up. He won
Look,
that election, Goodluck Jonathan.
one man, you keep talking like this, we're gonna make you an honorary Igbo man, right? Because the only problem you had before was that you kept lying, right?
The
Right
only
now
problem I have
you're
that
telling
with
the
that
truth all the
is
time.
the cannibalism.
See, that's another thing. You gotta remove all those things from your Instagram. But anyway, so let's conclude that. I know there's a lot of people who want to talk. Is there any other, or you want to have them go?
Let me pause you for a moment and take the conversation round. It's only you know how people get when they're waiting for too long, but I'll loop round to you just as quickly as I can. Let me go in the direction of Man of Prestige, who we tried to come to yesterday, but I think we lost him in the way. It's Prestige. Have we lost you yet again? Prestige.
Yeah, good day or good evening, everybody. Sorry for that. I have some business to attend, so I have to
Yeah, no, we came to you yesterday, but you were on the screen, but clearly not there physically. But how you doing?
I'm good, man. Nice to be here.
You sound as though you're in the middle or something. What are you doing?
No. Well, I was, but I mean, I really want to contribute to this particular topic. Just give me a minute. Let me close it. Okay, I really want to contribute to this
so that's
topic.
Man of Prestige.
I'm here. I really want to contribute to this topic. We are talking about the relocation of the CBN and the FAN.
Okay.
I have two angles to my comment in this regard. Like I was listening to Pansat, I mean, a lot of, I mean, I can say half of the time I don't agree with his submission, but I think he has made some eloquent submission. And Ekene, the idea when he come with that theory, that theory makes sense to me. This is how the elite play the tribal politics in Nigeria. I mean, they try to pin us against each other. That is a typical one of the reasons. And I have another angle of this, what they are doing right now. They know that if Tinubu do whatever he's going to do, or it's already done, there's nothing they can do about it. So they are playing for future politics. In case when Northern are coming, which the Northern is going to come in. I don't know when, but the Northern is going to come in. 4 years, 8 years, 16 years, but they're going to come in. They will use this as an excuse, a legitimate to move everything to Kano, not even Abuja, to move a lot of stuff to Kano. They are playing politics. That's what we don't understand. We may look at them as an uneducated or the least educated part of of Nigeria, but they know how to play the politics. They are silenced. All they do is listen record. They are more informed than we started off, although we are all of us, we are on this internet and everything, but they are not. They know how to play the politics, which is a wrong politics in my own opinion. That's not a civilized politics. But for them, it do work for them in Nigeria, which is terrible, for people to play what I consider to be a primitive politics. But it worked for them in Nigeria. So they're playing for future because there's nothing they can do. Tinubu is the head of state. He can do, he can use executive order. He can do whatever he want to do this. So that's what he's playing. So that's what they're doing right now. So having said that, second what Pansat said about if the relocation is for policy purpose, it makes sense. Because if you look at Lagos, Lagos is the hub, it is financial hub of Nigeria. So there's no that if you look at USA, for example, I will use USA for example. New York is the financial hub of United States, and Washington DC is the capital. The only thing that is located in Washington DC is the Federal Control Authority, airport authority, the control hub. That's the only thing located in Washington DC. But of course, we have a lot of airports, with different hubs. But just the administrative part is located in Washington DC. But every financial thing is located in New York. I mean, you're going to talk about the Federal Reserve, which is the same thing as our central bank, New York Stock Exchange, the headquarters of all the whole bank. So it makes sense to have the number one financial hub in the world, or in the USA anyway, to have all those things because of the access, logistic, and then staff wise and everything. So it does make sense. So from what I'm reading, I read a little bit, about the reason why Tinubu do it. I think what I heard that it was about 4,000 people that work at 4,000 people that work at the CBN, and it's very, very, it's very, very congested. So he's thinking that if he try to decongest it, maybe half, I don't know how many is going to send to Lagos, that, it's going to be, the staff is going to be more productive because they're in a better space. It's not as congested. That's what I had.
Do you not find that do you not find that argument feeble? If you are saying
I find the argument.
Just I hire another building.
I mean, it makes sense. If it makes
just
sense,
rent another building.
It does make sense to my opinion, if that's the actual reason, okay? Because everything that coming in Nigeria, I have to take it with great
Yeah,
account.
but Prestige, if they are saying the reason is because the office is too congested, then they can just rent another building in Abuja. They don't. That's not sufficient enough reason.
But what's wrong with moving it to Lagos? I mean, everything does it have to be in a capital? Capital city is not a financial hub. It doesn't necessarily have to be there. I mean, come on, let's be honest to ourselves. I mean, I don't really care about all this sectional thought. I mean, okay, what did they benefit from? What did the Northern benefit from CBN being in Abuja? Tell me how many banks they have in the North. What is the benefit if they are not playing some tribal politics? Can anybody in this platform
easier for them to loot it now when it's with them?
Well, and I think a lot of them
they're going to still loot it if it's in Lagos, if their man is there. So it's just a tribal politics. Let's be honest. I'm not saying what Tinubu. If what Tinubu is doing is based on policy, I support it 100%. So all these excuses they are making. I mean, look at during Buhari regime, everything wasn't in the North. I mean, there's something we Southerners don't understand, and I hope Tinubu doesn't listen to them. Believe me, if he made the decision, let him stick to it. I mean, I didn't support him, but he's the president right now. If he make the decision, let him stick to it. Let him not cow to them, like going to meet them. I mean, when has Buhari come and meet any Southerner, when has he come and meet, or even in the Southeast or whatever, even in the Southwest? Maybe he met with the the South, is that the South Side? I don't know, just to calm them down when there was when they are kidnapping or all that kind of stuff. But it's because of the economic interest. That's why he did that. Because they not benefit from it more than any other part of the country. That's why he did that. But did Buhari, come and meet for any kind of agitation? I don't mean agitation like the IPOB people talk about, I mean agitation for something in any part of the South. Did Buhari come and, did he meet them? So I hope Tinubu doesn't cow to them. Believe me, I hope he doesn't. Because all they are doing right now, they are playing tribal politics. Maybe not now, but for the future, which is very, very bad for Nigeria. So that's my definite opinion in that, because it doesn't even make sense. I mean, Lagos is the financial hub, because I was looking at something earlier. They have different financial hub, it's like unlike South Africa. South Africa is different, I mean, they have their three branches government is different. The way they relocate them, like the parliament is located at Cape Town. Pretoria is the executive. We are the president. And they have another city. I think in Biototin or whatever, something like that. That's the judicial center. But Johannesburg is is the financial hub. So I mean, what's the query about this? What is it going to make them better? Of course, it's not. So, like I was saying, they are playing for future, tribal politics. It's about time we Southerners start cowing to them. That's what I'm going to say about that. If you do it policy wise for for the sake of decongestion and everything for what is right, yes, I support him 100%. There's nothing really wrong with what he's doing. So in both cases.
All right, Prestige. Let me take you to this space then. DSS arrest Mieti Allah's president, give reasons, details emerge. So this is as a result of this guy forming some sort of militia group in Nasarawa State. But the arrest of this guy is not an ordinary arrest, of course. If you that's him. That's his militia group right there. He's even made them uniforms and whatnot. And that's the guy right there. Look at that. There's nothing that authorizes what is going on here in terms of the... So they've arrested now the leader of Mieti Allah. But how do you think this is going to play out in that North-South dichotomy that is Nigerian politics?
If I have to go by history, if I have to go by history, I don't think anything is going to happen. I don't think Tinubu administration, is going to be different, or the North has more power when it comes to in that area. If you ask me, I have to speculate right now. Nothing is going to come out of it. I mean, look at this. Look at thousands of people. Wow,
This
this is
spells trouble, This what we're
very,
looking
very
at
trouble.
it spells
Oh
trouble.
my God, this is thousands. This is thousands one man. This is not. Oh my God. You know
What
what?
man is he trying to create his own army?
But that's what he's doing now. That's why
Yes.
DSS picked him up.
That's
But another
full one
This is how they
person
do
is
battalion.
being
terrorist.
charged.
This is how they do terrorism. Oh.
That they need to capture all of them. That need to be disbanded. It's not even about capturing. It's not even about DSS inviting him or
One
whatever,
full
because
battalion.
he has a lieutenant colonel that is going to take over. So it's not about inviting him. It's not going to stop what's going
Yeah,
on right now.
but Prestige, how is this different from the narrative of ESN?
No, it's not different. If it is, let's be honest. It's not different.
One man is not a former aviation minister there.
No, I don't think so.
But one man. As I'm looking at that this video now, I see some police officers, and I mean, has it been established that the state government is not aware of this group? Is it not in collaboration with the state government? Is it just
Thank you, Adele Coca. You have just pinpointed something very, very, yeah. I mean, how come? Look at this.
They are not involved. The state government, the government,
but they are aware of it.
Some police officers are there. When you keep on going, you will see police officer as a point.
Yes, police officers they are usually attached to all this high, and police officers are often for hire as well. So I'm not quite sure. It's a high profile sort of a person. So maybe he has a police retinue or. But it's not official. That's why they are arresting him.
But doesn't the state government has to sanction for the police to to guide them?
I don't
think
know.
about that one man.
All these Yahoo boys that walk around with police, uncle.
No,
police is a federal agency. The police is
not for this magnitude. Look at this. I mean, look at police everywhere.
Look at police officer. Those one I see police officer. Yeah, it's a Nigerian police. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but is that not part of the narrative that the security structure is compromised?
Well, yeah. After all, they are a terrorist. Mayatiali is a terrorist organization that's trying to establish a militia, right? Mayatiali itself is a terrorist organization. Now, the police is not a federal agency yet. We're trying to have restructuring so that the states governors can control the police. But all this is water under the bridge because it's not the same thing as, and I'm very disappointed in you, Prestige. This is not the same thing as IPOB's organization there to defend their.
No. One man was saying the way IPOB has been characterized. I know the reason why they formed it, but the characteristic that was given to ESN, that's what we are talking about.
Apologies, Prestige. Let me give you this to back up what I said. He added that the group was not registered with the DSS, the police, or any other security agency. Hence, it is not recognized by the federal government. And that, of course, is the narrative of ESN as well. So they are not registered with anybody. It said he formed the vigilante group. It says the creation of that nomad vigilante group could cause violence in the country. This group is not registered, so it goes on to say.
No, but you see the mistake you're making. A lot of Nigerians make that mistake, right? The ESN is registered by a country. The country is called Biafra.
Oh, God.
Where is the Biafra country?
Let's not.
Where is Biafra country?
Let's have an adult. Let's have an adult.
Where is Biafra country, Fasad? In Japan, in Biafra country in Japan.
You gotta keep wishing it away. Biafra existed since 1967, right? It's a country with its own currency, with its own papers, and indigenous people.
You have Biafra country in Japan.
Indigenous people of Biafra. So if we had a deal where there's no victor, no vanquished, and you break it, we have the right to just go back do what we're doing before. Now it's
Pastor,
not.
Pastor, when are we going to have this? Every time, all this you people used to give us dates. This date, they mature.
No, but you see, the mistake people do is to be equating the indigenous people of Biafra with, let's say, Nnamdi Kanu and his outfits. No, Biafra is a different thing altogether. Now you have Nnamdi Kanu doing his thing, right, and others doing their thing. But Biafra itself, it's an indigenous people. You have indigenous people of Yoruba. You have indigenous people of Hausa, of Benin. So Nigeria should not make that mistake. Now you have a group fronting. We didn't elect them. Nnamdi Kanu. I'm not against what he's doing, but he doesn't speak for all Biafrans. You can't wish Biafra away. It's there. If we get a raw deal, if Nigeria breaks their deal with us, then
another thing, Passat. This thing, when you people keep giving us dates that doesn't mature, it begins to look like a fiction to me.
You didn't hear what I said.
Actually, let me show you something on that Biafran space, and then we move on. That Biafran space is a gift that just keeps on giving. And when I show you this, then you see why that Biafran narrative would never die. So here it is right there. Dear Biafran, Simon Ekpa needs $3.9 million to roll out Biafran online citizen facial recognition ID card. And there is Simon Ekpa doing it as he usual. I'm estimating that this guy would have collected a cool
Passat is going to be number one on that ID card.
Collected a cool $100 million from these people.
Maybe you can put it more eloquently where I put it. I'm saying that Biafrans, there's about 100 million Biafrans. AKA say Biafra, right? But it's not the groups, all the the group agitating this time. It's Nnamdi Kanu, right? It's totally different from Biafrans. AKA say Biafran. He's not agitating right now because he believes Nigeria is gonna get it right. Somebody like myself, I'm watching to see, right? That all does. We're all Biafrans. We're not Yorubas. You have Oduduwa.
When are you getting your ID card?
Hold on now. I'm trying to distinguish between a group, Nnamdi Kanu's group. He's not elected by Biafrans. He's agitating. He has a right to agitate, right? As a Biafran, I may join his stand or I may not, but I'm still a Biafran. I may not be in his group. But remember, there's a Biafra.
What do you mean you're not in his group? I saw when the guy appeared on you could not contain your excitement. I've never seen any. You could not contain your excitement. Let's get out of the way. I want to speak to Simon Ekpa.
I told everybody to mute themselves.
You couldn't contain your. You were bouncing off your seats. It was
I told everybody to mute themselves so I could talk, and I was saying that Simon Ekpa had not done anything wrong because they were piling up on him for things that you have the right to do. I have the right to do, right? He has the right to agitate. You have those rights as a liberal democracy in that country. So all these people have to understand that in order to avoid that, the same rights Simon Ekpa is exercising, I have that right. You have that right, right? People from the Yoruba, they have that right. People in Benin, they have that right. But we've come together. We're operating under a shambolic constitution. So we're saying if you can restructure, there can be a country that has equality and then we can go on as Nigerians. But if you keep retarding Nigeria, you're not having your people go to school, you're not doing anything that is progressive. We have the right to say, we're out of here.
Let me get back to Prestige, just to keep some order. So let me get back to Prestige. And Prestige, if you finished your commentary on that space, let me move you to another space. So do you want to round off on wherever it is you were?
I'm pretty much done. I mean, there's nothing to comment. I mean, the pictures said it all, you know.
All right, let me take you to the space then. Kwakwanso Ganduje reconciliation is game over for PDP. So this is Bashir Ahmad, one of the senior spokespersons of the last administration. So there's real heavy move within the APC space to realign, to reconnect Ganduje and Kwakwanso. So if that happens, then that's pretty much secures 2027. So what are you then making then of this political schmoozing and what will be resultant from it?
Well, remember when Ganduje came in, and you know what his mission statement was to capture all the whole major city. I mean, even to make the whole Nigeria APC. I mean, he said that. I mean, from Imo, you know, Hope Uzodinma being the leader from there, you know, try to capture all the whole southeast, south, you know. Of course, Southwest is pretty much, you know, APC right now. So that's pretty much his mission. Like he said, it's in process right now, but I hope it doesn't happen because we don't want to be a one state, you know, a one party state. We need certain kind of opposition party because right now there's no opposition party. PDP is completely dead. Obi hasn't gotten any grant going, but you know, I mean, he's like the only person talking because there's no Labour Party. I don't know where Labour Party is. I mean, the guy from Labour Party chairman that came to Dr. Damage, you know, they asked him a question that day, you know. I mean, I asked him a question, but my own question has already been asked. So when I went back and read what he responded to that question about this alliance, you know, between the, you know, what is the update? But he said he doesn't know. So if you're a chairman or something like that, you're supposed to know if there's any kind of realism in that. You know, so I don't know about what the alliance is, if it's going to be possible or whatever, you know, but we definitely need an opposition party because, yeah, it's been in work right now. But if this actually take place and River State become APC, well, we are pretty much a one-state solution, a one-party system right now, which is not good for the country. We need certain kind of opposition because democracy doesn't work that way.
Push back on that a little bit, just for
go ahead.
1 minute? You know, while getting their way, they're destroying themselves, right? This APC, we don't need an opposition. We're not in the United States or something like that. This is Nigeria. You have to deal with the country you have. The opposition couldn't do worse. They couldn't do anything. They shouldn't interfere if these people are, you know, burning themselves alive.
Mm-hmm.
This is just the beginning of the problems they're having because they're not tackling the issues that we have in the country. So
are you
no opposition needed.
They should go ahead and whatever their plan is, you know, to just merge the whole country to one party that, you know, they're going to destroy themselves?
Yeah, but they'll be making the worst mistake in their lives because it's going to be a binary situation. People who are in that party and then people who are not in that party, right?
I don't think they care about that. I mean, I don't think the real party of
but that party Prestige, that party actually covers a vast swathe of the country.
I mean, I know that, but all I'm saying is not good for democracy.
Yeah, I know, and that's the concern. And that, by the way, is why we need the obedience space to be better organized and more serious, because that's our last hope of an opposition to this government. And we need an opposition. So if they don't get it right, then they'll turn into. If the obedience don't get it right,
there's no if. There's no if.
There's no Labour Party. Yeah. There's no PDP. The way I see it right now, Obi has to be, you know, whatever you call them, Obi obedience. They have to be affiliated to a party. Nigeria doesn't function whereby you have an independent.
Prestige. Do you feel that they should pull out of the Labour Party and leave them to their mess and go and form a brand new party?
Yes. I've said that so many times. You know, maybe I haven't said it on your platform. You know, they should do that because there's no Labour Party. I mean, their dialogue is completely different. Apart from that, you know, it doesn't help them. They need to form a new party. Maybe they can get some other small party to come and join them. That's what they do. Whomever will be their leader and go from there because Labour Party.
let him have a moment. Do you think the obedient space? Do you think they are providing a viable opposition to the government?
Well, the obedient place, they are doing that. I mean, through social media. Like, what's his name? This guy said, what did this guy said about the social media? You know, I think he said they are barbarian. You know.
Yes, I saw Peter Obi insulting him on Twitter.
Yeah, but that was, I mean, the guy. Come on now, one man, come on, be realistic. The guy is an intellectual, but he's too old right now. His brain is something wrong with his brain right now. He just want attention. Why would you say all social media are barbarian? I mean, he just talk to talk. You know.
He said the social media has been taken over by barbarians.
Yeah, but that's an insult to everybody. Everybody. I mean, why would you say something like that? I mean, that's not your own generation. So you need to respect the generation. If they are doing something wrong, you know, if there's social media, there's good.
One man, you don't know that statement includes you.
But for you to come out and say they are, they behave like barbarian or something like that, you know, I mean, you're pretty much insulting everybody. Because it has gone beyond.
What was Peter Obi's space to respond? He didn't say the obedience are barbarians. He said the social.
The social media. That's what I'm saying. But I mean,
but why did Obi respond?
He's the only person who can respond when it comes to Nigerian space. Yeah, why not respond and defend the ordinary people? Why not? I mean,
Obi is defending every Nigerian, not just Labour Party.
Yes,
that's the answer to that.
You know, I mean, who is? One man, tell me who is going to do that in Nigeria right now.
Obi is the president of everybody.
Where is their man?
No, leave that for a moment.
Where is their man before the election that you like? Where is he? PDP man, where is he? Is he in Dubai or whatever? Where is he? You see?
You mean the Waziri of Abu Dhabi?
Yes. Where is he?
Is in Abu Dhabi?
There's nothing. You know, Obi is just responding from maybe as an obedience, not as a Labour Party, because to me, I don't see the lifeline in that Labour Party anymore. You know, they should get out and form, get some fraction of different party. If they want to have a solid opposition.
Can I quickly interject, please?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for giving me time. I must say I watched Buhari'S show on Dr. Damages, and I must say Pansat doesn't have shame at all. See the way Pansat was twerking for Buhari. Someone you barely know, see the way he was twerking for the man. These guys are charging 30 million naira for governorship ticket in Edo State. And you didn't even bother to ask him such question. This is a party that was supposed to be for the ordinary working man and woman. They charge you 30 million naira. What's the difference between them and the people you guys are calling the demon and the evil parties?
Did you say I was talking?
Right?
Yeah, it was to me. Did you say I was talking for him?
Twerking
like all these
shaking your your derriere.
Well, anyway, look, what I did when Abuda was there, I didn't like the way Emeka addressed him. Right, it was quite demeaning. It was showboating, and I had to chastise Emeka for doing that.
But you know how Emeka is.
That's right. So that's all I did. Basically, I had him clear his name because he was trying to impugn the man's character. This is a barrister. He's a chairman of a political party who did a very fantastic job. So I wasn't doing anything extraordinary. I was quite incensed by Emeka's behavior. It was like a troll on the show. And that was it.
Abure couldn't speak for himself anymore. You have to go shake hands for him. Is that what it's all about?
Why are you using those kind of words? That's no need for that.
Yeah, this is what Wale Soyinka was talking about, isn't it? This sort of
But considering the inflation in our country, we think 30 million naira is a big money now.
30? Are you joking?
Yeah, I'm just asking.
So now is Labour Party
1,080 per dollar. 30 million naira is it the big money in Nigeria?
So Labour Party are now using. Are they importing what? What are they importing with the money that they want to?
Oh, you check. Naira don't have any value now. When you talk about 30 million naira, naira don't have any value anymore.
No, that's a different conversation, Ekene. But Prestige, land that, and then I want to take you to one more space. This is nothing to do with anything we're discussing. It's just something I've come up in the course that I've come across in the course of this conversation.
I mean,
But
I'm pretty much, I'm pretty much done. I was just talking about the situation, the situation in Nigeria. I mean, we need to wake up. I'm already finished what I was going to say. I don't talk a lot. I'm a man of short words. So
few words. Look at that. Okay, so this one now, nothing to do with politics. I just saw it as we were talking. It says a senator proposes law that will make watching porn a felony and ban sexting outside marriage. It can only, of course, be in America, and I suspect that it is. Yes, probably yes. What Oklahoma State Senator?
of course, all those white neck Republican. Where's Babati, the mega? Yeah, not them. You can't see that proposed in any progressive state. Yeah, it's all those white neck. Yeah, that's what they do. And you don't want to elect Republic. You don't want to elect this stupid Donald Trump to come in. He's not going to get. Let me tell people, he's going to win. He's winning right now in New Hampshire. I'm watching it. When he come, he's leading in poll right now. But it doesn't mean Democrats going to redefine him. And he's not going to win. So one more, y'all don't get up. I know the whole Europe is kind of scared of him right now. I hope there's a lot of mega here, like Prince Daddy, Babati, and so on. He's not going to win.
Do you know what people are more scared of? You know what people are scared of? People are scared of Biden. That the way he's debilitating so visibly in front of everybody,
well,
that is just going to hand it to Trump, and then we'll get another round of.
I hope not. I mean, believe me, I'm a progressive. Okay, let's be realistic. Of course, the state I live, we are pretty much progressive. But having said that, he's not my first choice. But when it comes to between him and Trump, come on now. I mean, he's 80 something, 84 or whatever he's gonna be. Let him. He can make it. I mean, people live 90, 100. I mean, America has structure. I mean,
yeah, but do you want that sort of a person as president?
But I don't want Trump. I don't want Trump. This country is finished. No, yeah, I rather want that kind of person. He's not my first choice or second choice, but the Democrat.
The man that is dithering, that is confused most of the time.
No, come on now. Your those are propaganda. It's not like that. The man is old. That doesn't mean he doesn't have any, he doesn't have any sense, or he's not cognizant. All those are just propaganda, believe me, okay?
That's not propaganda. That's exactly what it means.
I'm not going to dialogue that with you, but he's going to win. So
don't believe our lying eyes, right? We see
I don't know what you are. You live in California and you're talking like a Republican. We need to send you away from from California. We don't want a traitor like you.
The thing about Trump is he's not a Republican, he's not a Democrat. He is the man for the job. He knows.
November
he wants to make America. He wants to make America great again, right?
Great again? When has America never been great?
America is great, but what it is, you see what's happening in Ukraine.
What is happening besides external affairs like foreign affairs and everything? Look at the economy of USA. Biden economy is the best ever. Apart from Clinton side, it's better than.
It's not. Listen to this. There are things.
I mean, stock market is like off the chain. What are you talking about?
No, it's not. Listen,
maybe don't have any stock. I'm into that. So
I have a lot more stock.
But you're here just making.
Relax now. Chill for a minute. Let me take just 1 minute to rebut what you're saying, because it's a matter of. I'm not the kind of guy that say I have a president. It's not you. It's not in my lexicon to talk like that. But at this time when Trump first came down the escalator in 2016, he elucidated what he's gonna do. He said he wants to make America great again. He's gonna make the allies pay their fair share. That he's gonna make sure that Mexico doesn't take our jobs with Canada, even though they are neighbors here. And he went about just doing exactly what he said. He brought work up to United States. He's competing. Now, one thing I like about Trump, he went to Saudi Arabia, and when he got there, he saw their airport and he ran back home, because that was such a fabulous airport for people that we are defending them. Without the United States, they'd be gone.
I don't care what
in
he says.
Egypt.
Trump is
Okay.
a calm man.
So if you
He's a
look at
calm man.
the stock market under Trump, it was roaring, right? I'm into that a lot.
He
Let me
inherited that from Obama.
no.
What are you talking about?
Let me just land now. Let me land. You just Google it. You're gonna see the metrics.
What do you mean? I
right?
Google it. I'm into that, so you can't tell me
Okay.
what I know.
Okay. So we're both into it. Okay. So number two, if you look at the gasoline, for example, or gas, what they call petrol in Nigeria, we were paying between $1 something and $2 a gallon, not a liter now for those who are in Nigeria. I think it takes about 4 liters to make a gallon. So $2 under Biden is gotten as high as $7 here in Beverly Hills. $7 a gallon, $6 something. Right now, it's abated a bit. It's about 5 something, 6, 5, 6. If you go to
but in Texas, it's below $3. It's about $2.50. What are you talking about?
okay, but under Trump, then it means it would have been like
you make more
it
money
would have
than
been
people
99
in
cents.
other places.
Look, we scale it, right? If you're gonna scale it that way, I'm using California numbers now. But if you scale it under Trump, it would be like 99 cents at the time in Texas. So now, but aside from that,
don't be exaggerating.
No, hold on. Look, Prestige, under Trump, there won't be any war in Ukraine and Russia. There'll be no war. Israel will not be doing what they're doing over here with even though he's a supporter of
Let's go back to
Israel.
Nigerian politics. I don't know why you're condoning an insurrectionist. I mean, it's somebody who wants to usurp the who want to perpetuate a coup. I don't know. I mean, it's so bad for me. All what we are going in Nigeria, and you come here, Nigeria come here, few of them, a lot of them anyway that I know. You are supporting
Anyway, it's
this
gonna
kind
be a
of human
blowout
being.
anyway. It's
a very
not about
corrupt,
remember
everything that
what
is
I
wrong with
normally
human being
discuss.
is wrong
Here's
with
what I
him.
normally discuss: who's gonna win, not who do I want to win, right?
Oh.
In this case, who's gonna win is the third. It's gonna be a blowout.
But you don't know.
Even in this
Everything
primary.
everything is just a permutation for.
All right,
You
like
don't
you
know.
said, let's take it back to Nigerian politics, like you said.
Yeah,
Prestige.
let's take it back to Nigerian politics.
But just on that Trump-Biden thing, that election is almost certainly going to be decided on their debates, and when they start to debate, all of Biden's frailties.
Oh my God! Okay, let's go to Nigerian politics.
I think it will just crumble anyway. And you know that Trump knows how to mock people. Yeah, let's go back to Nigeria. But we're looking forward to that. We start to move into the American politics as that election comes out.
Yeah, because he brought this one about the senator proposed law that we will be watching porn and felony.
American politics is Nigerian politics. Why I want Trump to win is that I want him to escort us back home, so go take our country back. That's
Excuse me?
It comes down to that.
What did Trump did instead of banning you up, reduce the number of people coming here, call you a shithole country? What did Trump do in 4 years to you?
That's none of my business. He will escort us back home. I want him.
He's saying that Trump is a Biafran, is what he's saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Stop that, man. Trump will never be a Biafra. Such a moron.
All right. Is there anything else?
They will look for people from anywhere. I'm just going to listen. Maybe I will talk later. Thank you,
all right, brilliant.
For giving me this permission.
Of course, one of our favorite voices, Man of Prestige. So that's Man of Prestige.
Please, one man come back to me again, and then you go back again. The reason being that these guys are always here, running their mouth every night. I'm not here. I've never been given a chance to talk. Come back to me. You're always here. You're always here. Baba and what's his name?
Hold steady. Let's try and hear from Patrick, who often turns up, but we hardly ever gets to hear from. Patrick, are you there? He's probably driving. He's always driving. Patrick. Yeah, and they wouldn't be there. You are. Patrick, Alpha, I was about to start slugging you off. Patrick.
Well, I can hear you. Well done. I enjoy your argument today.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Give us yours. Give us your own. Make we enjoy it.
Yeah. So
right. Come into the conversation whenever you like.
Moving to Lagos, right? Yeah, I think
we can bet we're struggling to hear you somewhat.
Okay, let me remove my earpiece. Hold on.
You muted now, but okay. I think Patrick.
What about now?
Yeah, no, that's much better. So I think you wanted to come into that, and I suspected that's where your interest would be. Moving all these parastatals back to Lagos. Your perspective.
Yeah, I do. I don't want to buy the argument from the north, but I think he's making the right argument, but with the wrong motive. You understand? First and foremost, the premise is that Abuja is not supposed to be classified as the northern part of Nigeria, but yeah, they are saying it is the north, you know. And so the dummy they sold to all of us was that Abuja is a central place and it belongs to all of us. So moving things out of Abuja should not hurt any northerner because in the first place, Abuja is not supposed to be a northern territory. You understand what I'm saying? So moving anything out of Abuja should not hurt a northerner because it should not be seen as something that is leaving the north. No, Abuja is not it's not a northern territory, it's a capital territory, but they are telling us it is not like that. So they stole a dummy for us there, you know. And the administrative headquarters should be is not necessarily the same as the operational control center or headquarters. We could have a central bank in Abuja where the governor is seated and all the deputy governors and their directors are seated. But operational activities could be taking place in Lagos, in Abeokuta, and all the other central bank branches all over the country. Because it's not only in Lagos, we have central bank in Abeokuta, in Ilorin. Yeah, so if we have structure, if we have the right structures, then they should not really worry about that. And mind you, these guys that are saying that, they have to be in Lagos. We have internet nowadays now. In a normal system, half of the staff in central bank should be working from home. Now you have a fuel problem. Why not deploy structures where people can work from home and you can reduce costs? So it doesn't matter where the guy is. He might even be in Anambra working for central bank, you know. So that's I thought Cardoso said they are modern and they are going to innovate things. So why is he bother about moving things around? Deploy infrastructures.
Do you think is that an undercurrent of Yorubanization to all of this?
No, it's not. But I think it's just I think they are just not. They are, when you are not busy with the right things, start doing some things that are not necessary. That should not be his concern now. That they are in Abuja, is that why the exchange rate is crashing? That they are in Abuja and not at the center, not close to the head office of the banks. Are they going to be working in the head office of the banks? You understand? Because all the banks have their head office in Lagos. They should be close there. How does that flow? You understand what I'm saying? So
No, Patrick, you are a banker. Actually, I know that for a fact. But this is banking supervision department, and you know when they swoop on your bank in those days, what they do. So it's about logistics. Carry on, please.
You see, this is the law. Let me explain some things so that people can understand some things. When you say bank supervision, there are so many things that are involved. If, for example, you have banking supervisions, you have inspectors coming to your bank, CBN inspectors. They are not only going to inspect head office now, they're going to inspect bank branches. So why don't you now say CBN? So you have CBN in every place already. If, for example, they are come to supervise the CBN banking supervision are coming to inspect Abeokuta branch, the CBN banking supervision would have been in Abeokuta a night before. So they don't have to be in Lagos. That's what I'm saying. They don't have to be in Lagos to do that. I'll give you a good example. They should be, just like in other banks, if you want risk supervision, you could have a CBN desk in the head office of every bank. And you rotate staff.
No, they will compromise. You know that.
No, that's what I'm saying. You rotate
Even
staff.
those who come to your bank in those days, you serve them coffee and give them brown envelope.
So those ones are coming from if they move the headquarters to Abuja now, to Lagos now, and they come for supervision, does that mean they cannot be compromised? Is Yemi Cardoso himself, can he not be compromised? All this Sanusi Lamido, was he not compromised?
That's conjecture.
So those are the different scenario entirely. So as far as I'm concerned, they don't have to be in Abuja, in Lagos, to supervise. It's like say, oh, the reason why we are not doing well, the reason why we are not controlling the bank is because we are not in Lagos. What kind of lame
They already
excuse?
called the election.
What kind of lame
wasn't
excuse?
surprised.
And when they wanted to come for election, they claim that they are the superpower. They can do this, they can do that. They can turn around Naira, turn around economy. Is he coming to Lagos that will make him to turn around economy? Is he coming to Lagos that are going to improve exchange rate? Is he coming to Lagos that will make him improve interest rate? You understand? So he's supposed to be focusing on things that are important. That are important to the country than say, let this person be working from Lagos, let the Giri be working. What's his business? What's the business, the governor's business with that? That there are HRs now, there are personnel managers, there are head of administration that will look at those logistics and say, oh, this is what is happening. So the bank supervision, how many times you go out in a year? What's the cost implication? What's the cost implication of relocating our people to Lagos? This and that. And think that, okay, let's break this supervision department into 3. Let a group stay in Enugu and let that group be supervising the bank and their branches in the east. Let's understand, you can create regional hubs for that operation. If they are created a regional hub for those kind of operation, nobody will make this noise now. You understand what I'm saying? So to me, they are just not even focusing on the important things.
All right, let me take you to this space. I'm not sure people are not making as big enough of this story as it should be. DSS arrest Meti Allah's president gives reason. So this guy now is not even is too big an entity to be called a militia group. He's essentially forming a private army in the north. So what are you then making then of this character and his private army?
Woman, I'm a Nigerian. Should I tell you one thing? When I saw that number, I think I just felt this country should just break up. That was the first thing that came to my mind. I am a Nigerian. People know me on this platform. I love the country to be together. But when I saw that thing, I felt this stress is just too much. Can everybody just go their own way? I mean, if I am in my own group now, maybe we have a south country or a southwest country, call it anything, Oduduwa or Oromiyan or anything. IPB. If anybody in my own country make that kind of noise, and if we face him, nobody will say, oh, you are facing him because it's this, it's that. I know Southwest very well. Nobody will say, oh, it's because it's so and so, that's why you are facing him. They are intellectual enough, they will know that we have to protect us. That man now, if you arrest him, that number of people that you see, what do you think they will be doing?
That
one is more than what of that group? The Boko Haram now. You know that was how Boko Haram started. Yeah, you can imagine now if they arrest that man now and incidentally nature, if they arrest him, and nature even happen to him and he die in their custody naturally, I see. Maybe
that country will burn. If that guy dies in their custody, that country will burn.
So when I look at that, I say, maybe everybody just go their own way. What kind of wahala is this?
I interject you 1 minute.
Yes.
You see, I think the president should invite the governor to Abuja, to summon him to Abuja immediately.
That Nasarawa governor, Abi?
Yes. He's the chief security officer of the state. Why should such a thing be happening in the state and he's not aware of it? And he didn't take action.
He's aware now. It's just aware. Like you said, those police, did you see their rank?
Was that group set up in collaboration with the state? That is the question. If he's not aware, then what is he doing as the chief security officer of the state?
Did you see the rank of those policemen?
Having militia, gathering up militia in the state and he cannot stop it. That means that what has he been doing with security vote?
Nigeria,
That is
you know,
every time.
Egbon, do you know Nigeria's DSS and all these things? They are not serious. Look at that number. How were they making those uniforms and DSS didn't know?
That's another thing.
Those uniforms were not imported. For them to be showing that amount of uniform in a place, and DSS doesn't know. And then, if just like you called our attention to see policemen there, look at the rank of those policemen. Commissioner rank now. They were not just like all those policemen that you attach to uniform.
This is part of the narrative that the Nigerian security structure is compromised. Those police officers, and you saw army personnel there as well. Who do you think their allegiance is to? The Tinubu or this guy that they are?
That's why at times when you look at it, it's just that the way Nnamdi Kanu and Co, they're approaching that thing. At times when I look at it, I mean, I love Nigeria to be together sincerely. But when I look at some wahala, I just feel if this is the kind of stress that staying together is going to create for us, is it not better to just be at peace? And we are not going to be fighting now, even if we go apart. I mean, we still have Ghana. Ghana is our people. The Republic of Benin, they are there. We are all living fine.
Sorry, Patrick. What thinking led this guy to thinking that this was okay, that this was something that he could do?
I don't even know.
What authority does he have to do this? On what authority is he doing it?
What does he want to be securing cattle or something? I don't know.
That's what he said. He said he wants to use it to end kidnapping in Nasarawa and and end criminality.
Oh, maybe the government. I'm sure the government is aware. If that's what he said, maybe he was saying, okay, this is the way to stop this thing. It's like saying this. Every state has their own vigilante group.
How will it stop it without carrying arms? How will it stop?
They will carry arms now. The vigilante in Borno and all these northwestern states, they carry small arm now. They carry small arm.
Sorry, we can hear radio.
I want to believe that.
Sorry, hold on. We can hear radio in somebody's background. Can somebody mute the radio? Yeah.
Donald Trump accused me of not.
Oh no, I think that's from Press P. Oh, that's from Press P. It's monitoring Donald Trump. Carry on.
I think that the state government might be aware of this thing. There's no way they can hold this kind of thing and the state is not aware. The guy that is responsible for this setting up this group or forming this group, I don't think it's dumb. I don't think it's stupid too. And for him to have police commissioners around him there, I think the state government must be involved in some kind of way.
Even Nigeria, look at the marching column. That is pure military. So someone trained them for how many days? For how many weeks?
They've been training for a while. They've been having training for a while.
All right, back to you, Patrick. All right. I think Patrick may be. They say men can't multitask. I think. There.
I think just like Ajani was saying, I'm sure the state governors are aware. Maybe he's trying to say, okay, let's set up a vigilante. And the military ally is the one that has the manpower to be able to provide structure. Maybe it is the one that has the structure to be able to provide the kind of manpower that they need for such vigilante. That must have been what happened.
You know what you were saying earlier, Patrick, that maybe the country should just break up. I'm not far away from you. Okay, imagine now, I claim I'm a Nigerian and I'm driving merrily from Oyo-Alafin and I'm driving then in through this zone, being controlled by this sort of people. What are my chances? They will bury me right there on the road. What am I? I don't know their rules. They don't even know their rules. I don't feel any sense of affinity. There is no connection between myself and these people on your screen.
No, but the point
we're not the same.
The point is even that you can even be in the same country and still be different, which is okay. You understand? But we'll be united by the fact that we are in the same country.
Yeah, but we should be united by operating under the same rules now. I don't know their
Yeah,
you know their rules.
no,
I don't know
no, I
their
don't.
rules.
That's what the point is that look at what this guy say now. He wants to organize a structure to defend himself, and you're now saying that an ESN cannot do that to defend itself. The kind of killing that has happened in Nasarawa and kidnapping, can you compare it to what has happened in Southeast? So if this Nasarawa guy feels that he needs he needs this kind of structure to be able to protect himself, are you telling me my brothers in the Southeast don't deserve to protect themselves? Or are you telling me life in Nasarawa is more valuable than life in Southeast? So at times, when Nnamdi and the rest make their case, you don't totally rule it out. Their demand. Nobody just comes out to say, I want to create trouble. You understand what I'm saying? If not, people will not support them. We'll still have people support them. So all the people that support them cannot all be mad. Their method can be the problem. And their method that we're even talking about, it could be out of frustration. When you don't try, talk calm, small, you've tried to argue, and it looks like your fathers that argued quietly, nothing happened. So as children, you think, let us just not grieve for anybody, and fight. So that might be the reason why these guys are making those things.
All right, Patrick, let me take you to the space then. Kano, Kwakwanso Ganduje reconciliation is game over for PDP. This is Bashir Ahmed. So they are trying to form then the coming together of Kwakwanso. So this is something that Tinubu is working on quite aggressively. So to smooth matters and bring back the coming back together, Kwakwanso and Ganduje. So if they bury the hatchet, and preferably not in each other's head, do you then see then because if Kwakwanso and Ganduje come together, that means then Kano State belongs to APC. So if they do that, Bashir Ahmed is telling you then that forget 2027. Do you follow that logic and do you agree with it?
Yeah, the first thing I will pray is that God should protect all of us so that we'll get to 2027.
Amen.
But if you let Nigerians live the time they are in now, let us live our time. The man that is supposed to take care of people now is thinking of 2027. Can you imagine how mean and wicked people can be in their orientation and thinking? How mean and wicked. There are people dying now. There are people hungry now. There are people sick now. There are people, and there have been so many promises that have been made for now. All the English that what is this? My brother in Maiduguri that is not vice president. I forgot his name. What's the name of our vice president now?
Kashim Shetima.
Shetima. All the English is speaking. This is now the time to execute them. But people say they just like time is running out. In another 4 months, this guy will be 1 year in office. That's the point. In another 4 months, this guy will be 1 year in office. And what can we say that these guys that they have added? 1 year in office, he has spent 25% of his time. That's what people don't understand. Another 1 year, he has done 50% of his time. In the last almost 1 year now, by May, what can you point to? With all the promises that they have made. Ironically, we are not even holding them accountable for their promises now. We are going to say, oh, this decision is bad, this decision is bad. Let him take all the decision. But what I want to hold into is, what did you promise? You promised Nigeria that you are going to bring down the fuel price. I don't want to take it as a careless talk, but you made that statement. You promised Nigeria security. Your dear director, your NSA is busy attending meetings all over the place. Your Minister of Defense knows nothing about security. Your army invaded the people that were not, they were not bought by bandits. You went to buy them. You understand? When in a place where there's security, you use your own drone to cause insecurity. The kind kind of thing, that's not what we like to hear. That's not what we like to hear. We like to see them say they have the commodity exchange board is taking off by March. We like to hear them say that arable land for farming are being prepared because farming season, planting season will soon come. You say they are going to make sure that 2/3 of Nigerian arable land are 2/3 of Nigerian arable land are employed. That was the sweet things he said. Nothing is happening now. Nothing is happening now. The last time we had major developmental activity was during Buhari time. That we had projects taking place, that we have things taking place was during Buhari time. After Buhari, not project, not one has happened now. And we are talking grammar here. We are not holding him accountable for his own promise. So that's the challenge that I have. 2027 is not sure for him at all. If the Labour Party get their strategy right and they get the right people, Labour Party is going to sweep Southeast in 2027. Mind you, they might not be able to rig them out in Southwest in 2027. They are going to be more entrenched in 2027. That's just the truth.
Sorry, are you saying that? Are you suggesting that Labour Party can make further gains in the Southwest in 2027?
Seriously, they can sweep 2/3 of Southwest. Who is going to?
What about the what about the ethnic factor? What about the ethnic factor?
Now, tell me, who is going to? You see, I think it depends on the strategy. If you take Labour Party, take Obi movement, it looks like it's a one-man movement. That's what it is to them. But that one man is not Obi himself. That movement is an entity of there is one man. You understand? That movement is an entity that is one man. And that one man is not necessarily Obi. The name of that one man is the Obi movement. You understand what I'm saying? That movement is not broken up till now. I expected it to have been broken. That movement is still firm. And there is no incentive for them.
Let me interject you for 1 minute. Right now, even almost everybody on this platform will be begging Obi right now if there was any process like that in our constitution. Everybody pretty much in the Southwest will be begging Obi right now to take over and govern the country right now.
I don't know whether they will be begging, but what I'm saying is
they're gonna get on their knees and they're gonna go, "We're sorry, take over and restore this country." I mean, I don't know anybody who will do
me
that.
out, excluding me.
It's not about machismo. This is just a fact. There's no Nigerian right now that doesn't know by now that a mistake was made by letting Tinubu steal that election.
I put my hands up.
Yeah, I believe you. You'll be the exception.
I am in support of Tinubu until tomorrow.
I believe you. I think you'll be the one. People of your ilk will not do it, but most Nigerians would right now. They know it was a mistake, right? Tinubu is not building Lagos right now. You know that he's not building Lagos. He doesn't know his ass from his mouth. He's not doing a good job at all. Now, you have to understand, aside from all these shenanigans about we have corruption in the country, poor education, inadequate healthcare, unemployment, pathetic power supply. Instead of him at least attacking one or two of those things, or just release Showore, for example. Say, okay, Showore, you did, it's political, get out of here. He won't do that. Or not the car, no even. He's not doing anything.
Arrested.
No, he's still going through the teeth of criminal prosecution. One thing about going through the teeth of a criminal prosecution is even worse than going into the can, for example. He's been prosecuted, right? So you have inconsistent economic policies, right there, like I stated earlier. There is nothing Tinubu is doing now. Anybody who is still supporting him shouldn't even be here, shouldn't be on this platform. That's what I'm telling you about, for example.
Pastor,
It's not my turn.
If you
Amade, I won't let him talk. Amade, I won't let him decide. Amade, I won't let.
Akim, you are breaking up. We can barely hear you. In fact, we can't hear you at all. Not even.
Woman, can I come in while he's trying to sort out?
We can't hear you, Akim. I think
can you hear me, woman?
Amade, I won't let Akim talk.
You come in. Actually, Patrick has the floor, but you can put the question to
Patrick and everybody. Hello, everybody. So, you see, Pansat, I've come to a realization that even if he won, if he had won, there's little or much he can do. I just come to a realization that this whole ethnic thing will reel its ugly head. Not even these the killings that we saw. The Northerners will try Obi. They will test him in many ways. I mean, whatever Tinubu is going through right now, either it's by some design, some cook-up by the APC, or maybe it's just a victim. His government is becoming a replica of what happened during Obasanjo time, or this whole thing that we know that whenever a Southerner becomes the head of state, of the president, they want to try to impose some kind of things on the president for them to accept, a Southern president to accept their shenanigans. So I'm just coming to realize that there's little or nothing Obi would have done.
Look, rational mind.
Hold on. Let me land, please. Let me land.
One man, am I audible?
You're audible now,
but you're audible, but rational mind is so carry on. Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah,
if that constitution is not redone, we do not call for restructuring of that country. There's no way we can make any headway. And that is what Tinubu is having right now. If we had ironed this issue of who we are, what are we, how do we want to be together, I think whatever Tinubu is going through now, we won't be going through it. But I think it's because there are certain questions that have not been resolved. And those questions are germane, are very fundamental to the development of that country. And those questions can only be resolved in a constitution that we all agree and we sign to. So for me, I just come to that realization that there's nothing little Obi. Let's stop this promotion of Obi. Don't get me wrong. I'm still
quickly though. Hold on.
Let
me interject you.
I'm still inclined towards
somebody else's time.
Any other candidates.
Before this,
but now, from what I'm seeing right now, the rot that Bubu left behind.
I know. I heard everybody heard what you said, right? So let's not invoke this host right here. Between you and I, right? See, you're making a very big mistake.
What is
Constitution is a good thing. Let me tell you. Redrawing that constitution is a good thing, but it doesn't mean that it's a panacea. It doesn't mean we cannot do anything with the shambolic one we have right now. When people look at the Labour Party, they keep looking at Obi. Yeah, Obi is important. He's the principal there. He's humble. He's got a good record. But there's also a guy he ran with us called Abba Ahmed, right? That guy, the combo of those two, one thing is Abba Ahmed himself, one thing is Obi, but the combination of those two in tackling the issues we have, you have to understand we have pedantic issues, including this terrorism. A real person such as that Abba Ahmed, right, comes in there, is going to round them out. A lot of them are going to just run back to all those swamps they come from in Chad and all that. They're just going to run away. These are safe-ass wearing tongues. Let me land, please. Let me land. So what I'm saying,
he's going to round them out based on what?
I'm going to tell you, because ordinary ESN routed them out from the southeast, even though ESN is also fighting the soldiers who are accompanying them. They're not 10 foot tall. I don't know if you've seen these kids who are terrorizing Nigeria. It's the Nigerian military. When these two come into office, it's going to be look, Peter Obi is better than Obama, for example. But that's Abba Ahmed.
let's not turn it into comic book stuff now.
No,
Let's not do
listen
comic
to
books.
listen to what I'm saying. Obi
No.
has been a
Oh my
governor.
God.
Obi has been a governor
don't diminish the
no,
conversation.
One man, I'm trying to give a citation why I say that. Obi was a
Pastor, do you know
governor.
Obama's name was not found on the Pandora Papers? Are you aware of that?
Let me land, please. Let me land. So what I'm saying is that Obi was a governor. When he came in there, the governor of the state prior to him coming in was kidnapped. There were a lot of the buildings were burned down, the governor's mansion. These were not choir boys. And also there were agitation by Southeasterners, right? So Obi came into office and he, this nice guy you're seeing right here, once he wears the toga of office, it's not gonna look. The only thing these northern Muslims have is that they're being backed by the Nigerian military and other people in office. Without that, once you erase that factor, these guys are going to be right there. They're a bunch of kids on sail pass and motorcycles, right? That Sambisa forest can be sprayed. Even with pepper spray, they're going to come out crying with their eyes swelled up from pepper spray. So somebody who comes in there,
do you even know what Sambisa forest is?
It's not even a forest. That's another thing. It's not a forest. There's not a single forest over there. You know that, right? You keep hearing Sambisa forest, and it's like Ikea here in the southeast or something like that. This is a desert. There is no forest there.
Sambisa forest is bigger than the whole of
South. You're sounding very, very. I mean, the way you're sounding. Like, see,
Sambisa forest is bigger than the whole of South.
This promotion of.
I'm giving you citation. I gave you Obi's history. I gave you.
Pansat, please. Let Patrick Randolph. Let's bring in other voices. Baba wants to speak. So just land that thought, Pansat, and then Patrick bring it home, and then let's structure it.
Thank you very much. But anyway, so what I'm saying is that when you are looking at an OB administration, you're looking at it with a bunch of people coming into office with Patu Tomi, with some others who were in the PDP before, and then those who are gonna switch over. It's gonna be a totally different set of army chief. They intend on bringing in even mercenaries, right? They weren't coming there to be like one of these guys you see there, because that's another thing. Just you have to go to the zenith of your imagination for somebody who is determined to reclaim the country back because they want investors.
It's not because Walmart doesn't want us to interject you. I wanted to interject. You're sounding to listen. I mean, my friend, I'm for.
I don't want you to support me because, like I said, you do much better when I'm not around. You do a whole lot better when I'm not around. When I'm here, you want to go to my left, and then I'm gonna have
hold on. We're over promoting OB in this whole thing.
No. You keep saying that. I'm
blowing his capacity. Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
Don't invoke the mother to get out. Just relax.
I can do better than
I should close it out, right? Let me land.
Hold on, Pansat. I
because
believe you can do better than
saying that he's gonna come in to talk. Just relax. I'm almost done. Less than a minute.
No, I'm only interjecting you. It's not a monologue.
Listen to me. I don't want your help. Okay, carry on your position. It's totally different from mine. I'm giving you reasons why I said what I said. I'm saying that when they come in, there's a difference between politicians who have been overseas, right? And they did very well in diaspora, and they want to bring that home to make the country better. And then these local politicians who are just running around, right? Being afraid of sailpass wearing thugs from Niger or Chad Republic. You think you're going to scare me with that? Well, you're not scaring anybody. Once we have a legitimate government, Nigerian people who want the country to do very well, then you're going to see. Thank you very much.
One man.
Is there any chance to respond to that?
No.
Okay.
I want to move on. Back to Patrick, and then after Patrick, Baba, and then we go on to Ekene. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, thank you, Pastor. What I'm even saying is that clinching Kano and then 2027, that was the argument. If he doesn't do well now, it's not likely to get 2027. Yeah, another person might clinch. It might be Obi, not because Obi is better, not Obi because Obi will do better, but at that point Obi will be the better alternative on ground. You understand? Like when we got Tinubu was just the better alternative. It wasn't as if we expected that he's going to do extraordinary, but to me, he's just not doing anything now. That's the point. And with the idea that I say, we are going to hold things, we are going to control things, under him, somebody is paying billion to private account. That's the only one they've seen. There might be so many others. It's because this guy didn't settle our ministry people properly and everything that the thing came out to. Maybe some other people are settling themselves and they are just doing it. Now they'll be blaming the woman, say she wants to expose all of us now. You understand? Under this same man who say he wants to turn things around. So I think they should focus on governance. They should try and create opportunities for Nigerians. You understand? And they said they're going to recruit more military men. They're going to put more boot on ground. All those noise and mouths, where are they now? We will put more boot on ground. Almost 1 year has gone. Have they stepped up recruitment into the army or the police? Do we have more personnel now? Do we have more? All those kind of things that they were making the noise. I don't know. Maybe Obi will do better. But I know that if Obi had told them that he will put more boot on ground, he would have been doing that now. I don't know of anything. I don't know whether he will do better than this guy. But I know that if Obi makes certain commitments, he probably would have started working on them now. That's just the truth. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Baba.
I think you don't want to consider the enormous problem that Buhari left behind, economically, financially, and a state, a country in a state of bankruptcy. You see, it's when a country is buoyant financially that it can, pursue an objective or various objectives. But when a country is totally broke, that's not what to do.
But there's nothing that suggests that the country is broke now. They are buying cars for legislators now. They are stealing billion.
Yes.
If country is broke, would they seize money to steal? They are stealing billion. That billion almost went unnoticed.
Borrowed fund too. They are just bastard. They are just reckless.
Baba,
yes.
Do you know that some people are still collecting money for COVID? That's what I heard. That COVID, that some people still have COVID money.
The corruption is just too high.
And we say the country is broke. The country is not broke now.
Actually, the country is broke at the moment. The country is seriously broke because
the country is not broke.
No, the country is broke. We are not. We live on borrowed fund. And this borrowed fund is what these people lavishes and live. This exotic and expensive life, carrying thousands.
They are printing more money. Do you know they are printing more money? They've done their own ways and means.
No, they are not.
They are printing money. One man, they are printing. All the money they are borrowing. What is it for?
Cardoso is not agreeable to it.
In fact, I think they're even passing the law that they cannot even anymore.
The money in circulation increased. Are you aware of that?
What they're over 3-something trillion now. They're issuing bonds to borrow.
Yeah, so they're issuing bonds, and then how is that reflected in the money in circulation? Did you read the news this morning? The money in circulation. The money in circulation.
Yeah, what's the inflation rate? What's the inflation rate right now?
Hold on. When they say they are printing money, do you actually think they are actually printing Naira notes?
Yes, now.
Whatever it means. Whatever it means.
Now.
No,
they're doing both. They're printing money and they borrow money. The inflation rate.
Woman, may I have my space? Because it's my space now. Time is going.
All right, let's go on to Baba, who I think wants to take before. Yeah, Baba, to you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, one man, for the opportunity, and I salute you.
Baba, could you loan me one of your minutes? Could I go for a minute on your time?
No, lie, no go happen. Get away, Pansa. I salute you, folks on the panel and comment section, guys. Keep on doing well. Please like and share and subscribe and click the like button right now. You must be enjoying yourself. Thank you. I want to go to this relocation of departments of some ministries. I think let's situate facts in their proper perspective. Ministries are not being relocated, only departments. Round pegs in round holes. The CBN already, according to sources, have that department or the space in the old CBN at Glover opposite Glover there, furnished, ready, and those that has been going to Lagos as team for supervision, which includes audits, that's the place they use. Don't let's be deceived. These northern people coming forward, I think, let me just put it in Yoruba. I'll think of the proper way. Okay, let me put it in broken English. Devil, they push them. They should just continue in this trajectory. Biafra is already standing. It takes only one order to back off, and they will be left with empty bags in their hands. It is about economy. Most of their children are in CBN working, qualified or unqualified. We won't talk about that now. Most of their children in this department, they don't want to go to Lagos because they've never been there before. They don't want to live in Lagos. And the CBN, apart from that lovely building you look at, they have other satellite offices in Abuja on rent to most of these Hausa oligarchs. They are landlords. FAN doesn't have their own personal building in Abuja. They are paying rents. I just want you to imagine, I don't want to mention figures, I want you to imagine in your head the kind of rents they are paying to Hausa landlord. I'm putting it in proper language, Hausa landlords in Abuja. This trivial thing we may say is trivial is what is at the mind of these simple things. I call them simple things, but they are so greedy. What do they do for their people? What do they do for their people? It's so pathetic. They are drawing us back. It takes you to see 100 Southerners abroad before you can see one Northerner. And that one Northerner is likely to be on scholarship, on working in a consulate or an embassy. We have banditry. We have terrorism. Now kidnapping. They are not talking about that. These are the immediate things confronting us, issues confronting us. They are not talking about that. They are crying about FAAN being relocated, a department to Lagos. They are talking about a CBN department to Lagos. I mean, can you imagine? I don't like using strong words. Because seeing Dalhatu today, I was really taken aback. I don't know what, everything that comes out of his mouth puts them more in bad light, their intentions. And seeing the other man, Ndume, don't we know the history of Ndume? At the end of Jonathan's time and at the beginning of, during Saraki's reign in the Senate, have we forgotten so soon? Was he not tarred with the brush of terrorism? These people are a problem. And I'm not enthused that these departments are coming to Lagos. It's not going to improve Lagos or add anything to Lagos other than put pressure on insufficient infrastructure there. That's what it's going to bring. Coupled with about 3,000 trailers on the road with the Dangote refinery and things like that. So I'm not enthused or anything. It's not about being in Lagos. They might as well take those 2 departments to Port Harcourt. I don't care. Let these things be centralized. Let all oil companies go to Niger Delta. Nearness to source material is one of the principles of location of industry. These are the problems we are facing in this country, and these people come out. They are just, I don't know. But Tinubu has one advantage. And I think what is at the heart of this disagreeability they are exhibiting, they suspect, and rightfully so, that Tinubu is going to do a lot of reforms, undertake a lot of reforms. The Southerners are talking about infrastructure. No, Tinubu is not going to go to that route because that is a long journey. We are not going to bite, he's not going to bite that bait. But with the presidential power, he will do a lot of reforms. Power will be devolved to the nationality, ethnic nationalities. It has been NADICO program, which is eminently part of, and he's been a Democrat all his life. Coupled with that, he stayed in US for a long time. He knows the system.
Baba, can I ask you something?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. If you say Tinubu will do a lot of reform without starting from the INEC, how effective is that reform going to be? Because I think if he's going to be sincere, just as you said about reform, he should start with the issue of INEC. Then we'll see his sincerity about reform.
Well,
but without that INEC, I'm not in. I see it as a hypocrisy.
Well, Ekene, this is the point here. We've not finished the judiciary part of the electioneering cycle. When that ended, or when that ends, I think it will be part of what will be on his table. To be part of what will be on his table. I can't guarantee that, but I know INEC as it stands today need tinkering. And I'm one for us on this panel, particularly, to always prefer solution. We should not be seen to be criticizing all the time. Come with your criticism and marry it with your own solution, whether good one or bad one. It will be left for the general public who consume your thoughts to decipher. You understand?
Baba.
Yes, sir. Oh, we lost you. Don't let me lose my train of thought.
I understand. It's just that me, I'm bothered too much about our system, and I believe one of our problems is that reform. So, and to be sincere, that reform will start from my neck. To be sincere.
I don't, because I'm one even for.
Why must it start from my neck, though? That's the.
Yeah, INEC has if you say we don't have any issue with INEC, then we are deceiving ourselves.
Just hold on. Nobody said we don't have issues with that INEC, but why must this start from INEC? Is the thing.
So that we start to get our election right. People will start to vote. People will start to vote in their candidates.
Yeah, but we're not in an election cycle now. We're in a governance cycle.
No, if we should do that, if we should start from that now, because you think it's a long journey. It's not a long journey.
No,
it's a very short journey.
No, what I'm saying is the priority should be spaces like the financial structures, the legal structures, things that are presently in play now. Why would you start with INEC as opposed to finance and
economy? Well, one man.
Yes, economy.
Economy is all those things are involved, but even if he cannot do anything, that he doesn't know how to handle the economy. And I just Baba said about the reform now. If that is what he's going to do, that's the area that I will expect him to start from.
No, why would
if the
this
economy is
start
too
from,
hard.
no, hold on.
So that even if
no, hold on.
So that
you don't just shout your way through it now. Slow down.
Yeah.
Why would it start from INEC when the most important thing right now is the economy? That's where the reform is needed.
Why you must start from INEC because the problem we have in this country is leadership. We have leadership problem. And because of that INEC, we have not been able to get what we desire as a nation. So if Tinubu can offer us that, I'll be grateful to him. Buhari tried to do the but Buhari is a hypocrite. So if Tinubu can do that, I'll be grateful to him.
One more, can I interject?
We have leadership problem. People are not confident to select their leader in this country. It's quite obvious. It's quite obvious.
All right.
Okay, can I go ahead?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. Okay. Like as I was saying, yes, the election thing is part of it. Did you observe that CAN, Christian Association of Nigeria, visited Tinubu today? There is a counterparty or counterpower or counterforce coming from the south as one voice pushing back the north. And these people can be brazen, but they are also cowards. I mean, soon enough, they will back down. But we should not be fooled if they back down. We shouldn't be fooled. We should just keep on the pressure and encouraging the government to do things we want, not because we want to cheat the North. Because when Dalhatu was concluding that interview, he said something. He said, in land mass, we have 70% of the country. 2, he said, 60%, they are 60% of the Nigeria's population. 3, he queried the East why they want another state where there is no space within the 5 states they are occupying now. Those 3 things should be useful to Southerners.
That man really annoyed me yesterday.
3 things he said. He claimed that they are 70%.
That man really annoyed me. He's a very foolish old man.
Don't think he's foolish. They come in with agenda. They discuss it. Both the Kanem Bonu and the Hausa Bokoi and the Fulani Caliphate, they discussed it before they bring it out. Don't underrate them. They know what they are doing. They know what they are doing. They know what they are doing. So we should just be alert. But I know very well that Tinubu has an advantage. He's holding one sword of Damocles on their head, which is the Yoruba as a nation. Because as far as I'm concerned, the Biafran side is almost a fait accompli if they misbehave. Because on the tripod we stand, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. It has to be 2 against 1.
You know, Baba, if the Yoruba say that this thing is done, that country will just.
That's all. That is all.
Nobody will even have to fire a bullet because, like you
exactly.
said, I think the Southeasterners broadly they are ready. You know, it's just in many ways you have to wonder if Nigeria is not actually a Yoruba project. The Northerners just see it as an opportunity to exploit this gullible Southerners. They don't care about anything called Nigeria. The Southeasterners want a way. They've been wanting a way for 40 years something. But the Southwesterners, they are the ones just clinging on that Nigeria. If the Yorubas with one voice say they want Yoruba nation, then that's the end of Nigeria.
That is the end. And they know this for a fact.
Even Middle Belt, I can show you that Middle Belt are ready for any negotiation.
So this is exactly. We don't need any analyst to come and tell us otherwise here. This is the reality, and they know it. So they are just posturing. But beneath their posturing, they know how to come forward to push the big agenda there while they are clamoring for something juicy underneath. So this is not the main thing they want. They want something. And for this present person we have there, I think is the only president we have so far that is without a godfather. OBJ has the military generals who put him there as an appeasement for the Yorubas. OBJ is godfather to Yaradua. OBJ is godfather to Jonathan. Tunumbu, whether you like it or not, whether you believe it or not, is the godfather of Buhari. He brought him to us. Tunumbu has no godfather. If you think he has a godfather, please tell me. And I ask myself,
you wouldn't know now who doesn't have godfather. He has some people that when they have a seat with him, they will tell him this is what we want, and we agree with them.
Yeah, but they're not his godfathers. Tinubu doesn't have a godfather now.
They have godfather.
He's the capo de tutti.
There is no
He's the capo de tutti of present-day Nigeria. Aja is the capo de tutti.
Some people will sit with the president and say, Mr. President, this is what we want.
Okay, mention the people. Tell us.
Are you talking about Bisi Akonde and people like that?
Offhand, tell us.
I think Ajale Koko means people like Bisi Akonde.
Let me tell you. They don't have to. It's not that they will control him in totality, but when it comes to a critical issue that they believe this is what they want, they can sit down with him and they will tell him, Mr. President.
That is different from when you have a godfather. If he's incapacitated and he will make a phone call to you and order you, this is what we want.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Akim.
The issue of godfatherism doesn't mean that they will control you in totality, but sometimes, yes, they will press a button that, look, this is the direction you should take, and we agree with them because it knows they are his godfather.
No, Ajale Koko, that's a different space. You're talking about people that have political influence over
influencers.
You can as well classify them as godfather.
No, a godfather has authority over you. Like Tinubu has authority over Lagos State. That's a godfather right there.
I think you people are not misconstruing this thing. Godfatherism doesn't mean that you'll be controlled in totality.
Babaja, let's reminisce. Let's go back to during the campaign. If I think that was before the APC Congress, what is said in Ogun State. If Adesina's memoir is out, check it out. There is a paragraph that addressed that Emilokon said, it is my turn. I put this man there. He didn't hide it. Even the governor, Abiodun, he said, Eleyi, this one. He can't even say.
Sorry, Baba, sorry. Ajale Koko, you're very funny, man. So somebody stood on the podium and say he installed the current city president, and then you say that person has a godfather. I don't even know how you call me Badakite. Person, someone who was bold enough to say if it wasn't for him, Buhari would not have been president. When Buhari was still the sitting president, he looked at a state governor and he said, "You this one."
So you telling me that he got there by all its strength, and there's no some people that
Ajali
able
Koko,
and support
everybody
it.
you see,
I mean,
everybody you see around
no,
Tinubu,
politics is not like that.
you
Politics
see
No, it can
everybody,
be
is a team
influenced,
Ajali
game.
but it
Koko,
can be controlled.
Politics is a team game,
Ajali Koko,
and
yeah,
sometimes
everybody you see around Tinubu, everybody you see around Tinubu were all Tinubu boys, people who benefited from him, not the other way around.
Even
on.
Baba
The
Konde that
second day,
Crown is
When
talking
Buhari
about,
was the
he made that
even
president,
Baba
statement.
who was the
Konde,
speaker of
Hold
the,
on,
who
he
was
made that a Milocon
it's not.
statement.
Ajali Koko, hold on,
That
Ajali Koko,
second day,
hold on.
he ran to
When Buhari was the president,
Buhari. He ran
when
to
Buhari
Buhari
was the
to go and
president, who
beg.
was the speaker of the House of
No,
Rep?
no, he did not.
Hold on. The second day that he made that
Ajali Koko,
Milocon
we start
statement,
again.
that he ran to Buhari to go and beg. What are you
No,
talking
this
about?
is what
As if
happened,
you are
Aja.
not
It
No,
did
no, no,
not.
no, 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 Aja. Let's
Let me
put
tell
it
you something,
straight.
Ajali
Hold
Koko.
on, hold on, Akim. Femi
Aja,
Adesina
let's
actually,
put it straight.
Femi Adesina covered that in his book.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The next day, Buhari even panicked himself and that chairman that is retired. Tinubu retired him. That man has been in politics since
so Tinubu
78.
was even powerful than Buhari when Buhari was in power. Is that what you guys are saying? It's just
No,
that
he
Buhari
was
just
not
Ajali Koko,
involved
hold
in
on,
that government.
Ajali Koko.
Buhari wanted him, but Buhari did not
Tinubu
want
was
to rock the
strategic,
boat.
Aja. He folded into himself. He said, Mo
Ajali
wagba
Koko,
fura
Ajali
lowe. He
Koko.
said, I did not
Baba,
come to
Baba, hold
beg
on,
He
for
let
is
me
food.
explain something
lucky.
to Ajali Koko.
He is lucky
Ajali
that he was
Koko,
not dealing with Obasanjo. If it were to be Obasanjo that was the president then, and we talk to Obasanjo like that, it will be crushed.
Ajali Koko,
Obasanjo
hold
will
on first,
crush
yeah?
him
Ajali Koko,
immediately.
hold on
He
first.
will crush his political career immediately.
No.
I don't know.
I mean,
Tinubu is
what
smarter
are you
than
guys talking
Obasanjo.
about, man?
Tinubu is smarter than Obasanjo, anyways.
No,
But he's
Ajali
not his
Koko.
what I'm
godfather.
saying, hold on, one man, listen. If we were to be Obasanjo in the position of president, when Buhari was there, and he talked to Obasanjo like that, his political career will be crushed.
Well,
Obasanjo will
Yeah,
crush
but
him.
well, I
Obasanjo
won't
tried to
Look at
dispute
crush
what
it,
him
and I
Obasanjo
now.
won't
did
accept
to.
it either.
Don't you see what Obasanjo did to Atiku? Obasanjo killed Atiku ambition till today.
Yeah, but Ajanle Koko, Obasanjo tried to crush him 1999 to 2007, and Tinubu outsmarted him.
What do
Tinubu
you
is
mean by
smarter than Obasanjo.
what do you mean? Did Atiku tell you that he was the one that went to beg Obasanjo not to take Lagos State
He
from him?
was spewing lies.
He's
What are
telling
you guys
lies now.
talking about? And now
He
he's
was
telling
spewing
lies because
lies.
Tinubu is your
Ajali Koko. Baba
is
Ajali
your guy.
Koko. Baba Ajali Koko, hold on first, yeah?
Yeah,
When Buhari was the president second term, who was the speaker of the House of Rep?
Was that not Dimeji Bankole?
No,
now.
it was Bajami Amila, a Tinubu boy.
And then what? What does that mean?
Ahmed Lawan was the Senate president. He was also a Tinubu boy before the primaries.
Oh,
Ahmed Lawan got to the Senate
down.
president.
That doesn't mean anything. They say Tinubu boy.
Oh yeah, let's move
It
forward.
was
Let's leave this
literally
godfather thing and move forward,
It
please.
was an
Let's move forward.
arrangement between. Hold on. That was an arrangement between them. You guys just don't carry this thing as if Tinubu did everything. It was an arrangement between him and Buhari honor everything that they agree upon.
He did not
Buhari
want
were
to
to be
honor it. He was faced with a formidable force, bigger than him. Even his second time, if you remember, Tinubu was practically begged. Aisha begged Tinubu to come back and push his husband through the second time. You forget?
One man,
Tinubu sat back
did
in
you
Lagos.
forget when Ganduje told Buhari not to come to Kano before the election?
Yes, that was after the Naira
Akim,
change.
let's move on. Let's forget. There are people waiting.
Don't give all the glory.
Ganduje told Buhari not to visit Kano.
Let's move on. Akim, let's move on, please. As I was saying,
I told you Tinubu is an institution.
You guys go and sit down.
Let's go ahead.
All right.
Like I was saying,
yes,
this thing actually, I will jump straight because we've spent too much on this about politicians angling for second term. Part of the reform I don't think is on Tinubu's plate, and he may not address it, but I wish we have only one-term presidency in Nigeria, just 6 years. It will save us a lot of things from this systemic corruption. It will save us a lot of things because right now they are gathering their war chest. They are gathering their war chest for 2027, whereas they are not addressing the problem confronting the state of Nigeria. Everything we hear now is about second term, second term, second term. Why? It shouldn't be like that. If it's just one-term presidency of 6 years, there will be focus, there will be direction. So I don't know how we will get to that. But one thing I know that reforms are coming because the route of restructuring is too long and tedious. It's too long and tedious. A lot of things can be done through presidential fiats. And Nigeria will be the beneficiary of it all. But the northern agenda, like this Miyetti Allah by Badeyo, I mean, that's an affront on the state. And I want to see Aso Rock's response. I want to see the response because it's odious. Look at a structure of Nigeria's security, a representative of the structure of an arm of Nigeria's security, a police commissioner in the midst of a militia. That is odious. What's the governor of that state doing? Is he complicit in this? Is he complicit in this? Is that ragtag army, was it displayed to frighten the South? I want to see the response of Aso Rock in this, whether silently or otherwise. Because there is an issue we have to discuss in this country right now. I don't even pray they back away. I don't want them to back down because I know they will do that soon enough. That's what they do. But I don't want us to relent. We have to discuss on the basis of why we want to stay together in this marriage. I'm not saying we should split. I was born in Nigeria. I love being in Nigeria. I put my Nigerianness forward anytime. I love speaking my broken English wherever I am. It's as good as my English, or if not even better than my English. But we need to discuss. They fall into a trap. And we should not allow them get away. We have to discuss. Do we want the continuation of the marriage or to your tent, O Israel? This is the time. It's unusual for me to talk this way. I'm always very reluctant to talk this way. But listening to that Ndume and Dalhatu, I mean, I reluctantly arrived at the conclusion that we have to dialogue. We need to talk now.
But you have to be consistent from today. Baba, if you are consistent from today, I will have no problem with you whatsoever. Seriously, you have to be consistent. You cannot. Hold on. Listen. Here's what I mean, right? You cannot, because of that little provocation, just a little provocation from those two people you mentioned, right? Then you sounded like IPO Y, right? Right
IPO,
now,
God forbid, if you will say waiting.
IPO of IPOY, Yorubana, you know, Bibo. What I'm saying is that if you are consistent, look, if you're consistent right now from what you said, then there's no daylight between you and other Nigerians who want a better country. Because the provocation to the east is a whole lot worse than the two little people who just made a statement, and with that you're willing to discuss. our this, but I'll wait till my turn. I'm listening
No,
to you. I hope you're not being a good boy because I'm here. That's what I want you to be.
Perish that thought. Perish that thought. Woman. So I don't want to take. People have been waiting all day, so I want to give them opportunity to talk. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Baba. If you're around, I'll come back to you with more topics still. Let's hear from Ekene. Ekene, you're up next. Ekene, the Jagaban of the one-man platform. Jagaban.
One man.
Okay.
Thank you, the panelists. Thank you, everyone. I want to start with my former governor will be meeting the FCC tomorrow to account for the fund he stole in Anambra State. I'm waiting for the outcome. Really hope you are not. I want to say a few things on what we have said concerning the attitude of these Northerners. It's becoming too much. In fact, those two guys, their comment has made me believe that these Northerners don't have the interest of Nigeria. They are just thinking one Nigeria just to be taking resources from the South, loot it for their selfish interest. That guy that spoke on Arise TV, after the commentary he made about the moving commands to the north, to the Onitsha and all that, just to generate ethnic sympathy. Also, the way he spoke about the Southeast, wanting 6 states and all that, we have a small space. Why should we be demanding for that? That they occupy almost 60% of, they have 60% population of the Nigeria and 70% of the land mass. Man, it shows a lot of things. Ndume coming up today, talking to the CBN governor as if he was telling him, if not because Tinubu was president, can he become a CBN governor? And believing so much. In fact, the only thing I'm waiting, I just want to know if Tinubu will go on with that plan. Because if he didn't go on, if he dropped it, if he drops those plans because of the threat from these Northerners, then that means that he's not a man of his word. That's how I'll conclude it. So I will use this thing to hold him to accountable. If he ever go back to this plan, I will now take him as he is not serious and he is not the man of his word. Because I don't know the reason for these Northerners behaving like this. I don't know. So that's it, one man. And nothing much to say. You say we shouldn't discuss our economy, even though it's getting too much.
No, we can discuss our economy. What's the latest with the price of the dollar? I think you're a dollar man, aren't you?
Well, it's almost close to 1,004. Just
that's at the black market, Abby, at the parallel market.
At the black market, close to 1,400.
And what's the official rate? Do you know what's the official rate?
It's about 970 or so. About 970. But I don't really understand the reason for this jumping of dollar. I don't even understand the reason. And the federal government is not saying anything about it. They're not saying this is how we're going to tackle it. This is the position we're going to take to make sure that things will get better in the nearest future.
It's monetary policy and inflation. That's all it is. It's inflation. Printing money.
So, okay, they're printing money.
Yeah, it's among other things. It's monetary policy. The whole reason why you have a CBN is to control that. To control. I mean, the inflation. Do you know the inflation is 30%? I think maybe 30 point something today. That's not what he inherited from. I mean, all the metrics are just shameful, to be honest with you. I'm not trying to be hard on him, but what you're saying, you don't know why you have money going like that. It's all tied into the monetary policy of the country.
And that means, is it bad if he revise his policy and go back to normal things that will benefit the society? Because I know right from the beginning that decision he made from that inauguration day is a hasty one. He would have waited to enter the office to know what is on ground before making those decisions. But he just made it, and the thing started to bite him very hard. So, just 7 months, it has tripled to what he made. It took Buhari just 8 years for dollar to get to 750, but it took Tinubu only 7 months to double it. So it's very pathetic. I don't know, and I don't know their major plan. That those promises they made about productivity to increase our product and our export. No plan on that. Nothing is being done. Nothing. Everything is just infrastructure. Nothing has been commissioned.
I'm sorry to interject you again. It'll be like 30 seconds. The thing is that somebody was saying how Tinubu is the boss, doesn't have a godfather. The thing is that the people who put him there, which it's primarily Britain, right? Imagine what kind of deal they're getting. With £1, they just wipe us out, all our oil, all our products. That's who put him there. If Tinubu knows what to do, right? But he can't. They want that thing to be, maybe by the summer it's gonna be like 1 to 5,000 or something like that. So that's, I mean, it's.
So what is their benefit if dollar is 1 to 1,500 to their own dollar? What is their benefit? What are they benefiting from?
When they buy oil with $1, they be getting, it's like, you know how much we're selling that oil. They set the prices. If somebody, like I come to Nigeria right now with $10, you know how much money I have? With $100, you know how much I have money to buy whatever I want, because those people locally still are not making a lot of money based on how much the dollar rate is.
Okay, when they bring in their dollar to buy oil in Nigeria, they change a lot of naira.
Right, because it's hard times right now, even in the United States. So for sure, Britain is having a hard time. So they have to juice all their protectorates, Nigeria being their major thing. All their oil, everything they have. They have the 3rd, 4th, and 5th largest oil companies, right? Where's the oil coming from? It's coming from us.
That means there is no hope for Nigeria. There is no hope for Nigeria now. Because I'm not seeing any clear direction, where no policy. They are just looking at us. We are looking at them. There is nothing like governance. But we are still hoping. They say we should give him 1 year. Let's give him 1 year. So we'll see the miracle. Man, let me go to sleep.
All right, go to sleep, Ekene. I think a lot of us will join you shortly. Ajale Koko, you're up next. Ajale Koko, thank you for waiting.
What's up, one man?
Yes. So to the conversation. So this Metia Lab man that was arrested, the Northerners riding against departments being moved to Lagos. So, and then Kwakwanso and Ganduje suddenly the best of friends.
Okay. Let me say greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. The Etiala guy, I believe he did not carry out what he did without the knowledge of the state. I believe the state is aware. For the commissioner of police or top-ranking police officers to be present at that inauguration of those militia, that tells me that at least some high-level government officials are aware of what he did. So I think the DSS should carry out a thorough investigation on their own to know what is really behind it and the reason for, because they can say, oh, we're trying to have our men to fight against insecurity, and it might be for ulterior motive. So DSA to carry out their own investigation, while presidency should invite the state governor, the police commissioner, Inspector General of Police. The presidency should invite them, the president rather, should invite them to office and ask questions. Why should this happen? Because according to what you read, the organization is not registered, and using that organization, to mobilize a militia group, in the state. So the presidency should call the president, the state governor and the inspector general of police to ask questions and give them marching order to investigate as well, separate investigation from that of DSS, and give them limited time to get back to him. Because just like some people have said earlier, that if Nnamdi Kanu was not allowed to have his ESN, to operate in the East, to secure the life and property of the people of Eastern Nigeria, why should these people be allowed? So we must be a country, we must run a country where the law is uniform. The law is supreme. And everybody is, the law is supreme. So everybody is, supremacy of the law must operate across the country. One law, same law across the country. Same law. The same law that operates in the East should be the same law that operates in the West and the same law that operates in the North. And not that, the East is carrying out some, doing their own thing under the law, separate from that of the West and that of the North. No, we can't run a nation like that. A nation is not run like that. So the law must be supreme, and we must operate, same law to govern the entire country. I know some people will say, Sharia law, we want to operate Sharia law in our own part of the country to do some things. It's just absolute nonsense. It should not, a country where that is not run under the same law in entirety, then the country is not a country. It's just do your own, I do my own country. And that is what is in operation in Nigeria, and that is what is killing that country. That's why the country is not moving forward. I do my own, do your own, it's not good. So the presidency should, since DSS is investigating, presidency should take it up, get the governors and inspector general of police to the office and give them marching order to carry out the investigation and get back to him within a short period of time. That's my suggestion on that. So on Ganduje and what do you call it?
Kwakwanso.
One man, don't worry yourself. They fellas sang a song. What was the no agreement? That song
today or tomorrow.
No agreement.
Today
No
or tomorrow.
agreement today, no agreement tomorrow. No agreement today, no agreement tomorrow. I no go get it. Make my brother hungry. Make a note, la 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 la. That is what we have between Dandige and what do you call Dandige and Kwankwaso. They're not going to agree politically. No, it's never going to happen. So if now they agree on what formula, who is going to be the leader, under which party? Oh, it's not going to happen, one man. It's not going to happen. Kwankwaso is in control of the state, and he wants to run that state to subdue the political influence of Ganduje, because Ganduje is a threat to him in that state now. Because why is a threat to him? Because they control the federal, and they can use the federal might, to crush them. So and crushing Kwankwaso in that state, if it's not holding that state tight, him and his group, then that will end their political career. So Ganduje is doing carrying out every effort to end the career of Kwankwaso, because Kwankwaso is his political boss. He used to be his political boss, and is more popular than him, is more grounded politician than him. So, but I don't see, there's not going to be agreement between them. So what I'm hearing here, that they're about to settle their score, and this is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. If they shake hands in the morning, in the evening, they will rain abuses against each other. That is the relationship between two of them. And you have seen it several times. You saw what happened sometimes ago, some years back, when Ganduje was walking on top of Kwankwaso poster. They lay it on the floor, and he was walking on top of his poster. I mean, that's a total disrespect. That is, it shouldn't do that. And but that should tell you the level of enmity between two of them. It's beyond political opponent. It's gone to enemy. They are enemy of each other. So, and you saw it recently when Tinubu, when he became the president, when Kwankwaso visited him. You remember that Kwankwaso visited him first before Ganduje. You heard what Ganduje said when he visited the president after Kwankwaso. He was talking, he was saying all sorts of things against Kwankwaso. That is the level of that unending fight between two of them. It's beyond opponent. They are enemy of each other, and they are ready to crush each other anytime, any day. So I don't see it coming. There's no agreement. They're not going to agree. So that's my take on that. And what's the third one?
I think the third one are the parastatals being moved to Lagos.
Look, one man, I thought taking some department in the bank. I don't know why some people are overblowing this thing. It's just something. They are not saying that they are closing down the bank. They are not.
You're breaking a little bit, Ajan Lekoko.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a bit better. Carry on.
You can hear me now?
Yes, it's better now. Carry on.
Okay. So I said I'm in support of Tinubu moving some department. He did not say he's closing down Central Bank and moving Central Bank in entirety to Lagos. That is not what they said. What is the reason for this hulabaloo over this thing? What is the reason? It shouldn't be any reason for it. The Central Bank governors who with his team of deputy governor, took that decision, I think they meant well for central bank to operate efficiently in order to carry out that monetary policy, you know, in the best interest of the country. So who are we to interfere? We shouldn't interfere. What is the politics that this man that brought on Allied News trying to inject into it? Oh, if this is the rationale that we're moving central bank because it's more relevant in Lagos, because Lagos is the financial hub, Lagos is the economy. Oh, it will be as well to say that, let us move the commerce department to Abba or this thing. It's just rubbish. That man was just talking rubbish, and you can see that it's the tribal interests that he was advocating for. From everything he said, the interest of the North is what he's talking about. We the North, we don't look at things like that. We believe in Nigeria. We the North. I mean, for God's sake, what is the interest of the North in the management of central bank, for central bank to carry out their function efficiently in the best interest of the country, in order to, to stimulate, carry out their policy to stimulate the economic growth of the country? What is the interest of the North? Is the interest of the North central bank? Does central bank represent the northern interest or the interest of the whole of Nigeria? I don't get it. So such a
sorry,
man.
Angelica, if you don't
Yeah.
mind, quick interjection.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Northerners don't think like the way maybe the Southerners think. They don't. They are, you can say they're territorial at the same time. They don't like to give an inch. Look, the way the system is, maybe before Tinubu came, is a system that favors them. You and I are not finding it a big deal moving a unit out of the central bank to Lagos or to the south, but they see that as a big deal, and I can't blame them. You take an inch. Okay, what is Tinubu's next plan? Who knows? So that's what they're contemplating. That's what they're thinking. Look, it takes one unit here. It takes this from there. By the time I realize the whole power dynamic is all upside down, and they are greatly disadvantaged. So that's the way they think. They I guess the right word would be they are hegemonistic in nature. They're hegemony. They like that power, especially the Fulanis. So based on the way they think about things, I don't blame them. And to your submission earlier, I was listening off studio about Ganduje and Kwankwaso Wright. Between the two of them, yes, I believe they can reconcile because Tinubu is the referee. Don't forget that. It's not about them being acrimonious towards one another. Tinubu is the middleman. So if anybody can do it, of course, unlike Atiku, that can bring them together to work together, Tinubu can do it. Thanks.
You see, let me tell you this. This group of people that always rush to the TV from the North to push a narrative is just their style. We have lived in that country for a long time, and we have seen the way that they have done several times. They are never comfortable when they are outside power, as if that power is, as if they cannot survive without being in position of the presidency. When they are not in number one position, it's all cry. Every action taken in the best interest of the country, they will rush the TV, rush the newspaper to say their interest is being jeopardized, or they're carrying out action that will destroy their interest in Nigeria. They did it to Obasanjo. They did it to Jonathan. And now they want to start. You see, that guy that was something Sambo that was interviewing him, he was asking him, he asked him a very important question. He said, why this cry? Why you never cry out when Buhari was there? And Buhari took a lot of steps. He did a lot of things that are never good for the country. Where were you guys? Why didn't you guys, why did you guys, where were you? You didn't speak like this against Buhari when Buhari was taking some irrational decision for the country. You understand? So it's just their style. And Tinubu, I believe, has been coming a long way in Nigerian politics. It's been in it for, going to like 40 years now, if I'm not wrong. If not 40 years, maybe like 35 years or 30 years. Let's just say 30 years. So it must stand its ground on this, because we saw the way central bank was managed under the presidency of Buhari. Central bank destroyed the economy of that country. Almost, bankrupt that country. So if we have a new sheriff in town that is trying to put in place a structure that will make central bank function efficiently, so manage their monetary policy well, and stimulate economic growth, I think we should support. We should support that. We should not put any action that central bank, this is central bank that is trying to take action. Any action that central bank is taking must not connote political interests. It must not carry political agenda. But they are trying to make it look political so that they can, mobilize their people or start preparing their people's mind against Tinubu in the next election. But I believe Tinubu is a smart politician too. This thing is happening very early, within 7 months or 8 months in office. Before the next 4 years, air will have blown this thing away. It won't be an issue again. Central bank will have established itself. I hope, policies will, stimulate economic growth, and the economy of the country would have achieved some level of growth that, good for the people of that country. And people will in the next 4 years, be able to see, the economic impact of the policy of the central bank. And then, but this is their style. People should not pay attention. People should not see it as if it's happening for the first time. This is what some of these disgruntled people in the position of leader that arrogate themselves in one kind of clique, group, and uses it to speak as if they are speaking for the larger population. This is what they do. This is the way they cause, and I didn't want that of Undume, but Baba said it, he watched it. Ekene was very furious too. He watched it, how on earth? You're a senator, and you are jumping up over a decision that central bank is making. It's a decision that is not meant to destroy
Yeah,
the
I just
economy of the country.
do you think that the Northerners? I think the Northerners are independent voters or thinkers. I asked that question because prior to the election, this guy in charge of um, Northern Elders um, Association or organization, it was kind of anti-Tinubu. It was asking for more than they probably um, should have. Or anyway, it was kind of anti-Tinubu. It doesn't think Tinubu was like playing the game towards the Northerners as closely as it should have. But nonetheless, we saw what happened in the election. Tinubu was neck and neck in the North. So which really points that look, the Northerners, they have all these different groups speaking for them or all these leaders. At the end of the day, if they see a candidate that they trust, they can work with, they're more than happy to do the right thing. And on that other parts of the country, actually, the Northerners are more reliable if you are if you're a team player. I have to give them that.
Look, let me tell you this. If Tinubu action, this action of central bank, if they carried it out and central bank function, that department function in Lagos, and it function well in the next 4 years, I believe it's not going to be an issue for campaign. And if they want to use it as an issue for campaign, particularly people from the Fulani and because when we are talking about the North, we should recognize that the North is 3 geopolitical zones from the North. We have the North Central, we have the Northeast, and we have the Northwest. So the way that man is describing it mischievously, that as if he's speaking for the entire North. That's to tell you that, look, he was just playing a game that they used to play in the past but cannot work again in Nigeria, because all eyes are open in Nigeria now. The North, the people from the Middle Belt are not seeing the Northwest as too good people the way they used to be. The leadership from the Northwest, they are not looking at them as their leader anymore, because they've seen the way the Fulani ravaged them, destroyed them in their homeland, took over their land, displaced their people and stuff like that. They're not happy. So we saw the way the election result, the last presidential election result, some people voted on the basis of religious. They voted for OP. Look at all the Christian side voted for OP in the North. So he cannot claim to be speaking for the North. The way he was saying it, the North have in the land mass, yes, they own the 70% of the land mass of Nigeria, 60% of the population. All those is just a way of, misinforming the people and pushing a narrative that the northern interest is being jeopardized. The people from the North, Middle Belt and the North Central doesn't see it like that at all. So it's just a mischievous with everything that is said on that TV interview. And I don't think it's going to. The president should stand his ground. He should let the central bank do his job. He appointed person there who feel for, you know, a reason to cut cost and reason to be efficient and reason to carry out their policy effectively and stimulate economic growth. That is why he's taking the decision. President should not come in with political interest to stop this guy. It's going to be very, very wrong. It shouldn't use political interests to stop the central bank. It's totally wrong. It mustn't have control over the central bank. According to the constitution, the central bank should be able to carry out their own thing in their own way that they know that is good for them to manage the economic, the monetary policy well for the country. That is the way the constitution define the role of central bank. There must be no political interference on central bank operation, and policy of central bank must not carry political agenda, must not connote political interest. That is the way central bank is supposed to function. So this political nonsense, oh, they are taking what's in the interest of it's nonsense. So the president should leave the central bank alone to function the way they want to function, the way they want to operate, the logistical means that they want to do their own operation. President should not stop them. It shouldn't at all. And the way that they function under Buhari with all this political nonsense, that we saw what the outcome that the country got from that, a disaster. The outcome was a disaster, and the central bank governor is going through trial right now because of political interest. They're trying to change, redesign, what do you call it? Redesign the currency to stop some people from winning the election.
Contradiction what you said. You said that the central bank is supposed to be independent. Okay, good. But was it independence that allowed Emefiele to behave in such a way that it did, or the corruption? Was that as a result of being independent, or more so? And I mean, which I'm not sure if Tinubu is interfering with the central bank, but is probably paying a whole lot more attention to it, and not just leave the central bank to run wild on that just like he did on the Emefiele. So I understand the central bank's independence, but with what is going on right now, I mean, I agree with it somewhat, not so much of an interference, but making sure that the person in charge doesn't bankrupt the country and do all kind of shitty deals with people like Dangote.
Look, you see, what do you call this thing? The way central bank function or operated during the time of, under Emefiele and Buhari as the president, I think there was a lot of politics. The central bank operated with political influence, political agenda, and that is why they couldn't function well. How hell a president, a central bank governor wanted to contest for the position of presidency while in central bank, while still in position as the governor of central bank, and was attempting to be president of Nigeria when he must not participate in politics at all. He must not play politics. And it was political decision. It's for political reason that he did that money, that currency redesigning. It's for political reason. Central bank must not change the currency for political reason. So all this political influence into the operation of central bank during the Emefiele time, that was what destroyed. That was what destroyed the operation of central bank and put the country in serious financial mess that we are going through. So, Mr. President must learn from that mistake of a Emefiele era and Buhari era. He must leave this guy alone to do his job. All he wants is result. All he want to see how he's going to transform the central bank to work efficiently and stimulate economic growth. Period. That's it. So this politician, this crooked politician with their leadership that will run to the TV, let them run to the TV and cry or whatever they want to cry, and just leave them alone. Just carry out your this thing. So I think it didn't say that it's moving the entire central bank out of Abuja. No, it's just obsession. So why the political cry? I don't get it. So I support this action that the central bank is trying to take, and the president should give the central bank free hand to operate. That is the way we can run the policy well. So, and while doing that, they must synergize with that of fiscal policy so that we can build a good economy for the country. So that's the way I see it. One man. One man there. It looks like one man is gone. Or he muted himself.
No, I am here. I muted myself, as you said. Yes. Is there any other topic you'd like to speak on?
I don't think I have any other thing in mind. I didn't follow the news well today, so I just go by what you put before me. And that's any other topic, or if none, maybe I just yield for another person.
I wanted to suggest one for you, Ajale Koko.
What?
Could I suggest one for you?
Yeah, tell me, my friend. When are you going to get your ID, facial recognition, Biafra ID?
Look, that's a lady called Ruth Ogunleye. She's a female soldier of the Nigerian army. So she's gone viral. She had a video just before they apprehended her. She was complaining that she was being harassed sexually and all kinds of things. And in front of us, the Nigerian army came and grabbed her. And intimidating her, threatening her life. We don't know what's become of her now. The reason why I wanted to suggest it to you is that there's been a pattern from the Buhari'S, right? When they bomb Ibadan or do whatever terrorism, you want to hush it up. You don't want to talk about it.
Who bombed Ibadan?
Well, you have to do an investigation to know, but the devastation.
What do you know about it? What do you know? You have
well,
any
let me finish with this girl, and then we could talk about that when I talk. Right? What I wanted to suggest to you, I don't know if you're familiar with this girl, right? So you're a woman. So what I was saying is that if you have Tinubu, one of the major reasons he's sitting there right now is that the Southwest were intransigent in trying to let the conversation go on. They were supporting him, those who supported him from that section. It's like, hey, this is our lock-on or whatever it is, right? Oh, he says they may lock-on, they say it's our turn.
Yeah.
And they fought for that. Now, the North has been showing signs of irritation with Buhari. First of all, you remember Wike is the FCT minister. The Northerners don't like that, and they certainly told him that. So he's been piling on provocation. It doesn't matter what you say. In essence, you want a country where Northerners don't behave that way, but you have a country where they behave that way. They've got administration after administration telling you. Even them supporting Tinubu was a last-minute stand. They tried to undermine him They were going to fuck him in that thing there with the northern former Senate president, and it didn't work. The governor said, oh, this is just going to be too much. The Yorubas are not going to put up with this. They're going to then collaborate with the Igbos and all that. So I'm saying that to say this. Tinubu has to have a base. He's not doing anything for the Yorubas, right? You go to the market right now in those Yoruba market women, they say, hey, we supported this guy and we regret it. It doesn't matter what we say on this platform, right? It's the economy is stupid, right? But that's what's on the ground. So now, where I'm cobbling all this together for a topic for you is that what is it going to take for you to have one of you? Remember the first woman pilot, the way they just bite her? It's a Yoruba woman pilot, and that was just buried under the ground. The Tinubu administration, instead of doing things at least to have a base, say the Yorubas, right? It's not doing anything for them. It's not doing anything for the South. It's not doing anything for the South. He wants to go and grab the strong men like Wike and strong men in Kano. Is that, I mean, shouldn't you now be speaking out for a poor soldier like that woman? That's a disrespect, even for us. I'm an Igbo man. I don't like that. But we don't want to come in and start usurping your space. But if you don't do something about it, we'll have to do something about it. Her name is Ruth Ogunleye. If you don't know about her story, there's no need to Ogunleye, right? Well, how do you say it? Say it again. Ogunleye. Okay. I'm gonna forgive you. Yeah, when your people say Jonathan, you go like Jonathan, right? I don't care when you do that. So what I'm saying is that you gotta do something about it. I want to hear you. What's your take on things like that? They're small, but it piles up.
Okay, let me get you right. You said what did that lady do? What did he do that? What did he do? The military officer.
She's a soldier, right? So she goes to social media after all her force was exhausted in trying to ward off this army officers who are raping her.
Trying to sexually molest her or something like that. Yeah.
Right. As bad as that is, but if then she makes a video and posts it for the public, in essence, putting her life now in danger, the public has to be the only thing that they have to fear, or the president, who's from her ethnic stock, right? And then she's in Lagos, and then they send people from Abuja to come and grab her and bring her to Abuja, right? And then we don't hear about her again. We don't know what's become of her. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, let me tell you this. You see, military is an institution on its own, and they have a way of the way they operate that institution. They have a way of carrying out disciplinary action when any officers, violated that military rules or something like that. Number one, I think it is against their rule for officers to go online and do whatsoever, go on social media. It's against their military rule. That is number one. So it's wrong that aspect. While I totally while I will show some mercy with her that because she was going through a sexual molestation, that was what she did on the social media. So, but I think we treated our issue here. I think she launched a complaint. The person that was sexually molesting her or attempting to molest her sexually is her boss. He stopped her salary for some months. She couldn't get a salary. He was, maltreating her and stuff like that. I think she's narrated everything in that video. So, but I believe the military is handling our issue. I believe that.
Okay.
So that has no, hold on. That has nothing to do with Tinubu. Tinubu is the commander-in-chief of armed forces, and the head of the military is the chief of army staff that will handle every matter within the military. And like I told you, it's an institution that have discipline. They have a way to carry out disciplinary measure among officers that violates that military rule. I mean, sorry, their military is a rule or regulation or so anything like that. So it has nothing to do with Tinubu. You cannot politicize that issue with that lady. I think you are wrong, concern. You
Okay, so now I want you to
not bring that. It has nothing
okay.
to
Hold on now.
politics.
Hold on. The thing is that you have to wax.
Completely wrong on
hold on. Wax your ear.
You want
okay?
to blame Tinubu every
No. Just hold on, because you are the one who's speaking on a tangential issue. Wax your ear and listen to me. I'm complaining to you that you should be talking about it. Now
we have
you
talked
raise
about
the issue.
it on
Let
this
me
platform
land now.
a
Let me
week
land.
ago,
Let
like a
me
week
land.
ago.
But
We
it's not
said
an
it here.
it's not a one-time thing. It's not an event. It's a process. You don't say, okay, we talked about it, right? Now, when you talked about it, it's probably when she complained about it. So you milked the gossip factor. But after that, they then came and got her. That's an escalation. That is a different topic now. They came and got her. She's incommunicado. When somebody makes an allegation of rape, it's not within the military. But besides, the president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. It's not commander-in-chief of the people, which is the mistake you make all the time. The president is commander-in-chief of the armed forces, not commander-in-chief of Nigeria or Nigerians. So when we hear such a thing is going on, it's incumbent upon us to inquire. It's a crime. It's not about their procedural bullshit they have in the army. It's a substantive issue of rape, and then somebody's life, knowing the Nigerian military, being at risk, a woman. But I have brought it to you so that you can be vigilant and pay attention to those kind of issues, because it's not just it happening, it's the appearance of him not caring about his people. You cannot ride a tribal wave, and then when you get up there, when it's time to govern, you say, hey, look, I'm for everybody, right? He rigged the election based on tribalism. So he's forever precluded from disavowing tribalism. He's a tribal animal. You cannot come to the people during the campaign and you're tribalist. Then when you mount that rostrum of leadership, you say, hey, I'm for Fulani soldiers grabbing our daughter. And I'm magnanimous. I don't want to talk about that. That's not the way it works. But for you, though, you have a responsibility. That show, every segment of this show should have a little episode for her until we know her whereabouts and know what's happening with her, because that's the whole reason why she ran to us. The social media is important, even though these anachronistic leaders don't think so. Social media is an
agree with you on that.
Antidote. Excuse me.
I agree with you on that. That yes, we should speak more on a matter.
Right.
But maybe one man have not come across this latest development that you are sharing with us now. But when that incident happened, when she ran to the social media, he brought it. We discussed. We condemn the officer that was molesting her or sexually harassing her, stuff like that. So this is the latest development. So I want to agree with you that yes, we should intensify effort in pushing our case louder on social media, and that can maybe help can influence the military in whatever decision they want to make on her. But the way the military operates, the military, they are separate institution completely. They have their own way of doing things, which is totally different from the way civilian, totally different from the way we do our own thing.
Yeah, but Angelico, then at what point does a civilian intervention is required in military affairs?
But you know what happened here. But where Pansat is getting it wrong, he want to blame Tinubu. He want to draw Tinubu in this. That is where I don't agree with Pansat. I believe the military authority, I believe they are handling our case now. We don't know how they are handling it, but I believe they are handling our case. But like I said, it's against the military rules and regulation to go to social media and make noise as a military officer. It's against them.
But I understand. But this is, listen to me. You're making two mistakes in what you just said, especially saying that way I got it wrong. First of all, let me tell you, I don't care what I accuse Tinubu of. Oh, just hold on now. Hold on now.
Let me land now. Tinubu is, look, we have the head of the military that are handling this matter. Tinubu cannot speak to it. It is one of those problems within the military. Well, the military.
I've heard that. I want to respond to that. You've made the point. Saying it twice doesn't give you any extra point on it. What I'm saying to you in response to that is this.
Yeah.
There is court martial, true. When you violate one of the things in the military, that's true. You have court martial and they have their own process there. But still, when somebody goes to social media, a citizen, remember she's in the military, but she's also a citizen, and make allegations, right? It is no longer confined to that military obey the last command kind of thing. We have the right.
No. Stop that. As long as she belongs to the military, she's still in the military. That military authority rule or what do they call it prevail on her.
No. Listen to what I said. If she's in the military, if it's a military affair, it's different.
Yeah.
If a woman's dressed up, clad in civilian, I watch that video and comes and make allegations. She's still a citizen. She does not give up her citizenship right. It's not overruled by. There are rights that are given to her by that constitution. There are rights given to her by God Himself. Right now, they can have their military court-martial stuff, but it's the officer that should be court-martialed. Right? You do not go on a flimsy excuse that she went. I bet you when that constitution was written, there's nothing in there that says social media. It's not in our constitution. There's never been an amendment added to it. Let me just land now. Let me land. The point you're making is going to be the same. Now, on the Tinubu issue, number one, there is nothing on earth you could accuse Tinubu of that he's not guilty of. From murder to whatever, I could accuse him of anything and he did it. That's one. But I'm not doing that. So you cannot exonerate him and say, oh, his hands are clean, he's president. That's not the way it works. But on top of that, you just said that he's commander-in-chief, the buck stops at his desk. Now, he doesn't have to. I'm saying to you by appearance, right? Politically, he has to have some kind of base because as you were mouthing off about Northerners getting ready, I was going to talk about that after this. When it's my turn, I was going to talk about what the Northerners are doing. But you just said the Northerners are fond of doing blah, 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 and that Tinubu should not let it happen. So now that's tribal. You're not counting on some kind of base. Now, who is he counting on? If the Yorubas see that girl, say the news come out a week from now, 2 weeks from now, God forbid, that they buy it, right? Because she complained. And he's right there sitting there as commander in chief, and he doesn't do anything about things like that. He's
Well,
gonna lose.
hold on, Pastor.
Yeah.
Sorry, okay. See, as bad as it sounds, I mean, nobody should be, especially the female, be abused at a workplace. Why is this lady's situation unique from other abuses that have occurred or that are occurring in the military or any other part of the country anyway? So why do you think Tinubu should intervene in this special one? What was so special about it?
Okay, what I was saying politically, right, and appearance wise, the woman cried out on social media. Our country being a tribal country, the minimum he would do, because she's a woman and she's helpless, and she cried out pathetically. It was a pathetic cry.
Do you even know if Tinubu ever heard about it or it was brought to his attention?
Of course. Is he living in Mars? That was a pathetic cry out.
The man is running a country, a nation of over about 200 million people. You don't think he has a lot? I mean, as important as this situation is.
But that's not one way around everywhere. It's not. What is he doing? He has. Let me tell you something about presidents. Presidents have intelligence given to them every morning, and a lot of them read like gossip. When you hear intelligence, it's not like highfalutin something where they're capturing aliens and then tell them about aliens. It's just gossip. Like, hey, look, that's a soldier, it's a woman. It may affect us politically. And the people his counsel, they will advise him on that. Else, if he's not doing that, he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. This girl went out boldly, courageously, stuck out his neck. Now, the only reason why she would do something like that is because we're here. In the days when
you just want to talk about Tinubu Pansat. Say from Jonathan's time when the Chibok girls were kidnapped, all the way to Buhari's tenure. This guy's not losing his sleep. 200 young girls were captured, abused, and maltreated in unimaginable way. One can only imagine what situation they found themselves. I didn't see the politician losing sleep.
Some people said that affected Jonathan. It was under Jonathan that the Chibok girls were almost 300 girls, but Jonathan denied it. It affected him somewhat, security-wise, right? But we Southerners, including Tinubu, we're not like Northerners who are born with terrorism. It's part of their culture, right? If they don't do anything about terrorism, nothing happens to them. Like Buhari.
I don't think that's a fact.
As a matter of fact, it's a plus for them. If Buhari doesn't do anything with his body language, then they want him in. They want to vote for him the more, right? But it's not like that with us who are with the Western jurisprudence and culture and Christians, right? If you do not pay attention to something like that, it will affect you. Trust me, it affected Jonathan, and no Southerner is gonna hear that woman cry out and have them come and grab her the way they did. Now, in this case, he's a Yoruba president, a tribalist, right, to the core, and then they grab the girl. Politically,
it's fine, and of course you have that opportunity to do so, to see everything from the lens of tribe. That is fine. But
they made me do it. I'm not usually but you have to deal with the country we have. When somebody comes and say Emiloka, right, and go around this place and talk about how it's their turn, and you have to keep that up. You cannot do that during campaign, and then when it's time to govern,
I think the problem you have with that is that the phrase Emiloka is a Yoruba phrase. because that term, Emilokon, is always been part of a political culture. If you want to put it that way. Don't tell me when the Northerners say, it's our turn to be president. And what do you think? What do you think that the idea, albeit not written down in our constitution, comes from when we rotate presidency? What do you think come from? Is that not Milocon? Is that not?
Yeah,
Okay.
I have no problem with it. Remember, I'm actually saying.
No, you're trying to demonize Tinubu for standing up and saying so.
Girl, right? How's that? Emilokon to go get out that girl. That's what I'm saying. Emilokon is good for you to be president. It's also it's your turn to go and get that girl out from there. Find out what's happening, because it's gonna damage you politically. She made a pathetic cry to the nation, to all of us. He says, "Hey, look,
what if I can't say I can guarantee, but I don't think Tinubu is aware of this lady. I mean, come on. I don't think it browsed the internet looking for such. Huh?
That's an indictment on him. That's worse than if he says that.
It could be on his the people around him. I don't know, his chief of staff or the Ingilale, the spokesperson, and some other people. But to you to assume that Tinubu is aware of this lady, and even though if he's aware of the lady, he may not have, just like Angelico said, any action to take,
leverage,
because it's under the purview of the military to handle the matter accordingly.
No, I am not saying that the case should be adjudicated like that without the courts or anything. I'm trying to say the process itself must be seen to be with according to the law, with decorum. You cannot bury that smoke. You have a political price to pay if something happens to her. For one thing, you have to be aware of these kind of things. Don't go hedging your bets on what happened in 2023, where you steal the election. You're gonna have to serve the people. The president is a servant. He's nothing else but that, right?
I think you've been dramatic, Pansat.
No, I'm not.
The last terrorism, hold on, the last banditry or terrorist act that occurred in our country, how many people died? Oh, how many people were kidnapped? Do you remember?
When?
Well, maybe a month or two ago, something really bad happened in the country.
Right.
Okay, so should Tinubu be concerned about that?
And 26th, 3 days in a row. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, those were bad events that occurred that should grapple his attention and for him to muster all the resources possible to make sure those people are freed or the right thing is done. So again, why should this lady define his presidency?
I'm answering your compound question. With that terrorism going on, Tinubu is paying a price for all those things. The election is not today or tomorrow, right? So his activity in curtailing terrorism in the country, he's been graded as we speak. I participated in an online survey about we know he's not doing anything to ameliorate terrorism. But once in a while, there comes a story like the one I'm talking about. Do you understand? Once in a while, you have a Ruth Ogunleye show up where she makes a pathetic cry, and the country they're watching right now. Nobody even so, because the country is so divided. So many people, they will see Ruth Ogunleye making a pathetic cry. They say, "Oh, let him go ahead and grab her." It's one of those people that voted for Tinubu, right? Let him see it. But I'm not like that. That is one of our soldiers. That's a woman. It's a human being. It's a fellow Nigerian. Do you follow me? So I am now coming to Ajan Lekoko and say to him, raise the awareness, put some pressure, raise your voice. Do you follow me? Because there's nothing like bringing things to the sunlight. It has the ability to disinfect,
we should always allow the law to take its course. It's not necessary that people in power should jump in at every opportunity that they have to want to resolve matter. Regardless of how the optics is regarding this lady, the way she was, manhandled, still, even if we knew about it, you have to allow the whole thing to transpire, and let's see the end of it. You can't just be jumping in. Just like and I know you're I know you're aware of this. I know you're aware of this. That the Supreme Court of the United States just pretty much ruled against Texas about defending its borders with the barbed wires, with the wires. And imagine that. Okay, so
yes,
if we should allow the courts to play, we should allow things to go through its process. Okay, they went through the process, but guess what? The southern border is being invaded by these illegal immigrants, causing wreaking havoc, causing riot. But guess what? The Supreme Court of the land said no. Let the Biden administration do as they please. They have the ultimate power, authority to guard the borders. So if they choose not to do so, is their prerogative. Can you imagine that? You see the logic there? So it's not about what is right or wrong. It's about the law, the interpretation of the law. Who has power? Who has jurisdiction in disseminating certain duties? You see how it works? Because to everybody else, it doesn't make sense. Why should Texas suffer all those, all the challenges and be responsible for funding, taking up the cost of these illegal immigrants, being their transportation or the menace they cause at the border? But guess what? The Supreme Court still ruled that no, yeah, we understand.
And then they will pay. Democrats will pay a price, even though the two
I hope so.
conservative jurists crossed over with the liberal Democrats to vote for that, to overturn that. That and then they pay for the price because Trump and people like that are going to seize on that and say, "Hey, look, it's the courts, the highest court in the land has ruled. Therefore, it's kicked out into the political arena where your last hope to do blah, blah, blah." I'm not saying that I agree or I am immigrant friendly. I like, obviously, legal immigration. But as an African, they're not being fair to us legally, right? Have a lot of Europeans come in, and our people don't get a fair shake. So I'm not particularly into that much. It's none of my business is the way I normally look at it, right? But I like Trump for other reasons. But if the real example you're going to be using will be like somebody like, what's the name of the guy that was taking billionaires to a sexual retreat and then he ended up dying in custody? What's his name? I can't think his name right away.
The software billionaire guy. What's his name?
He's not into software. Actually, he's into stocks, investment, that kind of thing, hedge fund and thing. But
Are you talking about Epstein?
Yes, Epstein. Exactly. So he died in custody, and then the question is, how did he commit suicide? And there's you under custody, and then he leaves there, and then there is a conspiracy theory. In his case, I believe he'd already been convicted, right? Was he convicted already? And he was serving his time. So
it was in jail.
all the way. It goes all the way. So if something should happen to this girl, it's gonna be something like that with this administration. So I'm advising that if your president don't know about it, we should raise our voices in these platforms, and say, "Hey, look, we know about this girl, and nothing better happened to her. Yes, put her to whatever judicial process. If it's court martial, if it's military, fine. But we don't want to disappear. And it's the Nigerian military we're talking about here. People disappear in prison. People don't even get released when they're ordered to do so. So it's not like you're talking about a Jeffersonian democracy there. compare them to our liberal democracy here, where individual rights count a lot. So, besides this platform, whenever it's a Southeasterner, you talk about everything, the size of women underwear. It doesn't matter what it is, you talk about it here. So if somebody goes out there and court martials a girl, soldier, a woman soldier, it seems to me it's an appropriate thing to discuss daily until you have something better to talk about. And I'm sure you agree with that, Prince, because you are here in the United States, right? You know that
of course.
when somebody makes a pathetic cry like that, we'll have to look into it.
Well, sure. I mean, we shouldn't discount anybody's cry, but each case should be taken on as individually and addressed. Because somebody's crying. I don't know much about the issue, but at the same time, the lady, did she? I think Angelica was saying she may have validated, or she did validate, what do you call it? The military code of conduct.
Yeah.
Code of conduct. Don't go and was she in uniform, by the way, when she did that video?
What did she say? What about it? No, she wasn't in uniform.
She was not in uniform. Well,
no,
she's still a member. She's still a member of the military.
That's Angelica's thing. But the point I'm making is that if there's another crime, such as violent military thing, that's another. You could charge her with that, but she shouldn't go incommunicado, or her own original allegation isn't going to be wiped out by such bullshit about military and social media. That's an allegation. It's an infraction, I would think. The other one is her allegation is a criminal allegation that's punishable by all kinds of things in our code, right? Pursuant to our constitution. Do you understand what I'm saying? She's still a citizen. Just like, hey, if you go to court, criminal courts, you see soldiers as defendants. Even though they have their military thing they do over there, but you cannot take a girl who's begging, telling the public that her life is in danger. Instead of investigating that, you come and grab her. And, we have the right to know what's happening there. So that's all I'm saying. My plea to Angelica is to discuss issues such as that when we're here. I don't know why you disagree with it. By the way, you surprised me a lot, Prince. I look at you as somebody who's a Democrat, Republican in nature, somebody who's educated, somebody who chooses right over wrong, chooses good over evil, somebody who chooses truth over falsehood. Do I have you right?
Yeah, no deviation. Yeah.
No deviation. All right. And then when it comes to Nigeria, you want a Nigeria that is progressive, right?
Yeah, sure. Progressive in the right direction. I mean, there's
In the
a lot
right
of progressivism. There's a lot of progressivism, just like here in the West, and that direction is not the best direction to go. So if it's progressive in the right direction, absolutely, I'm for that.
No, I'm just talking about grammatically progressive, not the American progressive movement with the big.
Okay, sure.
The small p. Okay, so a country where there's work for the youth, the schools are equipped, students go back to school and study, and the country is secure, the border is secure, right? There's health care for our elderly, there's welfare to back that up, right? Where the courts work based on justice, a secular state, right, with a constitution that guarantees everybody equal rights. Am I getting you so far? You want all that?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, and then you want a country that's not tribal or with religious coloration, a secular state where you have industries, manufacturing stuff, launching satellites into space, building computers, including supercomputers, robots, artificial intelligence, electric vehicles, in essence, technology. A technologically based country that gets industrialized, where there's agricultural revolution and there's food for everybody. We have food security. You still want those, right?
Just like most nations, yeah.
Okay. And finally, you want a country where the youth has come up and the elderly are phased out with the anachronism, and then you have a country where the youth, what we mean by youth, people like the Prime Minister of Great Britain, that age, and the one of France, 50s, maybe 60s, 40s even, come in and take over and bring great ideas. People who will embrace social media, people who will be innovative. You still want those, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now then, how do you reconcile your politics, which is quite dramatic from when you talk about Trump here in the United States and you elucidate the reasons why you support Trump? They are anathema to Tinubu, for example. There is nothing I just said here that you say you want that jives with that man. And hence, why I'm perplexed, especially when you seek true and false. And that's in your persona. And that's every other time when you talk, that, as a matter of fact, the first time I saw you, it's okay, yeah, that's a smart Nigerian. But then when you talk about Tinubu, there is nothing that should attract you to that man at all.
Well,
Nothing.
you have to put in context. In essence, I was probably talking in binary form, Peter Obi or Tinubu, and I've expressed to you clearly that there's no way you can convince me that all those things that you desire or the qualities you're looking for in a leader, that Peter Obi espouse such qualities. It does not. I don't see it, and I know you don't see it neither. I mean, it's so that's the problem. Now we're not comparing Tinubu and Trump and their qualities and their capabilities. We're not doing that. We're talking in binary form again, Peter Obi and Tinubu, and I don't see that. I mean, a man that governed a state of Anambra, and Lagos State, they're not co-equals. They're not in the same category, and I know you know that. So what is a man, but Tinubu, right? He's been in politics. It's no, he's been a kingmaker. He's done a lot in that country. See, you gotta, and I know you know this. Peter B is an isolationist. You know that, and he showed that in his past election, the way he played his politics. For a leader to rule, by the way, tribalism is a reality in our country. We can't deny that. But our ability to be able to manage it that matters. So, and Peter B is definitely not that kind of a person. By the result of the election, was an indictment on him and his supporters based on his performance in the North. So, why would a country like Nigeria want somebody like Peter B over Tinubu? It defies logic. It defies what we want as a country. Peter B is not accepted by all, and we know very well that the North is a big part of Nigerian politics. We know that. So we can't say Peter Obi gets 99% in the southeast and did very well in the southwest. So is the right kind of a leader. Apart from this uh, being able to appeal to the general public nationally, Peter Obi does not have the acumen nor the intelligence, the capability. It's not is not well read. What it does is badger, and I've told you before. I've studied Peter Obi for about 5 years now. That's when it became the VP running mate to Atiku. That's when I knew about Peter Obi because why? Because Atiku is a very non-interesting person. So rather, Peter Obi was more vibrant than Atiku, especially back then. And I actually paid more attention to Peter Obi, watched his videos, and I heard directly from the horse's mouth, you know. And I'm like, no, this guy does not have that level of ability based on the way he speaks. I watch him, listen to him rather, analyze situation, and they were quite in a pedestrian or kindergarten way to address or try to explain economic matters as a business graduate. So like, Peter Obi is not a guy. But we have Tinubu on the other hand. It's work for months of what you want to say. The man has performed at the highest level. The man ran a state in a country whereby the entire budget of Lagos is bigger than most nations in Africa. So you can't take it from him. It's been somewhere. It's done some things, and that's it. So don't look down on me for supporting Tinubu over Peter Obi, and you see a great economy, me supporting Peter rather Tinubu and Trump as being polar opposite. Not quite. You have to put
All right,
everything in context.
let me, since you're trying to quantify what I said, then let me say that you were responsive to my point, right? But you do not remove the ambiguity, to put that politely, right? Number one, the election was not a binary choice. It was not between Peter Obi and Tinubu. There were other actors such as Showore, such as Atiku, right?
Oh, come on now. Let's get
Let me
serious.
land now.
Let's get serious.
I'll listen to you carefully so that I can respond. And you were direct and effective in, so you did hear what I said. But the Trump angle is that during the Trump primary of 2016, 2017, there were people who ran in that election, such as Jeb Bush of Florida, who governed a big state. Florida is a big state. And did okay. And Trump's never been a local government chairman, a county supervisor, or anything like that. But the choice was very clear that Trump was the man for the job. Out of, I think at the time was 17 candidates. Now I'm just talking about the primary selection, but when he emerged as the Republican choice, it still wasn't a binary election because you had was that Hillary Clinton that she ran against in that election. But you prefer Trump. So at that point, you did not base it on the constituency that he governed. Of course, that'd be absurd. You're not making the choice with P2B, one man and I's favorite word. The abstract. Peter Obi, no matter what you say, all those things you're talking about him does not stick on him because he's a bright guy. He's a philosopher. Communication is not speaking big grammar. He knew how to communicate with Nigerian people, both at home and in diaspora. And it's a beloved character that's humble, that has humility, that's trustworthy. And he communicated by saying, look, I've governed the state, Anambra State, for 8 years. Since I left, they haven't bought me pure water, a bottle of water. I did not hear. I was a good steward. I did my job from day one. They tried to corrupt me. I came in there, canceled a lot of things, and saved money while winning awards for doing the things that I did. Took my state from number 27, 26, 27 to number 1. Forget about all this talk. For a smart guy like you, a youngster. No, especially in your case, it's Glenn, and I want to tell you, you look very bad. I can see Baba, even a John Lekuko. And sometimes one might talking like that, but it doesn't fit you to talk like that. Not at all. Now, as your brother, I'm trying to tell you, I believe that I've been going on platforms identifying people who do things out of peer, or what they call peer pressure. That's PEER, pressure. And you're one of those. And what that's done, as an example, for example, is teenagers, women who get pregnant when they're in high school or something, elementary school, young, because they want to be like their fellow girls. They want to belong. They don't want to be like prude, you know? And teenage boys who smoke Indian hemp and cigarettes. Because if they don't, they're not cool. Like in your case, you come here, you have this accent, American accent. You look like an Igbo man. And you don't want Thomas to get mad at you here. And you like the company of all these boys that come here. And because of that, on the issue of Yoruba, you demur and you deviate. But on everything else, you're on point. Christianity, we're brothers here, we'll talk about. You've been on, we're fighting of Antichrist people that come on this platform, of which there are many, especially the Muslims. But on Trump, you got it right. On Obama, you got it right. On the current president right now, on the Democrats, you got all those right. On the Lord, you got it right. Except when it comes to Tinubu, then how come you got that wrong? How could anybody get that wrong? I wish if I was a Yoruba guy, right, you would have really heard from me. A lot of the things that we don't say basically is to just give Yoruba as a pass and a respect, you know. It's a tribe. What can we do? But all that comes down on your shoulder. Prince, what you're doing doesn't fit you. It doesn't. You're not convincing. Sometimes when I'm not here, when I'm not on your platform, you want to talk about the Lord and they're all over you. They jump on you. So I conclude by saying, I'm not saying that you should just be on your way to Damascus right now on this, but you're going to have to realize that the country needs you to speak the truth. Don't make spurious arguments such as P2B is not the same. I mean, it's the same thing with Tinubu, or even worse, because his state that he governed is small. Normally, you scale things when somebody gets into the federal and they do better. It's not everybody who's governed a big state is a good administrator. That's demonstrated right now that you are woefully wrong in that assumption, because here is Tinubu doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Doesn't know what he's doing on anything. You're gonna have to use your imagination to think, like I said earlier when I first came in, if P2B was in charge of the country, it would have been jumping up everywhere would have been hot with people making money, people coming home, investors coming in. He would have saved a lot of money, cut down government expenditure. That alone, do you know how much they are being wasted? If the British Prime Minister, and he knows it, that's why he didn't want P2B to be in there, he's going to review all those contracts and be able to tell them to go to hell. So they've cut a lot of waste. All that money they spend buying vehicles and entourages, traveling, going to Nigeria to make trouble, wasting time having Bajue Amela. The only Bajue we have is Bajue Amela in there as Chief of Staff. Wike, FCT. These are good actors. You won't find them near Peter Obi and Baba Ahmed. That nowhere would you see any of those shady characters around the government. Would have saved money. Would have been pushing a lot of money into education right now as we speak, attracting markets and foreign investment. It's not even, I mean, think, because you are a smart guy, and it is one of the saddest things throughout this campaign. It's you being on the wrong side. Doesn't fit you at all. Can you hear me, Prince?
Yeah, I can hear you, but
So
let me interject quickly. How can I not succumb to the pressure of being
peers?
challenged on Christianity and Christ, but on the issue of Peter B and Tinubu, I acquiesce. How does that work? Which is more of a pressure?
That's right. No, because obviously that's the Lord, right? You're not going to compromise it. I know you very well. You're very principled when it comes to that. The like I said, that's actually you making my point, right? Unwittingly, you're making my point. On that, you got it right. Because you believe in that. You're not going to compromise that. Right? I don't think you would ever do that. And other pressures that you've had that we all get. Sometimes we mention Trump and they go, "Oh, how could you support Trump? It doesn't make it. It doesn't fit you." He says you come from a shithole country, another. But you're looking at this other one. This is a Yoruba platform, and because of it, you don't even come out of the swamp to go to the ocean. You never come out like say other platforms where it's mixed, because over there you're going to take the right position. I have no doubt. But then they're going to see you, because your position is untenable. What you're doing is untenable. Those who genuinely support somebody like Tinubu, right, or APC, you could see everything as they do. They're for marry more than one or two or three or four wives, for example, right? They're not for the Lord. There's no way you're going to be for the Lord and support Tinubu too as president. You look at all the subsets, things that hold people together, right? If you do a survey, you're going to find that very few, if any. There's something those who support Tinubu are afraid of. And you're not afraid of that. The light, truthfulness. The Igbos, for example. Sometimes I even see you go against the Igbos talking about the Igbos. Why would somebody like you talk about the Igbos? It makes no sense. And you give some anecdotes. I believe, I don't know, you said something when you were young, but I would like to have the discussion with you, especially when you don't have people.
Actually, I like to challenge that statement. I'm never against Igbos. It's not possible unless you can tell me an instance whereby I actually said.
No, there was an anecdote you said one time when you were young. You guys went somewhere. The woman is an Igbo woman selling something, and the
Oh,
woman. Yeah, you remember now?
yeah. I was simply recounting an actual event that I was part of. That was not a fiction or making up anything.
No, no, but I'm
And
saying
I was
about 6 months ago, you told a story where you and your friend or your family member went somewhere,
yeah, that's the
and
same one
yeah, yeah. So
in
tell the
Lagos.
story. Tell the story again. What happened?
No, it was. I was went to a market, not a supermarket, a local market,
Right.
and with my brother, my younger brother, and we're trying to just buy roasted corn and pear on the side of the
Exactly.
road.
Exactly. That's
Okay,
what. Yeah.
yeah, and standing in front of the lady at a little kiosk, um, she and this young boy walked towards her and speaking Yoruba, right? And I wasn't sure who the young boy was referring to. But anyway, the lady just turned to the boy and said, "Get away from me with your batty batty, you know what you guys say," and um and just shoo the boy away. And there was my brother standing right there. And my brother said, "Madam, you know, say I be Yoruba or I hear what you talk." And she was like maybe shocked or whatever, because
Right.
she assumed that we're not Yorubas, right?
Right. I see.
So so I was like,
Yeah, I remember
so
you
yeah.
told that story verbatim. That's exactly what you said about 6 months
Right.
ago. I remember it. So, and I said, and I'm gonna say now that in Nigeria you have a lot of that, right? It's nothing to carry on to anybody else. Obviously, the woman is wrong, but that's even benign in Nigerian standards. You know what I'm saying? Imagine that. But the Yorubas called Igbo's names, Igbos call Yorubas names. But it's nothing Ofemano or whatever, Mbati, based on the language. Like when I came in here, I made a joke. I said, I know that Yorubas, let's say, Hope President Jonathan could come and say, "Hey, my name is Jonathan," right? And you ask a Yoruba person, "What's his name?" He's gonna say Jonathan, right? I use that a lot when I'm making a joke about the Yorubas,
But
right?
you said that earlier, but Jonathan is not an Igbo name.
Yeah, but it's somebody's name. You're supposed to call it the way. But, the people who do that, Jonathan, they already know how to say Jonathan. They just don't want to do it, right? They know that the name is not Jonathan. It's Jonathan, right? Very simple thing to say. But it's no big deal. What I'm saying to you is that what a small anecdote, what a small thing for you, an educated guy. You're very smart. I mean, physics, when we talk about education in Nigerians, they think it's speaking English, right? But I've listened to your presentation. You see how I recall that anecdote you told some time ago. What I'm saying that you're not convincing, though, unfortunately, because you're an educated man. You're a Christian. And you love Nigeria. So when you're faced with Peter Obi, Baba Ahmed, that even Professor what's his name, the former vice president with Buhari, and some others, right? You cannot, with a straight face, make any convincing argument about that P2B is not bright. How so?
It mean compared to Kingsley Moghalu.
No, I mean, the Kingsley Moghalu is not up to shining P2B's shoes.
Really?
No, in any way. Do you think Nigerians are stupid? This man went and sold himself. I told you, communication is not coming out and, for example, speaking the way I speak by forcefully making my point, making my case, right? Communication is done by many ways. Somebody doesn't even have to say much to communicate. Now, for example, somebody like me, I don't want a humble person like Peter Obi for us now with what we're going through. I want all with these people. He's never going to agree to anything like that. But I already know civility is not going to solve it. I've seen the movie already. But just in case the country needs to manage and at least come up to where you don't have this kind of poverty in the country, this kind of inflation, unemployment, underemployment. I mean, just 9 years ago, when you see a Nigeria's face, it's shining just like they're here, and they're running their mouth. When they come up, you can't tell somebody who's in Nigeria and who's in the United States. We're on the same platform. They won't let anybody here. They're very disrespectful. You know, our people at home, they have no respect for us here in the diaspora. Because a lot of people went home and they went strapped, and they take their nonsense back home. So anyway, what I'm saying is that, but now when you see a Nigeria's face, you could tell that they're mired in that third world country. Nigeria is like second largest population in poverty right now, only behind India, I suppose. But if they count it properly, if the Northerners tell the truth, we're probably the worst. Because what is there? People don't make 30,000 naira as minimum wage over there. Even if you promised it, you don't have to pay it. So it still take a lot to make 1 million naira. It takes a lot to make 1 million naira. And what kind of country are you going to be in and you have all these bills just to change $10 or $100? You have all these bills and you let or you both tell you to do that. And you don't get mad and do something about it. What kind of country is that? So I know Peter Obi is a humble guy. That's what people in Yoruba say they want all the time. They want that the Igbos, the reason they don't like them is that they're there, they're loud, they make trouble, they do this, they fight. They want to be condescending, that they want to be better than you are. It's all bullshit. They don't believe in any of those things. Because here is a man now who's a patriot, who doesn't give a rat's ass about tribe or religion, even though he's a Christian. And he should give a hoot about that. He doesn't. Coupled with another guy who's very honest man.
I know you're a Christian, and I know you believe in time and chance. So just like Ron DeSantis, do you think it wasn't Peter Obi's time the last time?
No, it was Peter Obi's turn. You see, Peter Obi won the election very clearly. Very, very cleanly. Yes. Tinubu came third. Right?
Third?
It's not, I mean, it's not, you should look at it objectively. Tinubu did not win Abuja. Tinubu did not win Lagos, even with the rigging. He lost Lagos, his hometown. Lost probably his precinct, who knows? He lost a lot of places. Didn't win anywhere in the southeast, nowhere. Lost another state in the southwest to Atiku, I believe. And even with all that rigging, now the River State where Wike rigged for him, that's why he made him minister, right? Now who's gonna go picking Wike to do anything unless you're corrupt? It's a troublemaker. He's never gotten along with anybody, even his former party. So why would you pick Wike for anything? But anyway, we see the result. Tinubu did not win. I just told you that he lost. It's like Peter Obi losing Anambra State. It's impossible. They didn't lose any state in the southeast. So he won a lot of states. I don't even think, I mean, come on. I'm telling you, they rigged it. They rigged. Anyway, you have a strong man governor, like in Akwa Ibom or something like that. And in River State. So if you're able to rig it for him, then he will reward you later, because Wike has no shame. It's one of those guys, he has no shame. He rig it and pencil it in right there, talking nonsense. What are you gonna do, right? So, but nobody else, no decent person, let's say in Owerri, where they have in Imo State, where they have another APC governor. So he couldn't pull that off at the time. But when he saw that Nigerians are docile and that we can get away with that, then he rigged the gubernatorial election where he put to himself all 17 or 21 local governments, and he won. Somebody who is the least popular person in the state. Nigerians did nothing. So back to what I'm saying to you, though, is that I stated all those virtues that you have, and somebody in your position would prefer, and you ticked all of them off as you. So, just on principle, even if you know that somebody's going to lose, but you don't want to support an evil person, you're supposed to still do the right thing. As a young Nigerian, do you see what I'm saying, Prince? You have to have a
Yeah,
tenable
but you
position.
you may see Tinubu as evil. I mean, I don't, and I didn't. So that's where we are.
How come? How? No, tell me, what's the rationale? You're in the United States, you know his activity here in the United States, right? You know. You're not back home where maybe if you say that somebody was forfeited 400,000 1970s dollars, which is probably millions of dollars by now, and ran home and he forfeited it, and it's a heroin related crime. You understand? In Chicago, a lot of families were destroyed for that drug. It's not like marijuana or something, which is still bad, or crack even. This is heroin. And he's a drug lord. And you believe in the Lord. So our people back home, they don't have those kind of sensibilities because they're back home. But you're here. You're educated, you know that that is wrong. That's evil. And then he runs home. It's not like he went there and joined the choir and found the Lord and repented. No, he went home and got worse. In that state of Lagos, you know his activities there. So, it's stark. You couldn't actually escape this. You're going to have to, like, I'm coming to you with respect, obviously. You cannot do it by fiat. You can't tell somebody to do the right thing. But I'm saying that you will be an asset if you just stop that stuff that you're doing. Nobody's going to do anything to you here. You come in here. I don't believe you're a Yoruba guy, but since you're claiming it, you look like an Igbo man to me, to be honest with you. Now, it's not very often that I say that. You should know who you are more than I do. That's true. So, but respectfully, I'm saying to you, you come here and people won't give you enough time to talk. You just be like me. That's the worst that could happen to you. They don't like me here to talk. But when I do talk, I'm going to tell you the truth. And perhaps if you do that, you're going to affect some of your people to do the right thing. I don't know if you follow my logic. Even just like when you come to the Lord, you could come as you are. You might have sinned for years and years. When you come to the Lord, confess your sins and accept the Lord as your Savior, you're forgiven. Just as good as anybody else. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, because first of all, you don't even if you have to just go and look at the old tapes. Nobody believes you when you on your activity with choosing evil over good. In that case, it's you're sticking out like a sore thumb because on everything else you're cool. And then when you're asked, and you're often asked, what is your reason? And then you give the most ridiculous of reasons. One of them being that Tinubu governed a large state. I mean, not just he governed a larger state than P2B state. even though in the election it's not a binary choice, it's a multiple choice. You could have voted for or supported Showore, for example. So the only
He had no
thing,
pathway. He had no chance. And I was never going to support Atiku in the first place, anyways, because Atiku, I thought was the turn of the South, anyway. So, but every time you talk about this thing about Peter B and whatnot, you always forget, you don't bring up the point that I was actually angry for the fact that the PDP denied Peter B the opportunity to be the flag bearer. I was actually quite upset about that because I thought it sold him out, especially his fellow Southeasterners that have sway in the party. They sold him out. Yeah, and that really ticked me off because I didn't think Waziri had any should not have been given that opportunity by any stretch of imagination to become the flag bearer. I thought that was an insult to the Southeasterners. I did. I was quite passionate about that. But that's that. But when it came to the game, it was, to me, was the binary choice. Forget about Shore, right? We know he had no path. I was never going to support Atiku anyway. We know Kwankwo saw it was Kanu, and that proved it. So it was between Tinubu and Peter Obi. Then we look at their antecedents. We look at their performance over the past. According to Peter Obi himself, he essentially ran Anambra like a non-profit organization. He said it himself. He had aid and support from these NGOs, all these international organizations, and that's why he funded the state. It wasn't genius about improving the IGR or do something innovative in Anambra. He didn't do none of that. There's no innovation, creativity from Peter Obi, so I'm not sure why. What would compel me to want to vote for him or support him? No, not at all. Now, if it was based on his intelligence, like Kingsley Moghalu, then that's a different ball game. I said, no, I don't care about his past, his antecedents or what he's done in the past. I'm just going to support this guy like Kingsley Moghalu. He's a brilliant man. He's smart. I think, given the opportunity, he can do something great. I can't say likewise for Peter B. Not at all. I couldn't. So I'm not sure why you talk about Peter B. Is a philosopher. Stop that. Yeah, I know you're just joking around. The man never once in his life quoted any philosopher or any quoted philosopher when he talks. Never talk about ego, about none of those great philosophers from none. I can name a few. I never heard Peter B. one time talk about him. So simply because he went to school and studied philosophy doesn't mean he's a philosopher. He's far from it. Far be from it. Way far from being a philosopher. He's not. He does not even understand the concept of what his philosophy is all about. And if he did actually, if he speaks, when a philosopher speaks, you would know that, hey, oh, this guy's deep in his thought. You may not agree with it.
Wait a minute. That's funny because you're looking at a philosophy to look like or speak like Socrates or something like that. You wanted to speak Latin.
No. No. See, just like a doctor. Okay, just like a doctor. If a doctor is talking, we hear about you all the time and Sinbad. They would naturally default to their profession, their training in explaining things in the simplest form as much as they could. Just like an accountant, sometimes every time we hear a maker speak, is quick to go to his background and try to explain based on his training and background on accounting. We can tell all these things where they're coming from. Okay. But
Look,
not so much
when you hear from production, from consumption to production,
that is graduate. That is graduate quote.
But the thing is that there is no doubt that it's an effective communicator. You should see some of TED Talk kind of platforms where he's spoken and he's quite energized in some of the ones that I saw, running from one side to the other, talking about anecdotes about when he got in there and how they wanted him to spend a lot of money, or when he goes to Lagos, people want to accompany him and he say, hey, look, I was elected, you weren't elected. You're not going over there to do anything. Or who are all these people supposed to be guarding? Just me? No. Or when Obasanjo wants to come and visit him, and normally these politicians build a house, what they call a presidential suite or something, when the president comes, and normally the president may not even come at all or once through his tenure. And he tells a story where he says, Obasanjo could stay at my house or something like that. So a lot of stuff. He's able to communicate his sincerity, his trustworthiness, humility. He's humble and meek, but tough, especially when it comes to socio-economic things and education. So he saw the buttons. There is no more effective person than that. So that doesn't fly. I don't think if you actually watch, go spend your time and watch his videos, because you're making yourself look bad talking about something that you really haven't checked out. I bet you've checked out P2B's speeches over the years. Remember, he debated Osinbajo when both of them were vice presidential nominees. And you know, Osinbajo is a prof, he's a lawyer, he's smart. He doesn't even have that Yoruba accent, right? But even though he still has accent of somebody who studied in Nigeria, but I guess his locale may be different from the ones that say Jonathan. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a bad one. I don't know the differences, but his accent is not as heavy. But above all, he's a smart guy. He's a professor, a lawyer. And during the campaign of Buhari against Atiku, Osinbajo was the vice president and Obi was the vice presidential nominee on the other side. And Obi handled him and they debated. Now, I cannot say this person won or that person won, but I could say it didn't affect the election. Obi was not a dummy, like you're saying. But more than that, Obi has spoken pretty much in every forum. Remember, he's chairman of banks. It's not like he's humble saying, hey, look, I'm a trader and all that. This man is a chairman of banks. 2 banks at least. Been a businessman for a long time. Lived in UK. Did business in UK. Has integrity. He didn't run home like Tinubu did. But so he's known where he was born, his parents are Nigerians. Married in Nigeria and went to Nigerian universities. Has classmates. We know his father and we know his mother. And it's a lot. It's a patriot.
Yeah, I tell you this. Maybe you've not heard me say it before, but Peter B. Look, because it wasn't my choice, Peter B. is a well accomplished individual. He holds a unique position in this world, actually, to have run in a country as Nigeria, the most populous black nation, influential nation in Africa. Peter B. To have run as a presidential candidate is a big deal. It's a big deal. The guy's a multimillionaire, from my understanding. He's rich. He was a governor twice in the state in Nigeria. He's a well-accomplished person. As for Peter B's accomplishment, it's undeniable and cannot be taken away from him. Not at all. The guy is successful in his own right in a lot of ways. Growing Up, that's a book. I don't know if you know about it. It's a compilation of influential people in Nigeria, in which, of course, my dad was one of them. It's a book where you find people like Obasanjo, Buhari, the Ransom Kutis and whatnot, Alexa Kweme, you find them in that book. I don't know if they still publish that book, but Peter B absolutely will be one of those people in that book because it's an important Nigerian. Absolutely, it's one of the very few people, as big as Nigeria is a very important person. Again, his accomplishment cannot be denied. He's He's one of a kind. But I still hold my position that it was never my choice. And that's it. I don't hate the man. There's no way for me to hate him. I mean, as a Christian, it wouldn't make any sense. But it wasn't just my choice.
Okay, look, I understand that. Now, by the way, Peter Obi, I'm just speaking figuratively now for Peter Obi. I'm not saying that you should support Peter Obi. That would be the wrong thing to do. But so what's making it particular on Peter Obi is like you're saying that you don't see him as a philosopher. You don't even see him. You see him as dull, and even you mentioned something about his intellectual acumen, IQ kind of thing. But that only if you're ignorant of his accomplishments would you say that. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of people, and that's just the nature of politics and the way this 2023 campaign went, which is actually why I'm approaching you. Not everybody that I'm interested in their reconsideration and attention, because I believe the country has to be savaged one by one like this, right? One on one. For whatever reason here, we're blessed with people just listening and they're not interjecting. But you do know, if you go spend time and read, because now I'm trying to also make you look good. You make yourself look bad when you argue some of the things you're arguing. Now, it's encouraging the last things you said about Peter Obi here. You normally don't even say anything like that, but like I say, I chuck it under peer pressure, right? But I'm here to say to you, you're free. Nobody can do anything. You're not going to bury smoke. Peter Obi galvanize the youth of Nigeria. If you know anything about the youth of Nigeria, they're not pushovers. No. They sparked a revolution in the country, right? Anambra was the first state to commence what they call sub-sovereign wealth savings of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, you did make mention that Peter Obi pretty much went to, let's say, United Nations, and he took some recommendations and implemented them the way it was recommended, right? You said something like that, right? Prince.
I think I'm aware of that. I'm talking about the man run the state like a non-profit. It was
right. Okay, that's what you said. Right, that's what he ran it, but according to say recommendation from the monetary funds and all that kind of stuff, right? Okay, I told you already that Anambra is the first state to commence sub-sovereign wealth savings, the first of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa. Okay, the Nigerian Debt Management Office (DMO) rated Anambra as the least indebted state in Nigeria, in spite of visible and measurable achievements that he recorded in various sectors, right? So the state under him did not borrow or raise bonds for her various projects. That's a big deal. You see the stark difference between him and Tinubu right now.
It's not a big difference. That's why
that's one
numbers don't lie, but they don't say the truth. You got to give them the right narrative. You can't just tell me he didn't borrow money. That's actually an indictment on his ability to be productive, because he has to borrow money to invest.
In spite of visible and measurable achievements. So let me tell you this. Listen, because you know the correlation between inflation and all this borrow money and all this recklessness. I mean, it's not debatable. It's not. These are facts, right? Causality is another thing you're not gonna deal with, because I was having to talk to Nigeria about causality, but in your case, okay, let me land first. So I told you about the sovereign wealth fund thing. These are facts now. These are not from me. It's not an opinion. You had that rated by DMO as the least indebted state in Nigeria, right? In spite of the measurable achievements we said. The Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria rated Anambra State as the most financially stable state in the country under him. The state also entered into strategic partnership with the churches in the health sector. You're a Christian. So through that partnership with the church in the health sector, his government funded the transformation of Lai Iyenu Hospital in Ogidi, Our Lady of the Lord's Hospital in Ihiala, St. Charles
Oh, I
Borromeo
like you
Hospital.
said that. You see, you actually proving my point. They it ran the state like a nonprofit, so it
Right.
was able to get funding, which is great. I like that collaboration, if you want to put it that way. But at the same
Yeah,
time,
but he
it
didn't borrow
wasn't.
money to do that. He collaborated with the churches in the health sector, just in the health sector. Now, we're going to talk about churches' role in education as well. Now, you're a conservative Republican. This is your thing. This is exactly what you would have done or recommended. I'm naming the projects. You could Google and check them out. Holy Rosary Hospital, Waterside, Onitsha, St. Joseph Hospital, in Adazi, Nuku. His government also built the Joseph Nwilo Heart Center, right? Where you have heart operations and everything going on. They're being performed there. Now, his government, now this is one I'm going to be careful in telling you because I know one man was being semantic, picking semantics, you know. His government won the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, $1 million, as the best performing state in immunization in the Southeast. Now, you know, you have at least 5 states in the Southeast. But if anybody wins something in the Southeast, it means that they won it in Africa. That's exactly what it means. Because the Southeast is the best when it comes to things like that. Now, the state was the first to procure and distribute more than 30,000 computers to secondary schools, including 22,500 from HP. So, Anambra State provided Microsoft academies to more than 500 secondary schools, including internet access to 500 secondary schools. More than 700 buses were provided to secondary schools in the state by his government. Now, of course, he got boreholes and the usual stuff. That's embarrassing to mention because they don't have infrastructure to supply tap water, so they do boreholes. And then, of course, classrooms were built and things like that in 177 communities in their state, in Anambra State. So, as part of his efforts to turn around that state, a number of companies were attracted to build. Now, remember, if Chiribu does just one of these things in the scale up to the national level, we'll be rocking and rolling. A lot of companies were attracted to build their facilities in Anambra State. For example, Sab Miller, second largest brewery in the world at the time. And a lot of companies followed through because all you have to do is open the floodgates and they're all over the place. So Anambra State provided at least one security vehicle to each of the 177 communities that we talked about earlier, including markets and churches. So there's so many. It's too numerous to mention, by the way. Like building secretariat complex. Usually I'm not impressed by stuff like that, but he built things that are impressive as well. More than 12 health institutions, 2 hospitals. So you argue.
Okay, Kansel, we get that. So tell me, what is Peter B's prospect for 2027? What do you see the roadmap for Peter B actually,
Well,
in 2027 is possible?
It's a long time from now, right? A lot of things could happen. In politics, they have something they say is a day or whatever is a long time. 24 hours is a long time. Especially with the trauma and the shock. Now, because now, I said this earlier, Nigerians, if they're not ready now, but very soon will get on their knees and beg Peter Obi to come and take over. There's nobody, unless there's something huge scandal or whatever that happens. If Peter Obi is on that ballot, you have to be stupid not to vote for him. Who are you going to vote for? with he won the election. It was rigged up, but he didn't want bloodshed. He says, "Hey, look, we're going to opposition, and let's watch these people destroy themselves." That's exactly what's happening. There is not a single virtue with this administration, not one thing. So they are natural allies. I used to say I couldn't tell the difference between a Yoruba guy and an Hausa guy. Couldn't tell you. It's not like I know two of them, but I really can't tell you. They're pretty much the same. But this time around, they got to see it. Even the hateful ones that's retarding our country up to today. The hateful ones. You go into the deep markets. They're suffering. They're suffering. Now you and I in America, so you have first world problem. These guys are really suffering, and there's nothing Emiloka will do for them. He didn't do anything when Buhari was in office. He didn't do anything when, for example, in Imo State, you have an Igbo person as their governor. What does that have to do for them? Nothing. Because they say he didn't do anything. But now you have another guy there. I don't know him very well, but they keep saying he's doing great. I don't know what it is that he's doing that is so great, but I'll find out, because building roads is nothing. But it looks like he went for a sizable budget and attracting investors and doing things that are tangible. So we'll get to see what it is. But anyway, so those people, the question you asked me about his prospects, unless something happens. Number one, he won this election. Next time it's going to be a landslide. First of all, there's nobody that, the most stupid person in this world is whoever's going to advise Tinubu to run again. Who's going to vote for him? He didn't win a single state this time. You have to know that. I'm very serious about that. So who is the moron that's going to go voting for Tinubu to be in office for what? He's not mentally fit. He has no empathy. Like you said, he doesn't know about this soldier, this girl, because aloof. It's not connected to the people. I bet you if P2B is president and they came to this soldier, this girl, this woman, and wrestle her out of the bed in the middle of the night, P2B was going on with Roots. Yeah. Okay. Can you? How do you say Ruth Ogunleye? Do you know? Prince.
It's Ogunleye. Ogunleye.
Do you know how to speak Yoruba, by the way? Because you're not a Yoruba guy. You know how to speak Yoruba.
I just help you with the pronunciation. It's Ogunleye.
Okay, but did you, when you went to United States, how old were you?
That's undisclosed information. Fairly young, but not too young.
Okay, but were you able to speak at all? Speak Yoruba?
Of course I speak Yoruba, and also I back then actually I was pretty good. I wouldn't say I spoke Igbo language, but I was pretty good at responding in Igbo language.
I know you're an Igbo guy. You can't fool me. Blood is thicker than water. But anyway, so what I would do, I would then listen to you for 7 minutes, right? And then I guess we'll start concluding after that. I'll listen to you uninterrupted for 7 minutes, but be succinct in addressing what I said. Number one, the 2 points you make, let me just, in a synopsis, tell you that you are not credible when you talk about P2B as being this guy who cannot talk and who's not accomplished or lacks intelligence or something like that. Nobody's going to believe that because you be calling Nigerians stupid, right? P2B has people who love him from the West, love and respect him from Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Epic, whatever you out there that we have. P2B has fans from all over who respect the man because he's an honest man, he's a humble man, right? Worked hard, and that's the kind of people we want to promote. Africans such as he is. He's a great guy. So you should abstain from talking about that unless you do your research very well. And then after you do your research, if you're gonna be picking evil over good, then good luck, because that is one flaw you have. I don't believe you've done your research very well. I trust that you won't be saying that. But you're free to say it, and I'll defend your right to say things like that. But that is one flaw you have. Number two, another problem you have is to take somebody who's got no empathy, who's known to have been a heroin dealer there. Now, I don't believe that people are condemned forever. If you did something when you're young, okay, fine. You could confess and change, but he didn't do that. Comes home, nobody knows. It's very dark. Assembling all these strong men and put them into office and destroying the country, basically, right? Destroying he doesn't address the people. He's aloof. He's completely away, because he did say during the campaign, "Get me away from these people," right? He doesn't do press conferences where he answers questions. He was set up perfectly. If he come in and he was a nice person, Nigerians will understand because of the kind of country that was handed to him. But he's not even addressing anything at all. He keep playing games with local politicians, playing games, getting ready to rig the election again in 2027. That's never going to happen. So, a short answer for you is that let me end with this. What I suspect is going to happen, I could see the plan now. Remember, I'm an analyst. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. I'm not a historian that would say what had happened. What I see is that there are various actors, especially the vice president now, setting him up, having him do things that are very unpopular in the North, because he wants, when Mrs. T or something to Tinubu, he'll be accepted by saying, okay, look, Tinubu was going astray anyway. We trusted him, but here he is putting an FCT, a Christian from the South, to govern FCT. Here he is moving agencies from Abuja to Yoruba land. Here he is trying to fight in Niger against our people. And other things. So here he is arresting the leader of Mayeti Allah, for example, right? So the corporate doing this stuff here may be Shetima and Wiki or something like that. They're setting up for a Shetima administration. And I'm not looking at 2027. I don't see Tinubu being around till then. He would have pissed off this Northerners by then, and Tinubu would have, Shetima would have acted somehow to get power. According to our constitution, if anything happens, he becomes president. With a doctrine, some kind of doctrine of the necessity or whatever, I expect him to do something in the next 12 months if he's patient. But he wants to soften the ground so much so that the North will say good riddance when he does it. So I'll end there. So go ahead. I'll listen to you 7 minutes straight. I'll put you on a speaker because I will be multitasking. But I'll be listening to you.
No.
So go ahead, Prince. Okay.
I don't know think I have much to say about Peter Obi right now. Um, but what is going on right now in the political space? If Peter Obi was any serious about politics, it would be playing an effective opposition. But as usual, I've said it before, Peter Obi is not a builder. He doesn't know how to build from scratch. So, and by now, I think we all expect him to jump ship and go back to PDP. 'Cause I don't think he's going to go to Abga or go to any lesser party and try to help bolster the party or build something from scratch. It's not going to happen. He's an opportunist, just as said by Sheon Kuti, right? So, and in the sense of Nigerian politics, Nigerians don't have in politics. There's no real opposition because the only opposition or pretentious opposition they tend to have is just just pointing finger at what the current government does and how they could do it better. Because but in terms of like the real opposition on ideology, it doesn't exist. So Nigerian politics is free for all, and that's why they can fluidly move from APC to PDP and back and forth. So it's just an interesting political environment. Tinubu any day, any time over Peter Obi, and there's no doubt at this point in time, it's the economy is not looking great. And Tinubu right now is the commander in chief, no doubt about it. Okay. And the buck stops at his desk. But we got to keep in mind also, just like Bishop has always said, the whole problem in Nigeria economically and other areas is something that's been percolating for a long time. Everyone just kicking the can down the road. Jonathan did when it came to the oil subsidy. Buhari did, even prior. Nobody wants to take care of it. So there comes a bold leader like Tinubu that actually removed the subsidy and was willing to challenge the status quo and live to do what is best for the country. And just like any economy, I know you know that, Pastor, and most of our panelists and even the listeners, there's no economy in this world, any great country in this world that hasn't gone through economic turmoil. As great as United States is back in the 30s and even beyond that, or after the 30s, they've gone through some tough economic times, whereby some people can barely have one meal a day. Talk less about 3 square meals a day. But interestingly, Nigeria is not at that point right now. We're not. But yeah, things are really difficult. It's a shame that everything we do in that country is based on the equivalence or the exchange rate with the dollar. So this is all combination of bad economic policies, physical policy, monetary policies over the years. So it kind of amazes me, and it behooves me at the same time when people like yourself and that think Tinubu is a magician. I'm not disappointed in Tinubu, at least not yet, right? Because I don't expect him to come in 6 months or 8 months and fix the economy overnight and get everybody, enjoying the best life. It's not possible. And so I'm always surprised when people don't set the expectation accordingly. Even in the West, in America, for example, most presidents, when they come, they tend to want to go to terms because it will take at least 2 cycles for them to get a grip of what they are trying to do. It doesn't mean that they can have extemporaneous effects from the onset. They could, but if there was something tangible it has to be a two-term kind of a presidency, and Tinubu would not be any differently. It can't fix it. It can't fix Nigeria in just in one term. It needs more. But what it does right now, it's what is going to determine how successful we will be in the second term. And I think the foundation that is laying right now is actually quite apt. Actually, we're going through the tough times right now. We are, as a nation, especially the people at the bottom rung of society. But I think in the next 2.5 years, 3 years, going to the end of his first term, I think if they keep working at it, doing what they have to do and being diligent, the Nigerian economy will be a surprise to not just Nigerians but to the world. It's very much doable. We've always talked about Nigeria's ingenuity. Now we have the human resources, we got the smart people. It's just what we've been missing for such a long time is the leadership and the ability to organize a society. And I think if anyone can do it, I believe in Tinubu. I think he can do it. He's a smart man. He understands business. He understands the corporate world. He understands a lot of things. And he knows how the world works. He knows how the world works and what is good for Nigeria and what is good for Africa. So that for that reason and many others, the reason why I support Tinubu over Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not foresight. He has a poor outlook on a lot of things. He jumps up and down from one country to another, trying to compare Nigeria to other countries like Egypt. For the most part, Egypt is a backward country, for the most part. That nation has been held together by the support of the United States militarily and economically, actually. And it has a favorable trading opportunities in the global economy because of the United States being a strategic nation in the Mid East. If Nigeria gets such opportunities as well, we'll do great. Even without such opportunities, we're already doing very well. I always give credit to the Nigeria's private sector. It's the creativity and ingenuity that comes from that sector is so great. If it wasn't for the private sector, Nigeria would be a doomed country, because the government, the way they steal all the money, all the funds, the way they mistreat the Nigerian economy is mind-boggling, quite frankly. And if Nigeria was a welfare state, that's a good thing. If we were a welfare state, to the degree that people depend on the country for their daily allowances, like many other countries, Nigeria would be long gone. But the people are so independent-minded. They're so industrious. So credit goes every time to the Nigerian people. Credit all the way, all the time. So
okay. So why don't you use like 2 minutes to wrap up? But so far, you haven't pushed on the virtues of Tinubu. You've talked about vices of Peter Obi and politics and all that, but we've had about 8 months, 9 months now of this administration, right? So when you're concluding, why don't you try to elucidate more, if not just historically, but contemporary issues that we have in Nigeria as far as this administration is concerned, Tinubu in particular, right? For example, rate his cabinet pick, policies, low-hanging fruits that is already plucked, right? And the bigger picture. So, in essence, give us a synopsis of the four, not apologetics, but you know what I mean. And then if we do have more time, then maybe we could talk about religion a little bit, and then if nobody else wants to talk, then we could we could wrap it up. But you have time. I'm saying about 60 more minutes. 60 minutes, 60 seconds, 2 minutes, whatever. Try to give me, sell me. Why should I support Tinubu now? Talk me out of supporting another candidate such as Peter Obi, who I use as a symbol of what we're looking for. It doesn't have to be Peter Obi himself. Who knows tomorrow, but hopefully everything goes well. But you wrap it up, then I'll conclude on this particular topic.
Yeah, well, when it comes to this cabinet, I'm not the one to speak on this individuals because I don't know a lot about them. It's what they tell us about them, their resume and whatnot. Just a
No, but
handful.
you have to though. In this conversation, it's not really a debate, but in this conversation, you must. This is what I mean.
Well,
You may not like to, but you have to.
well, yeah, individually, I said I can't speak. I mean, I heard about this, the Cardoso, right? They talk about how impressive his resume is, and this other people, this Chindel Joe young guy that's not in this debacle of this corruption case or whatever. But my point here is that look, uh, yes, it's always hit and miss kind of with these people, and it has quota to fulfill in terms of the geographical disposition of how to select these different ministers. Other things come into play. And sometimes you have to choose one that's inefficient or not a good candidate to fill a post. But the point, but what is overarchingly, I would say that look, it's more like being able to call. I think you can also agree that Tinubu is quite responsive in the sense that being able to call the ministers into questions when there's wrongdoing going on, when something is not right, is quite responsive in that case. So that's all you can say. That's all you can say for a leader that's responsive to the need of the people. Just like an employer employing a candidate after an interview. The candidate may perform very well during the interview, but when it comes to actually executing the task, the job functions, they may be very poor. But guess what? In the corporate setting, such a person would be reviewed their performance and let go if they don't see a way forward. And I think Tinubu has that approach. We can't say that about Buhari. I don't think we could. I mean, even not at all. Even Jonathan, not at all. But Tinubu, that's what more can you ask for? That's the
No,
best you can ask for.
Prince, the thing is that okay, let's say you have a Chelsea FC right now, football club, right? So you look at their squad, you look at Ben Chilwell, Thiago Silva, Benoit Badiashile, Trevor, Wesley, Fofana, right? Malo, Gusto. You look at the team that you bring for a match, right? That's how you're gonna be able to have confidence. At least that's the first thing you judge. See, you can't judge Tinubu now in the abstract or as governor of Lagos or something. You have to look at what we have now. Do you see my point? You're gonna have to lay something down. It's not just that's what I'm saying. Somebody like you now, if you were being fair, that's what you'd have been doing.
And I'm just trying to explain to you. Yeah. Well, of course, we have to judge him by now, by what he's doing right now. And I'm telling you that it's impossible to assemble an all-star team. It's just impossible. Why? Given the limitation or the restriction of how our government works and how we have to satisfy different parts of the country in terms of selecting people from different regions to make up the government. And that is fine because we live in a multi-diverse country, which is perfectly okay. But my point here is that when a wrongdoing is uncovered, when something's not going right, the ability of the leader to respond quickly, okay, is more of a benefit to the country than anything else, if you ask me. And I think Tinubu is capable of doing that, and he's shown it so far. He has. Somehow, I mean, people are expecting more from him than previous administrations. I don't know why. That all Nigerians just woke up today and they did like so much conscious in their accountability of what the government does, which is great. If the media does its job, and right television channels, news, or what TV say they do their job, and NTA, that is great. It is great. That would help a lot. And the fact that see, I'm not a supporter of Tinubu to be non-productive or just be there. Like you know how the African Americans felt about Barack Obama. Oh, we don't care if he does anything for us as long as the black man in the White House. No, not at all. Come next 4 years, I would not be supporting Tinubu if he performed poorly for no reason. If he had like unforced errors, like things he should have done in a very simple way. If he complicates it and not even do the basic things, I'm not going to support him. It's not that way, and I don't think you would be the same way in the case of Peter Obi. So let's keep evaluating Tinubu and his ministers and the people that work for him, and let's call them out if not doing if they're not doing what they're supposed to do, and let's be reasonable and patient because it's a very complex and complicated country. You can't just expect him to turn things around. And the only thing so far I would say, unlike some people that supported Tinubu and they're so impatient right now, is kind of interesting. I would say about Tinubu is that look, Tinubu, when he was in India and he went to another place on his international travels, I think when he came back home also, after the Supreme Court ruling, after the appeal courts and the apex court ruling, and they were jumping up and down saying our mandate we shall stand. I thought that was just bad optics. I thought it was terrible. I mean, I was expecting to just after the announcement or the pronouncement of this decision, should have just come out and just give like a two minute speech and to bring the country together and move on. Than jumping up and down with his minions talking about our mandates we shall stand. I thought that was a terrible
So
optic.
I mean, it was embarrassing. But
I agree with that. I agree.
yeah, that's you're being very generous, I guess. If that's the only problem you find, we have a country that's virtually going to hell, unemployment. Uh, um, the in all metrics, I don't care if it's inflation. Go to the markets and see a bag of rice, price of what they call petrol, we call gasoline here. And you're here. I go back to what we started with. I'm going to appeal to you again, right? Because I've listened to you now. And you don't have any justification. You have some excuses to tally with your other positions, with your background. Said liberal, Democrat, not the big D, small d. From the United States, the cradle of democracy, with what people your age, the youth, are yearning for, the aspirations of the country. Now, we personify things like Peter Obi and all that, but what are we actually saying? We're talking about leadership, those who have that solid, all around quality like Peter Obi, obviously, who's like the best to come out of Africa. Since the beginning of the continent, really. That's how good he is. I don't think he's the only one. I'm impressed with Baba Ahmed Dati. We know the good Lord, the good book says that all have sinned and fallen short of glory of God. Obviously, he's not a saint in that generic sense. Not that he did anything. It's not inerrant. But as far as a solid person comes out of our country at this time, There is nobody else really in the horizon with a proven record. Especially, you could juxtapose him against people like Showore, for example. And Showore can even shine P2B's shoes, even in just little virtues such as corruption. P2B is incorruptible. We don't know about Choro being corrupt. But there's a big difference between that, because they say you know a man when they have power and money, and Choro has neither. But P2B's had both, and still humble as they come. Even as the baton is passed on, let's look at somebody like a flawed person such as what's his name now? Former Olusegun Obasanjo. It's flawed. It's a patriot. It's a Christian. It's ruled Nigeria the longest of anybody else. Comes from the same ethnic stock as Tinubu. He knows him very well. Doesn't consider him to be a good actor. Rather, he endorsed Peter Obi. We know Pa Adebanjo is from the Southwest. A smart, wise man, a patriot, incorruptible. And he stepped out and he supported Peter Obi. Like I said earlier, with Baba Ahmed and their age, their accomplishments, their demeanor, with the problems we have today, there's no better team to solve that problem. I don't see anybody else in the horizon. Maybe they'll come up by next time that we'll go to the polls. But I'm afraid the next leadership tussle will be within 12 months in the country. It's not going to be an electoral thing. When it does happen, by that time, I believe that Tinubu would have completely failed, only because he's not even doing the things that he could do now. There are a few things that he could just do by saying tomorrow, end the prosecution of Showore. I want to unify this country. He suffered enough. He has 2 kids and a young wife. He could travel out of the country. Give him back his passport. Enough. He could do that tomorrow, and a lot of people are going to be happy about that. He has no reason not to do that. People get into a tangle with political administration, such as Awolowo, for example. At some point, it was ended for him, and then he could emerge and continue in government. He was in prison for whatever they're accusing him of. Somebody like Buhari himself committed a coup d'etat.
Yeah. Who's advocating for Showore to be released?
I am. Right?
Well,
and you should be too.
No,
but even without anybody advocating, he says Showore is from his ethnic stock. Right? He says,
well, so that tells that he's not being impartial. That means he's just playing it fair and letting the law of the land take care of the situation.
I know, but that's not the way he ran his campaign. He says Emiloka. He's talking about Yorubas. He went there, he spoke Yoruba, and he's standing, and a lot of people were berating Femi and say, hey, look, why you support our son? You do this, our son is our turn. So if you run an election based on a Emiloka, you have to govern with a Emiloka. That's how it works. But even if you are not like me, if I emerge as president, the first thing I'm going to do the first day I get there is to go and visit Showore myself and release him from further persecution. What did he do? I gave you the reasons why he should be released. He didn't do anything. He didn't commit. He's not a treasonous person. He's not a terrorist. He's somebody who cares about our country. That's his only crime. He cares about our country and exposing corruption. If he doesn't release Shorewere, who's going to do it? Now you have to know that going through that process of criminal persecution is that process where you cannot go outside the country, go visit your wife in New Jersey or your kids, or have some kind of safety and giving a soft landing. It's wrong. And of course, that also inures to Nnamdi Kanu as well, and other political prisoners. It's routinely done. Even here, if Trump wins the election, the first day or two, he's going to release all those January 6th captives they have in jails or whatever they have. He's going to pardon them. That's the way there's a refreshment and a new leaf is turned and the polity is unified and you move on from there. But he won't do that because he's not a good actor. It's you have to call a spade a spade. So that's one. Two, he would be magnanimous. He knows that he's running an illegal Muslim ticket. When these people are over there massacring people in Benue State, he'll go overboard to assure those people, say, you know what, well, maybe a Muslim ticket, but I am moving so much battalion over here, and I'm actually going to come and spend the night over here to make sure that these idiots don't keep massacring you. It will not happen under my watch. Just that will give those people reassurance and hope. He's not capable of doing anything like that. There's so many things he could do that would unify the country. You can't keep making excuses for him. Knowing that he has a tarnished background with all kinds of fraud and all kinds of stuff, he could have come in there and appointed good people into government. Not Bajue Amena, Wike, Asarudu Kubo, Tony, I don't know, Tony something from the south, from Edo State or something like that. Strong men, thugs, strong arm people, and then keep with this Kano former governor that was caught stuffing $100 bills in his babariga. That's his best pal. That's the chairman of his party. So look, let's not even talk about the state of our economy, security nationwide. This bombing that took place in Ibadan the other day. I know Yoruba started to hide it so we Igbos don't say, hey, told you so. So when they're bombed, they want to hide it. Or one of their girls, soldiers, apprehended, and they don't want to talk about it. They want to hide it from us and just endure it. So that it be like the Fulani love them. The only thing is the Igbos that they hate. I mean, they practically leveled a city with bombs. The governor comes and says, I don't know if he says dynamite sticks. They compared side by side bombing in Gaza on one frame, bombing in Ukraine in another frame, and then bombing in Ibadan in the third frame, and the worst one is in Ibadan. We know the physics when it comes to dynamite. We know what the dynamite is. It's not going to level city blocks. The only thing that could yield such a thing is a fertilizer bomb. And this is probably the third time they've bombed a Yoruba land, and they just want, for whatever reason, they don't want us to know about it. What I'm saying, us, I'm talking about us in the Southeast. We see it. We don't think the Fulani love you more than they love the Igbos. No, we don't. But we're not. It's like Benue over here. I'm the only one who talks about Benue and what they're going through, but the Benue Plateau and all that. The chief protagonists during the war for the Nigerian side come from over there, committing a genocide on our people, their fellow Christians. But I'm not gonna say hello because you did that you deserve this bombing that you're going through. I mean, this terrorism you're going through. No, we still want to help you out, and perhaps we'll move forward from there. But anyway, if you want to talk about the Lord, I'll talk to you about it. If you want to change the topic, I believe that I'm not happy that Tinubu is not doing very well. But if anybody would have to expose the foolishness of the Yorubas this time, it's Tinubu. He's exposing it every day, like Buhari did for the Fulanis. Every day, because if you plot a graph, X against Y, when both of them conspired to edge out the Igbos in government up to, like, say, Jonathan's administration, when you had Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and others. I mean, it's just like a nosedive. It's almost like dropping a rock from a 5-story building, you know? They can't govern. Without Igbos, you cannot do anything. So to just weed them out of government, and then what the hell do you think you're going to be doing? So Nigerians see that, because now, Prince, that if you look on the geopolitical zones that we have now, South, you know, people like Edo State, before, they wouldn't listen to an Igbo man. They used to be very obstinate and difficult to talk to. They say, oh, you don't respect our chiefs, you don't, our king or whatever. But today, they embrace one Nigeria. They're no longer under the auspice of the Southwest. A lot of them can't even stand it. They're ashamed of it when they did that. Supporting evil. You go to Benue, Plateau, the same thing. The Christians up there, they realize now that we were right. That we were right. Southeast. That we're actually the one who wants one Nigeria if it's going to be fair. But if it's not going to be fair, that we're going to exit. So that's why I'm saying to you, somebody like yourself is very important. I would like to see you eschew evil. Don't let people like what's the guy that come here? Enigmatic, Mike, Thomas, intimidate you to make you that you're gonna be like them, talk like them on the Tinubu issue. You don't have to, because you don't sound right when you talk like that. I gotta be honest with you, you don't sound right. And you don't sound believable even to them. Because in order to sound that way, you have to hold the other positions that come along with that. In order to sound that way, to like Tinubu, you have to choose Muhammad over the Lord Jesus Christ. I don't think you're prepared to do that. There are things that come with supporting Tinubu.
That was erroneous. You can't make such a comparison.
No, I'm telling you, we have to. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about causality, right? And some of the things that we're talking about.
You're like in reference to the Bible. When God chose, what you call it, the non-Jewish people or non-Israelite to, like Nebuchadnezzar, for example, to invade Judah. and enslave the Israelites. Um, was that because it was a Jew or an Israelite? No. See,
You talking about Gentiles and all that?
yeah, yeah, Gentile. A Gentile came, and it's used like Cyrus, like for example, in the book of Esther, Ahasuerus, Xerxes, plenty what do you call them, Gentile rulers have been used for God's word. Who's to say Tinubu is any different? Is this such a special human being that cannot be used? Of course not. So don't go there. Don't try to blackmail me saying if I voted for Tinubu or if I supported Tinubu that I'm a Muslim. That's such a false economy. Not true. Not
No,
going to work.
au contraire, actually, you're making a different point, which, by the way, I don't think I agree with you on that, but that's not what I'm actually talking about. I'm saying that it's like you do, let's do, what kind of test? If you do, what's a scientific test that you'll be familiar with? You know, there are things that go with things. Do you understand what I mean? If you get a bacteria and you're testing it to know if it's a pathogen or not, right? And you do a gram positive test. Do you follow what I'm saying? So if it's gram negative, then it's not a pathogen. It's not pathogenic bacteria. Do you understand what I mean? There are things that go with things. You couldn't say in a country that has a constitution and multi-ethnic, a diverse country, that you have a constitution that tries to uphold a doctrine that is fair, to make everybody believe that they belong to the same country, and the conventions and practices that try to have it where you have a Muslim here and a Christian vice president or vice versa. And then you have people strong armed and come in and keep Islamizing the country. Just that, without naming the actors. Anybody who's doing that, on principle, as a Christian, you're supposed to reject it. If you have a country where Muslims are radicalized, fundamentalists, going out there, buying people, collecting ransom, and you have one coming with takia like Buhari and speed that up, give him the body language to do so. For 8 years, and because of our Christian tradition of nonviolence and trying to accommodate others, and they allow that 8 years to go by, and then they should take advantage of that and strong arm the country into that. So we're supposed to reject something like that as a Christian. Yeah, we don't go on crusades anymore to counter jihad. When we did it, it was quite effective. We modernized, went through Reformation. But at least we speak out against stuff like that. It's abhorrent. It's something that turns our stomach and our spirit. No Christian will put up with that nonsense. So you can't be comfortable with that if you're truly a Christian. And I believe you are. You can sit there and have our country Islamized. Not that we want to Christianize them. No, I'm not for that either. But we don't have that kind of problem. There are some things that you're not supposed to support. falsehood. No matter what, peer pressure or not, whether you want to belong or not, we are going through existential threat. So that's what I'm appealing to you, because you're a Christian here, one of the few. You uphold the tenets, the spirit, you embrace the Lord. But then you say, if a Muslim ticket, that doesn't make any sense. Now, if it's benign, no problem. It's not benign. There are consequences for that. Life and death. Promotes inequality. Hits of the polity. So that's why I'm saying to you, even those like Mike, Olawale, and Enigmatic, also known as Life is Good here, they don't consider you. That's one of them. You argue here all the time with each one of them, all the time. Every other topic you argue with them, and then to reassure them that you're not really out of the loop, you support Tinubu. That is the only nexus between you and everybody else who come here. Well, it's a smart man. So I'm trying to reclaim you for the country, for our side, from these people. You're not equally yoked. So I don't know what the problem is, especially, I really am curious to know, what is the problem? Now, you made a statement earlier that referred to Kuti, Fela's son. I don't know what his name is now, but I know it's Fela's son. And he's a smart guy.
Sean Kuti, right?
Sean, yeah, Sean Kuti. He's a smart. I
Sean.
listened to. Yeah, he's a very smart, smart guy. But it's wrong on certain issues. It's like Wole Soyinka, for example. Smart, but it's wrong on this issue for the times, for our country right now. I don't know if it's Afro. It's not getting oxygen in his brain anymore. I don't know what it is. This guy used to be a nationalist, one of our guys. But, he kept fighting with Obasanjo, and Obasanjo describes him to the T. But in those days, who's going to listen to Obasanjo versus what's his name now? The Kongji. Of course, we're going to choose the Nobel laureate, and Obasanjo being a villain in the psyche of everybody when he does anything like that. But he wrote a book, My Watch, and all kinds of stuff. And in the chapter where he describes this professor, he nails it. He was right. He's vindicated. And of course, now Professor Soyinka tells us that he was broke, and that Tinubu built him a house or something like that. Because of that, a whole professor, Nobel laureate, somebody build your house. So what? You're not going to sell your soul for something like that, but he did. He's gone mad. Every day he's abusing Nigerians. Not social media. He doesn't lay a glove directly on Peter Obi, but he's circling him and then abusing Nigerians. So that's in a nutshell what you're doing at a smaller scale, Prince. You're like a Nobel laureate that's talking nonsense.
Well, is it possible that everyone that's not against B, but have opposition to his positions or him being the president, make such people what your enemies or not
No,
worthy? I mean,
no,
hold on. You went from showing a musician, right, to a
yes,
Nobel laureate like Wally Shankar,
right.
and common people like myself and others,
A
people from different backgrounds,
governor of
from
Anambra
background,
State. Yeah, I
from
didn't. I'm sorry. I want to include the governor of Anambra State as well, and
which
some
one is
others.
that?
That's
Which
what's his name now? The
Soludo,
current huh?
Soludo.
Soludo, exactly. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
also a good, he used to be
So
a good
people
guy.
of different background. I mean, so it's not like so people of diverse background that don't support Peter B don't make them um bad people. It's just a difference in opinion on how they see the situation. So it shouldn't
No,
go
no,
on that
only on
tangent.
this, only on this. You see, it unfortunately for those
Why
who
should it be
normally play,
only on this? So you
but I'm gonna tell you
selective.
that's what I'm telling you. Only on this. The reason is that you have somebody that's over the top, right? If somebody is in murky a little bit, unknown phenomenon, for example, or just it's has some flaws here and there, right? Yeah, but unfortunately for those who normally play that kind of politics, this is one that if you're a sinner here, the Bible says that you have eyes, but you can't see. You have ears that you can't hear because it goes to evil, right? Once you reach the evil level, I don't know if you've seen. There are a few things that are like that. For example, in the Bible, that tells the story of David had is a king. He's got all these wives, beautiful wives that he has. But there's one other. There's a neighbor of his who's a soldier that has a beautiful wife and only one wife, but she's very
Yeah,
pretty.
neighbor.
Right. Now, the reason why I want to tell you this is to tell you the difference between jealousy that we all have some kind of jealousy as human beings, right? Like if you have one car and somebody has 4 cars, then you may be a little jealous. Maybe see a neighbor, right? And they wave at you or something, you don't even want to wave back because they got 4 cars, right? Especially if you're young and all that. But that one, God doesn't interfere on that. Maybe those will be judged on the last day, right? On judgment day. And that kind of silly jealousy will not get you anywhere, but you don't, there's not instant punishment for that. The one that is bad is like you have 4 cars and somebody has 1 car, and you're jealous of that 1 car that he has. That one, God interferes right away. That punishment for that comes right away. We have more, and you're jealous of somebody who has less. That's evil. See, the other one is not evil. Now, I've described evil. I have my way of describing evil, which is you know something is bad. You also know the right thing to do. Now, all 3 components of this stuff has to be in it for it to be evil, right? You know something is wrong or bad or whatever, that you know the right thing to do. But you went ahead and do that wrong thing and it hurt somebody else or yourself. That's it. That's evil. You have to eschew it. The punishment is instant. You won't be able to hear. You could see things you won't see, basically with the eye of your heart and all that. So you hear, you listen, but you won't hear. right? No matter how much I try to correct you, for example, on this P2B thing, you're not going to listen to me because you've crossed over into evil. So in the Bible, in this case, David coveted that woman, that man's wife, one wife. So he plotted to have him go to the war front, to the forefront, so he'd get killed, so he could then take his wife. And all that happened. And then that woman conceived, and God punished him because of that. I don't know if the name is Ichabod or something like that. I believe it's Ichabod. You could Google that. So that's why, that's what's happening. When you see Soludo, you see all the evil forces arrayed against, because Peter is way over the top to where you have no excuse. You're hurting our country. You know that he's the better candidate. You know that. So no matter how much you admonished, you don't want to listen. We're suffering the consequences of all that right now. You're hurting a lot of people. No food, no money. People are getting killed. So if you're not evil, you will say, okay, no, we made a mistake. You can't be going after Peter Obi who's done nothing. Even after the election. He ran, he was available, he talked to everybody. This is not the election campaign. This is, you have knowledge now. It's not benign, it's hurting a lot of people. So that's what we ended with that, because practically speaking, for the Christian, I will ask you
Okay,
to,
that'd be a good note to hand. Yeah. Well.
yeah, pray about it, and maybe next time we can follow up on what we talked about, unless there's something else you want to add to it.
No, it's all good. No, as Christians,
All right.
no, we condemn
Thank you very much.
nobody. So yeah.
Exactly. Thanks for indulging in this conversation. Hopefully,
Absolutely.
that obstinate, crazy guy, Life's Good, is going to be able to listen to this thing run over. Maybe Mike will learn something from it. All right. Good night, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you too, man. Thanks. That's that later.